yourself.
You buddy. Racist, sexist, Republican. Oopsie. I did everything right and they indicted me. What ass you word?
I'm not built to suck your dick. Tell your dick, your dick.
Racist, sexist, Republican. Oopsie. I did everything right and they indicted me. What ass you word?
I'm not built to suck your dick. Tell your dick, your dick.
Augers. Wait. Yeah. Augers. Understand. Go home to mommy.
Dude, that was so funny when she said there's a global conspiracy to promote homosexual degeneracy.
You buddy. Racist, sexist, Republican. Oopsie. I did everything right and they indicted me. What ass you word?
I'm not built to suck your dick. Tell your dick, your dick.
I don't understand. Go home to mommy.
Deep underground rep, eating sewer hounds, prowling around these parts, always hidden in the dark. Suddenly they screech, incoherent rodent speech. Such a putrid smell permeates a sewer well. One man stands alone, red beret above his dome. Sleeva was his name, fighting, climbing, rodent game. Be the rat men who live in sewer rat dens. Taking one last breath, it's time we fight off to the death. Oh, geez, Sarge. You tell me that I needed to go after this rat, and I needed to, like, bait him or something. So, I gave him a whole wheel of cheese, Sarge. It cost like $2,000, and I used your credit card, Sarge. I'm sorry. I thought it was gonna be a good investment, but, oh, geez, I'm gonna get it now. Oh.
Come. I found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used, come, and that's not coming, the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. In its application. Come! What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come! There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come! Come! It commands obedience. Come! How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... Oh! On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on.
My name is Jim Water, I'm a CEO. Everything I own is H2O. Forget about the caster and the other vices. Buy some fucking water or I'll increase the prices. If you wanna make a witch, you better join their staff. Despite the violations, OSHA kisses my ass. I lobby all the Republicans, they'll take a bribe. With Citizens United, I don't need to hide. Walk around town with my liquid hat. I'll piss my pants in public and everyone clapped. 6'19" and strong as an ox. Call me Solid Snake cause I'm in your mama's box. I drink several thousand glasses a day. Only reason I'm alive is cause I pray that all of you dehydroids learn a thing or two. Drink my water or death is due.
Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible
grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing, folks? How we doing? We are in the new office. We're in the new studio. How's it hanging? How you know, thoughts, feelings, opinions? Hello. How we doing, folks? Also, how do I sound? It's difficult for me to tell. I know it's a little echoey in here. Does it sound too echoey to you guys? Hello. Also, I made sure that I could still look at chat here, because I know you guys like it when I look at you. Samantha got you a tier 3 sub? What? Sounds good. A touch quieter than usual? Or are you saying it should be a little bit quieter? Yeah, it will be less echoey. I'm going to put up stuff around the room. Going to get a rug, all that stuff. Quiet and clear. Okay, let's turn this up a little bit. For whatever reason, this new setup is much quieter. I'm going to boost it up. How's this? Thanks, Superjet Guy. You're a touch quiet. That's better? Cool. Is it better in a, like, this is perfect? Cool. Cool. Also, I have this fan right here. Is it being picked up by the mic? Actually, it's reverb, not echo. Hello. Let's go, new studio! There's a fan? There's a fan right here. Hello.
Congrats on the new studio,
Thank
Jack.
you. Also, it's a little quiet in my ear holes. Let me turn that up a little bit. Oof. I can tell it'll be significantly better when you get some diffusion going. Yeah, like worst case scenario, I like put like sound foam on this wall, but we're gonna be getting like a shelf here for like books and such.
I can't believe they got the real Richard Sackler on Adam Friedland.
Oh.
Where were you like around 9 months?
I saw parts of this. It's very fucking funny. I don't know. I don't know that I can play my favorite part from this interview, which is where Adam Friedland pitches his idea for a Hollywood film. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And also Ashley J. Curtis, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And also, let me carry over something from last time, because it's a new setup, boys, gals, and non-binary pals. Let's see here. You had 100, but you just got 11. Okay. 200 subs. We'll add a little border so it's legible. There we go. Boop. Oh, let's boldface this too. Who's the baddie with the background and lighting? I know, right? Also, apologies for not streaming yesterday, and also preemptive apologies if I'm a little bit like woozy tonight. I got my COVID vax.
Lizard.
Sam Moose, you doing okay? Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, though. Let's go! Lem. Will remind me later. Is the soundboard working? That's an excellent question.
The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead.
Why, I'd say it is working. It's fully functional again.
How can we all have died at the same time?
I'm going to be
Just leave it
insufferable.
in the middle at 48-point font and never address or explain it for new people all stream.
Yes. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Let's go. All right. And Psycho Salad 665, thank you for the $5 super chat. I'll lose my shit when he finally says it's Mamdani in time and transforms into a Super Saiyan Zohran. Fuck. Soundborg is back. That's right. It's a Soundborg now. It's not a soundboard.
Socialism is when the government does stuff.
Did I pre-watch? I did not pre-watch a damn thing. And we are going to talk about a few other stories before we do the debate, because, you know, we're already late for the debate. We'll do the debate in a little bit. Kamehameha. You guys are too funny. Also, hello, everybody. Hello. How we doing? Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, CMH006. Hello, Depraved Ambiance. Hello, Jenna Sparks 95. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Dragon Wing. Hello, Kaname-kun the Alpha.
That
Hello,
clip
Sapphire
is so
Rose.
good from Friedland. I actually did a spit take.
Oh, God. It really, really is. I didn't... Oh, here it is. It's on screen.
Before April 1987. Did you?
Oh, was that your birthday? Did I fuck your mom?
I mean, maybe.
I fucked your mom.
I think this might be the only time I've ended an episode properly.
What's your mom's name?
Joanne. It was my late mother. I'm not
And
trying
your
to bring it
grandmom's
down.
living?
What?
Your grandmother's living.
Isn't that a
So
fucking?
could I fuck your grandma?
Isn't that a disgrace?
I'll be in Botswana. I could fuck your grandmother. Please let me fuck your grandmother.
This could be like my dog.
And the way she talks. She doesn't talk like a
ISIS.
Jew. She doesn't talk like a Jew. She talks with them.
She talks like a.
I could fuck that.
She's a. I mean, she just got a hip. So.
Perfect.
Where were you like around?
Oh God, just his pitch on making a film as a Jewish man, as like the first person going into the Holocaust, was like I can't play that on this stream, but it was very fucking funny. What the fuck is wrong with him? Adam Friedland's a comedian, and so's the guy he has on. So they're just zinging each other the entire time. It's really great. No, Sackler. Oh, he's also a comedian. I think, or like an actor at least. Whew. Hello. Yeah, no, he's a good actor. Adam just had someone on who was willing to match his freak. Richard Kind, sorry. Adam on the brain. He was the hypochondriac in Scrubs. True. It was a freak off, kind of. Yeah. I'd say the cam arm is a bit too in the frame. That's fair. I might go back to just having like the little microphone stand, but it also just got in my way. I like moving my arms. You know? I like doing that. Oof. I did not expect that from Richard Kind. I think that's what tickled him about it. All right. Let's see here. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Lethy. Hello. It's Twin Tails. Hello, G. Lethy calling me out. Hello, Nodoka Hanamura. My bad. Again, brain foggy. Needs more bisexual lighting. True. Hello, Cringe. Hello, Malachi. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Uncle Gumbald. Hello, Zalman Moose. Hello, almost gave a double hello. Hello, Pirate Amir 44. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Tea Leaf. Hello, Irascended Kitten. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Witch Night Melody. Hello, Saki Tanuki. Hello, Hex 000. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Snoogan. Hello, Louise Martinez. Hello, One-Eyed Heathen. Hello, Tanner Dudeman. Hello, Ophelia. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, you lovely people. Hello, Louise. Hello, the Kitsune Cavalier. Hello, Joe Burtis Maximus. Hello, how are we doing? Samantha's Trains Official.
Can you pause speaking sometime and just sit perfectly still so chat thinks the stream froze, then you say boo and scare them? Do some shenanigans.
I can try. I can attempt shenanigans. 1, 2, 3. Hello, Jane Spoopy Edition. Hello, Zoe Bren. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Polaire. Hello, Archangel the Cobb. Hello, Livy. You did get just in time. Also, welcome Raiders. Some early Raider folks. Hello, Bonsai Buddy, Never Die. Welcome to your first acknowledged appearance. Hello, Ruthie. Hello. Did you get a new studio? Yeah, I'm in the new studio. And to be fair, I know some of you are probably a little bit concerned about the lack of boxes behind me. But to be fair, there is a chest behind me in which lurks the Dono Ghost. So you guys still have a Dono Ghost hiding spot. And also, if you guys are all just really concerned about, the lack of boxes, I can assure you that literally right off camera, it is all a bunch of empty boxes or like half full boxes that have like different pieces of tech inside of them. So we'll take, they're there. Don't you worry. Also, there's a chest in front of you. Well, yeah, debate me on what? I did often wonder about the boxes. They had all of my computer stuff. Golly, nice layout. Yeah, they've been building this for a hot minute. Just ran into a lot of different little issues. Isn't there a third person in the mayor debate? Yeah, Curtis Lewa, defender of the Ratman. Or perhaps Scourge of the Ratman. It's unclear. How close are you to the nearest mannequin? Several rooms away now. The Ratman! Yeah, we're in the new studio, folks. Still need to like put in, there's gonna be like a little couch right there. We're gonna get like a secondary setup so that I can like sit on a couch and play games for a slightly different kind of content. And yeah, we're gonna get like a shelf for like books and some games right here. We're gonna get another little shelf for books right over there, so it can be kind of like a little study as well. Why is there a mannequin behind you in the corner? Ha! Nice try. There's a door right there that was sealed, never to be opened again. If Jack gets a couch, there's going to be a bunch of casting couch jokes. It is a black love seat, so I'm not going to escape the allegations. Long-time lurker, first-time chatter? Hell yeah. Love that. Where's Blahaj? Blahaj is still in one of the boxes. Release the old ghosts. Nah. Love the new digs. Isn't it nice? And I'm gonna like get a rug that fits. The rug that I have almost fits, but you can kind of see like right there, there's like a little like outcrop. That's where one of the support beams for the house is. And it also makes it impossible to fit that rug into this space, which is really frustrating, but we'll get a couple of different rugs and that will help with the sound as well. You need a painting with the flying spaghetti monster? No, I've got a couple of paintings to go behind me too. They're just not hung yet. Whew. Did I miss the debate? Nope, we are late for the debate. But that is okay, because that gives us time to talk about other things. All right. God, okay. You know, let's start with just a personal gripe. How about that? How about we start with a segment that I think is just fun, and also we need to talk about like praxis. All right. You guys ready? You guys ready for the first segment? Being late for a debate is a power move. I agree. Here we go. Oh, I forgot I have a button on. The soundboard has so many uses.
Yeah, I just really like girls.
I just really like girls too. And also it has a button I can press on it instead of having to like go and click. It's so convenient. Let's do this seggy, all right? So, folks, we have to talk about Graham Plattner. Okay? Because he keeps getting cooler, and every single time I talk about him, there's a bunch of comments that bring up some stuff that I thought I'd addressed on my channel already, but we'll address it again, okay? And I gotta say, it's pretty funny, because there are a bunch of knives out in mainstream press now for Graham Plattner, largely because he is the progressive candidate. He supports Medicare for all. He supports, basically being for the working class in general on a wide variety of issues. He's the real deal. And mainstream media has the knives out for him and are running pieces like this one. Here's from New York Meg Intelligencer. Graham Plattner's honeymoon is over. And it basically goes on to talk about the fact that something has been revealed. You'll never guess what they found out about Graham Plattner. And it's like, okay, is it that he, I don't know, shot a dog? Like the governor of was it North or South Dakota? I don't remember. Person who's in charge of ICE now. No, it's nothing remotely along those lines. What is it? What is the horrible crime he's been accused of, right? So CNN, of course, did digging and came across some now deleted posts from Graham Plattner's Reddit account. So number one, he responded to a thread about people becoming more conservative as they age by saying, quote, "I got older and became a communist." This is from 2021. In another deleted comment, in a thread about a black army lieutenant who was held at gunpoint and pepper sprayed by police during a traffic stop, one Reddit user wrote, "Bastards. Cops are bastards." And Plattner replied, "All of them, in fact." In another since removed post from 2020, Plattner responded to a thread titled, "White people aren't as racist or stupid as Trump thinks," by writing, quote, "Living in white rural America, I'm afraid to tell you they actually are." And like, Donald Trump got a bunch of people to vote for him and he's president again.
Jack,
so,
I just got here. What's up?
Hey, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. So these are the these are the things that he is being accused of. He also, in a less cool fashion, used the R slur to call other people stupid, and also said just other colorful swear words. But like, I don't know. This seems pretty normal. Like, I'm not gonna say like I support the ableism or anything like that, but I am saying like politically he's aligns with the left. And I want to also talk a little bit about the fact that one of the issues that people on the left have had with Plattner is that he was in the US military, right? And so I wanted to talk a little bit about what exactly that looked like, right? Because he's talked about this in a number of different interviews already. And essentially, to give you guys the summarized version of those interviews, he joined up right out of high school with the Marines. He served for several years. He came back to go get a college education. He felt guilty about leaving the people he served alongside overseas, so he went back. And then he walked away from that experience pretty traumatized with PTSD, pretty awful feeling. And so for 5 years or so, just kind of broken and listless, he floated from job to job, wasn't able to finish his college education. And then he decided to go back to one of the few skill sets that he had cultivated, soldiering. And he signed up with a mercenary company called Constellus, which was formerly Blackwater, which obviously that's pretty bad. And this was in 2018. And he was overseas for about 6 months with Constellus, and it became like kind of the catalyst that radicalized him to farther left politics. He came back from that, hung up his guns for good, and began working as like a day laborer on an oyster farm, and then worked his way up from kind of just being a laborer to running the entire shebang, right? And so that's kind of his story in a nutshell. And a really important component of it is that um, he was radicalized by the experience. A lot of people, I've seen this in the YouTube comments of this, are like, he proudly served Blackwater. And it's like, if you listen to any of his interviews about this topic, he actually talks pretty extensively about how it became the radicalizing part of his experience, because a lot of people join the military right out of high school. They view it as like a chance to see the world, to pay for college, and some people, they get radicalized by that experience quickly, and other people get radicalized by it slowly. And he was a bit slower than other folks, and maybe you can attribute that to a variety of factors, like the fact that he's like a straight white guy, conventionally built straight white guy in the Marines. He's not exactly marginalized in a wide variety of ways, but he did eventually come around to a correct position, which is that the United States military is part of an imperial machine of wealth extraction, and that a lot of the people and companies that surround that are merely siphoning off money from the American taxpayers that is supposed to be going to making life better for all of us, and instead is going towards enriching a select few at the expense of hundreds of thousands of civilians and the blood and lives of our soldiers, right? Like when I look at this issue, I don't see, well, yeah,
Some never do.
true Sake Tanuki. Like some people, they just get blinders on, right? Tulsi Gabbard's a great example of that. But what winds up happening here is that like a lot of soldiers are also being exploited by the system that we operate in. A lot of them are working class stiffs. Many of them never rise the ranks to, be someone of note within the military. They are just being used for their bodies and their labor. And that exploitation, like that has a radicalizing effect on folks, especially if they're paying attention. And Plattner strikes me as one of those kind of guys. And I think that like it's pretty easy to be like Blackwater bad and like label him as that. I think that's easy, but I think that the more the reality and what's closer to the truth is that he was trying to figure out how to live, and he thought maybe that could be the path to use his skill set, and it turned out that was almost like the apotheosis of just grifting off the American taxpayer. Like it's a mercenary company. Mercenary companies, more so than almost any other company on earth, are exploitative, right? And cruel and awful, and Blackwater is one of the worst. So all I have to say, like, I don't think this is a John Fetterman situation. John Fetterman was corrupted by corporate money. John Fetterman also had a severe brain injury that like seemingly completely changed his outlook on a wide variety of politics. I don't think that this applies to this man who's been going around the country on like a policy of we need to help the working class. And so all I'm saying is that like I'm not asking folks to have unconditional support for this man. What I am asking is that folks support the pragmatic best choice as we go forward, because we have only a couple alternatives to someone like Graham Plattner. And those alternatives are essentially Janet Mills, a 79-year-old corporate Democrat who is awash in exponentially more cash and like corporate backing than Graham Plattner could ever dream of. And then you also have Susan Collins, who's at the head of like a well-oiled Republican machine in Maine. And it's kind of like, well, you know, at a certain point, if like this guy who's objectively better than both of them isn't pure enough, like where are you going to find like a guy to back? Like this guy is about as working class coded as we can get. So with that being said, I am aware of, you know, Graham Plattner's past, and so is he, and so are a lot of the people who have interviewed him. I recommend people check out the Zateo interview; it touches on this, as well. There are a couple others as well. So all that being said, we need to understand what we're doing right now in our political worlds, not as seeking like the perfect outcome, because that will never come, but instead find the best outcome we can feasibly achieve and go for that. And after we achieve that, we look around for the next best thing we can do, and then the next best thing, and the next, and pretty soon you are taking steps in a progressive way towards a better future, right? That's the entire point. And I don't want us to miss out or to capitulate to corporate forces because we're hung up on purity testing our candidates.
Veteran here. Graham Planter's story of becoming radicalized is honest and mirrors mine. Leftists need to get over the hate of veterans. Uncle Kimrick.
It's true. I mean, like, it's true, right? Like, you know, I've been doing some reading, and I'd recommend folks check out the documentary. I think it's called "It's a Good Day to Die," about the American Indian movement and its activism. And, you know, that entire movement was fueled in part by, you know, indigenous people coming back from having served in the military and being radicalized by the experience. Like, I forget, was it? Yeah, Dennis Banks. I wanted to say Robert Banks, but it's Dennis Banks. Dennis Banks, in particular, in that documentary, talks at length about being radicalized by being given military orders to shoot to kill Japanese civilians, right? And like, this is a common pathway of radicalization. And Dennis Banks went on to go and win significant concessions from the United States government for indigenous people across this country. You know, like that is a common pathway towards more progressive politics. Not to be cynical, but this sounds very close to what we were all saying in 2024 before we gave the whole country over to Nazis. Can this really be different? Serious question, sorry. Well, I don't understand exactly what you mean by that question, right? Like, which part seems like that? Because are you saying like the comments knocking him for his past service or employers, or are you talking about me talking about being pragmatic? Because you got to be pragmatic. Politics is not like making your vote like a bespoke little special snowflake that's going to like perfectly represent you and your politics. It's about pragmatic action on who will lead and who will wield power in this country. And there's a big difference between self-expression and, you know, choosing a best case option. Yeah, look, I'm not saying treat this guy as like the second coming of Christ. I'm just saying he's a man. He's a human being, and people change their minds. People grow and learn and become something else. You know? We were saying how Kamala was the lesser of two evils, and voting for that was the best foot forward. Instead, no one voted, and the fascists won with that rhetoric. Well, no, it was one of the closest elections of modern U.S. history. Number one, and number two, it's true, but that's every single election is voting for the lesser of two evils. It's all just a question of whether or not you can feel like super good because the lesser of two evils happens to perfectly align with your politics, right? Like every election is a choice between two different candidates. You're either going for one that is doing less bad, or you're going for one that you're not using that as your decision making paradigm. I, for one, even if I'm voting for someone that I like, they're still going to be the one that is doing the less bad. If you're voting, for example, for a president of the United States, like, you're basically guaranteed whichever candidate you are gunning for is going to be like someone who essentially commits war crimes. And that's kind of the nature of voting for the leader of a imperial hegemon, right? And I would suggest that people vote for the one that is going to do more good and less bad. There you go. Yeah, you don't have to like politicians, but you do have to like policy. Like, I don't believe that the way to getting people out to vote is by coddling them and telling them that their vote is a special super secret snowflake that is going to fix democracy. But what I do think is that it's a lot easier for people to show up to the polls when they feel like the person that they are voting for is going to represent their best interests. And best way to do that is by adopting working class policy. The problem of getting people to the polls is not on, frankly, people who are telling people to go vote because it's necessary to vote for the better leader. It's incumbent on the leadership that is available in the election to adopt popular policy. I'm saying that rhetoric seemed to help Trump win. Nah, that's bullshit. Like that, not like I'm sorry. Telling people to vote pragmatically is not what lost Kamala Harris the election. Kamala Harris's policies, written for her by corporate America, were what lost her the election. Her capitulation to Democratic consultants siphoning off her campaign cash, and like her insistence on allowing her brother-in-law, who was an executive at Uber, to write her economic policy, those are the things that cost her the election. Not people saying you need to be pragmatic with your vote, because that's every election. Every election, people need to be pragmatic with their vote. So it's the work that needs to be done is on all levels. But when it comes to getting people to vote, just getting people to understand that their vote is not, it's not, you're not doing a piece of art. You're doing something functional in society.
Jack, I have two friends who refuse to vote because 2 votes can't make a difference. They can be insufferable. Do you have any suggestions?
I mean, I would say that it's their civic duty to vote. Like, do your civic duty. Doesn't matter if you think it's going to matter in the grand scheme of it or not. You should participate in democracy, because millions of people have fought and died for the right to cast those votes. Literally millions of lives have been spent to ensure they have the right to vote. Oof. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. I think it's very funny that establishment media is trying to destroy Graham Plattner by essentially saying, "Oh, he believes in workers' rights. Oh, he believes in like everyone having health care. At one point in response to a story about police brutality, he responded that like he doesn't like cops. Oh man, the horror. Anyway, I think he's a great candidate. I think this makes him cooler. Like I think this makes him like unambiguously way more relatable, and I think the fact that he's not perfect is good actually. Because if he was too perfect, it
To the
would be
person who sent that
bit
super about
damaging.
voting, I lost my school board election by 5 votes. Their votes matter.
Simric, thank you for the $5 super chat. And also, I will add, when it comes to your local elections, understanding who you're voting for and what they stand for is super, super important. Here in Minneapolis, we're gearing up for a mayoral election, and like it's super important that people be up to speed on why Jacob Frey sucks and why they should vote for Omar Fateh. Like that's really, really important, and that extends to school board elections. One of the problems here in Minneapolis is that the Minneapolis school board essentially throttles a lot of educational funding and support for teachers. And it's a really, really big problem, but that is only solvable at the local level by electing different people to the school board. Like you need to get more people on the school board who
Meaty
are
and
not
Booter
conservatives.
Here. Congrats on the purple studio. It's in between red and blue like I am. I could grill with Graham, but Janet is a DC shill. Oh my god, I will vote. I will vote for Plattner.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Meaty and Voter. Or Meaty and Vooter. Appreciate it. He's running in Maine. He is indeed Witch Night Melody. He's running to unseat Susan Collins. So, big deal if he wins. And also, just throwing out there, folks, that like you can have a huge impact on the local level. Your votes matter on the local level. You need to get, for example, like conservatives and you've probably seen them talk about it. Brutus Magnuson, thank you for the $5 super
Frey
chat.
is afraid of ice. Pass it on.
Indeed. But to kind of put a pin on all this, I know I'm rambling a little bit. Folks, your school boards are really important. Who's in charge of like different aspects of your local government are important. And you need to go vote in order to get conservatives out. You've seen on like PragerU or Ben Shapiro's I want to say Wired, but I know that's not right. Wow, what is Ben Shapiro's The Daily Wire? God. They talk about getting involved at the local level and like running for school board and showing up to those meetings. And like that's a really big problem because conservatives listened. Conservatives listened and they have gotten control of those different parts. And if you're wondering like, hey, what about wait, why are my kids learning that like lessons from like slaveholders about how slavery wasn't so bad in my local school? It's because your local school board is what sets the curriculum for your area, right? If you're wondering, hey, why doesn't my school have funding for like special ed? It's because the school board doesn't think it's worth it. And you can fix that by getting involved on the local level. If you're wondering, hey, do the homeless people in my area have a place to sleep at night during the wintertime when it gets to freezing cold temperatures? Your local elections are what determines whether or not those facilities exist or are available. So for a lot of people, this is a matter of life and death in your community. So you need to get more involved in your local elections, folks. And I think by getting more involved on the local level, you can learn why it's so important to vote. Yeah, exactly, Hoi Polloi. Do you want progressives making policies for your local schools or Moms for Liberty? Exactly. All right. And folks, if you're interested in doing those things, you can, of course, learn how to get more involved. You can put !Discord in any of the chats and get a link to our Discord. Join. You can reach out to Gamergy to learn how to get involved with your local DSA. You can reach out to Dragonfly in the Discord, and she will be more than happy to help you get involved with your local Dems. It's super, super important, and it's really easy. You can get involved. Highly recommend it. And with that being said, we're going to move on. There we go. We did it, everybody. We did the first segment of the new office. Hello. We did it. Remember, folks, we've been going for about an hour now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button. We even have like a little song that will help you know what to do. Do I have that on the soundboard, actually? It'd be really cool if I did.
Whoopsie.
I don't think I do. Patrick Lucas, thank you for being a member. Very much appreciated. And throwing this back up. What? Cool. Did it. The people are aroused.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
The soundboard is back. I haven't added the clips yet, but I intend to when I can lock in. Sorry again? No, that's okay, Storm. It's a good question. Most of my extended family are teachers and they all vote Republican. That does not make sense to me.
I've been on a spirit science kick lately,
Oh,
and
God.
I just want to say somebody should lock what if altist and spirit science in a room together. Something will definitely happen.
I mean, yeah, something would definitely happen. They'd both emerge as, like, cult leaders. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the membership. Let's go! Yeah, look, we gotta take a minute to enjoy the soundboard.
I'm not built to suck your dick.
Let them fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Go woke, go broke, 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 go woke, go broke.
Excellent.
Well, look at that.
Punky Gal, thank you for the sub over on Twitch. Look at us go, folks. 54 months. Damn. Hello, Crane. Hello, The Grows. Hello, LOI Links. Pretty easy to flip local races. So often the candidates don't bother to even write a paragraph. It's true. Dragons are poggers. Thank you for being a member. Look at you guys go. Okay. Let's take a look. It's in a book, Reading Rainbow. We'll skip that. Okay. I feel like I need to do... Yeah. You know what? Let's shit on Mike Johnson a little bit, and then we'll get to the next thing. I think you guys are going to enjoy this. Love your lives, girl. Thanks, Jane Saradsty. Really appreciate it. I love doing them too. Also, we're going to get some art back there. And like this is going to be like a nice little space. We're going to figure out how to make the sound a little bit better in here so it's not as echoey too. Your Mike and your Johnson. Can confirm my local mayoral campaign was a difference of 102 votes. My girlfriend and I were the 2 in 102. We could literally see our votes counted. That's crazy. That is why it's so important to turn out the votes. Bet your partner is happy. I mean, she will after she's recovered from the COVID vax, and we can like finish cleaning and because we still have to like clean like her office area and like we'll get it there. There's just still a little bit of work to do. Nice art in the background, sounds awesome. Yeah, it's gonna be the probably the Shadow of the Colossus and Ico art pieces, and maybe we'll be able to fit the Gen Z print from Transistor. Highly recommend the Sonella heavy drapes from IKEA over some sound acoustic foam if you can get it. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Sonella heavy velvet drapes. Cool. Oh, those do look really nice. Vaxxed? Yeah, we both got vaccinated yesterday, and part of the reason I wasn't able to stream yesterday is a direct result of just feeling like absolute dog shit and trying to get everything moved out so I could set up the streaming area. Those drapes are gorgeous, right? Also, I think tomorrow I'm gonna attempt to set up Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, I think. Yeah. So we'll do we'll do some video games tomorrow. I'm super excited. I haven't been able to hook up some of my consoles for ages. So hopefully I can get my GameCube to work. We'll see. The expensive one? Yeah, got my hands on a copy. It's one of the rarer ones. In short, we lost one stream, but we saved a lot of lives. Oh god. How powerful do you feel with all the vaccine autism coursing through your veins? I'm sure I'll feel powerful soon, but like right now I feel like absolute garbage. Got my flu vaccine, got my COVID vaccine, and like my partner has like an autoimmune situation, and so like vaccines hit her real hard when her immune system goes into overdrive, and so like neither of us got much sleep last night because she was in a lot of pain. You're a Fire Emblem head? I fucking love Fire Emblem, Lady of the Meadow. I fucking love it. It's so good. Yo, Livy, I also have Wind Waker. I've been kind of itching to play it. Wind Waker is one of those games that's aged really well aesthetically. Is that the one where you have 7,000 babies? No, you're thinking of Fire Emblem Awakening. Did you get Moderna? I got the Moderna. Moderna. Well, ironically, I have been taking Tylenol because I have a slight fever from what the vaccine. So I have been taking the
prep
Tylenol
for Saturday. Gonna attend as a street medic.
Hell yeah, Andrew S. Love to see it. And I think I have my situation taken care of. I won't be able to go for as long as I would like, but I should be able to go with my partner, and then we can like switch off some responsibilities. All right. Let's get this started. You got who wants to shit on just like one of the worst guys ever? Can we do that? Here we go.
The thought.
Hush you. Also, I think the lighting is pretty good in here, right? Do I look pretty okay on camera on your guys' ends? Did the debate happen or no? The debate's still happening. We're gonna do it after I finish another segment. Let's see. Lighting is good? Hell yeah. Okay. Let's jump into it, shall we? Wait, I can...
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
I love having the soundboard so much.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
Yay! Yay!
That was some weird shit.
All right. The soundboard is just I love it. I love it so much. Okay. Here we go. So, folks, we need to talk about this guy named Mike Johnson. You might have heard of him a time or two. He's a little bit of a rascal.
Jack, you're glowing positively radioactive like shrimp.
A radioactive shimp, if you will. Also, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. But Mike Johnson here, he's the Speaker of the House. He's one of the most powerful people in the United States. He is, in charge of the House. He's the one who can call the House into session. All of the holdup in the House is that, well, he's not calling them into session. Now, that begs the question, why is he not calling them into session? Why is he not calling the House into session? Well, the very obvious reason is that there are now enough votes in the House to demand the release of the Epstein files. And so he is stalling and buying time to try and make sure that the Epstein files aren't released and that, he can essentially stall it out. And in so doing, he's also refusing to seat. Let's see. I want to make sure. Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna mispronounce her name, and I do apologize. Adelita Grijalva. I think I got that right. But basically, Arizona elected Adelita Grijalva to be their representative. And because Mike Johnson is not calling the House back into session, she hasn't been formally inducted yet. She is the vote that gets the Epstein files released. That is the dynamic that is playing out here. And instead, Mike Johnson is trying to be cute. He's trying to say, oh, yeah, how do I respond to this? How do I respond to it? Here's just an insane clip.
There was a special election that was held for Arizona more than 3 weeks ago now. The Democratic Congresswoman-elect won that special election, Grijalva. She's waiting to be seated. And now Arizona's Attorney General is threatening to sue you for taxation without representation if you don't seat her. I realize Congress is not in session, but it's been more than 3 weeks, and all the representatives in the House are being paid right now. Why can't you seat her?
Well, not all the members of the House are being paid. I think all the Republicans.
Well, some of them have chosen not to take a paycheck. They are all under law allowed to receive a paycheck, but they are saying that this is a huge amount of politics. You're using this as leverage by not seating them, and Arizona is saying this is taxation without representation.
Yeah, I'm shocked that there's another Democrat politician from Arizona seeking publicity right now. Now the state AG's involved.
You haven't seated their full
She's going to
delegation.
sue me, I'm sure. No,
she's not going to sue you. The Attorney General of Arizona is going to sue you for their people not being able to be fully represented.
No, that's who I'm referring to. I know, and she wants publicity.
Like every day that goes by, I swear to God, he keeps stammering more and more as he tries to come up with other plausible reasons to not actually do his job. It's genuinely insane.
Too, and it's all a farce. Let me tell you what's happening here. The Rep-elect Grijalva was elected after the House went out of session. So I have said this repeatedly. I'm delighted to administer the oath.
This is bullshit, right? Like after the House exited session, you can still call the House back into session during a government shutdown. Like you can swear someone in during a government shutdown. Other people have been sworn in during a government shutdown. Like Mike Johnson is just lying. Like this is just an utter and complete lie. And he's like
to her as soon as we get back to legislative session. The people who are preventing us from doing that, ironically, are the two Democrat senators from Arizona. If Gallegos and Kelly would vote to reopen the government, we'll get this thing done quickly. I'm following right now the Pelosi precedent. When my dear friend and colleague from Louisiana, Julia Letlow, in very similar circumstances, was elected to fill in a special election to fill the seat of her late husband who passed, died because of COVID.
Just keep in mind, everything he's saying right here has nothing to do with his decision not to call the House back into session. Like, that has nothing to do with the government being shut down, because the very reason, by law, members of the House are paid during a government shutdown is so that they can go into session and do lawmaking, do the job that they were elected to do. And he's trying to say, oh, we couldn't possibly during a government shutdown. We couldn't then why are you paid during a government shutdown? Like, why do you think the law says you should be paid during a government shutdown? Like, setting aside that, like, you're saying Republicans aren't taking that money, but why do you think you guys are paid during a government shutdown? Because, like, you guys can go in and do your job. This is all bullshit. It's all slimy bullshit.
Nancy Pelosi took 25 days to administer the oath. Rep. Grijalva, won an election to take her father's seat in Congress. It's an amazing thing, and
there's not a session of government if government is closed. Tanya, that's just not true. That's just not true. During a government shutdown, how do you think they do the lawmaking to reopen the government? It's because the Senate and the House can still meet in order to do their jobs. The entire premise of the government shutdown is that the government needs to remain shut down until Congress functions. And thus they need to be able to do their jobs even during a government shutdown. The government shutdown does not prevent them from doing their jobs.
Congratulate her for that, and I'm looking forward to administering the oath, but we have to get back to work. The lights have been turned out here. Chuck Schumer and the
the lights have been turned out here. Bullshit. We could see the lights on right behind you, sir. We know that that's not true. They aren't turning out the lights on you in the congressional hall. Come on now.
Democrats have shut down the government, and the first order of business is to make sure that American people, federal employees, law enforcement agents, border patrol agents, TSA, air traffic control get their paychecks so we can keep the government functioning, and then we'll get to the ceremonial duty of administering the oath. In the meantime, she can be working for her constituents. She has hired staff. I've noticed they keep doing stunt videos outside of her office, knocking on the door and pretending it's closed. It shouldn't be. She should be in there taking calls from her constituents.
Just out of curiosity, what good does it do to take calls from your constituents if you're not sworn in as a lawmaker and the lawmaking isn't even being called into session? What good does that do, sir? You field the calls from constituents so that you can then represent them in session. Oh, she can still do her job, though. No, she can't. No, she can't. because it's ceremonial. It's literally not ceremonial. It's not. If it was so ceremonial that it didn't matter if she was sworn into session or not, then he would call the House into session, wouldn't he? If it was so inconsequential, he would call it into session because it wouldn't matter one way or the other. But he doesn't call it into session, and he lies about it repeatedly because he doesn't want the Epstein files released. The swearing in is winning the election is winning. Winning the election is winning, but the swearing in is what grants the powers within the body she was elected to. Now, with that being said, I just have to share this part right here, okay? Because this got under my skin. Here's another Mike Johnson interview from earlier today.
Very clear. Let me predict what Senator Kelly's going to say on the show. He's going to give you a long, impassioned speech about health care and how the subsidies are so important.
Who would release the files if the government is closed? Literally, the people who release those files are still being paid by the government. During a government shutdown, some people are still paid to do jobs.
Important to make sure that people don't...
Like, for example, Mike Johnson still gets paid during a government shutdown. Certain people in the government continue to get paid or are expected to do work without getting paid during a government shutdown.
Die and all of this. Let me tell you something. This is not a healthcare fight. This is a very simple funding fight. It always was. They have created a red herring. The subsidies don't expire until the end of the year. We were always planning to have the thoughtful debate and deliberation over that in the month of October and November before the subsidies expired. They know that. They grab.
Okay, then why? You know, I'm just. That's just so interesting. You were always planning to have this conversation. Okay, well, it's happening now. And the conversation is about whether or not people's, healthcare premiums double or triple at the end of this year, right? So, like, if you were always planning to have this conversation, why aren't you having it right now? Why, instead of, like, coming up with bullshit excuse after bullshit excuse after bullshit excuse, are you not instead just being like, oh yes, Democrats, that is a good point. We should extend the subsidies. We should, in fact, go back on our $1 trillion cut of Medicaid. You're so right. Thank you for giving us this chance for a thoughtful debate. And then you extend the subsidies, you reverse the cuts to Medicaid, and then you go on your merry way and the government stays open. But Republicans are so committed to cutting over $1 trillion from Medicaid and so committed to tens of thousands of Americans dying every year because their health insurance becomes completely and utterly unaffordable that they don't care. This is all malarkey. This is all bullshit.
Grabbed that issue from the end of the year and pulled it back into September to try to pretend like that was the issue. It never.
They pulled it back. We wanted to have this conversation in October, and they pulled it into September. And that's really their fault. They wanted the conversation sooner than we wanted the conversation, and that's why we are derelict in our duty, and the entirety of the American government is shut down. That's just how it goes. You want to talk about something a little bit earlier than someone else. And, we want to have this conversation. Oh, we love talking about healthcare. That's why we as Republicans, we haven't come up with a single alternative to Obamacare. We haven't figured out a single one in the last decade. And what if we just didn't have an alternative and cut the healthcare altogether? What if we did that? What if we just let people die? How about that? As a matter of U.S. policy, what if we just let tens of thousands of U.S. citizens die? Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about how that might juice the economy? You didn't even think about the economy's feelings, did you?
It was very clear. Let me predict.
Republicans do want you dead. I mean, that's essentially what Mike Johnson is arguing here. You know, he's saying, oh, this fight isn't about healthcare. And it literally is. It literally is. It isn't because, oh, Democrats were so rude in wanting to have a conversation at the end of September instead of the end of October. Like, that is not the substance of the issue. Like, Republicans want people to die in order to give money that could otherwise be used to keep them alive to their richest donors. Like, that's really what it is at the end of the day. I'm actually genuinely surprised that the Democrats have held out this long. It's almost like they're getting the point. But that's wishful thinking. No, I don't think it is. I think that, like, the last time Chuck Schumer capitulated for nothing, right? He capitulated for nothing, and that was so deeply unpopular, even among, like, elected Democrats, that Nancy Pelosi made fun of Chuck Schumer. Like, Nancy Pelosi made fun of Chuck Schumer capitulating in exchange for nothing. Like, that's a pretty big failure right there. And I think that what is happening right now is that Chuck realizes that he needs to get something, especially with an election coming up, because I don't think he's feeling as safe as he once did. Are Democrats installing a vat-grown spine in Chuck? I mean, I don't even think it's like a vat-grown spine is in Chuck. I think that he's just realizing, like, well, it seems like even the Baileys are participating in the No Kings protests. And also, it seems like all of my colleagues also want me to do something. And, well, these Republicans aren't willing to play ball. So I guess I'll have to get a little bit aroused as a treat.
Letting millions of people die would hurt them too, but the lead poisoning in their brains prevents them from thinking that far ahead.
It's true. That is true, Nathan.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
And I have two additional clips. One is an interview from Morning Joe with Adelita Grijalva. And it's good. It's good stuff. Because I think she actually understands the dynamics at play here.
Issues where they'd had a special situation, the family was in town, but we're not going to call your family in town for this. So what do you think is behind this?
The excuses are very, like, depending on the day, they just keep changing. So one time it was that the race wasn't certified, and then where it's pro forma. And so then it continued to, like, highlight the hypocrisy of your rules keep changing. And so there was a whole freshman class sworn in when the government was shut down. So this idea that Congress is not in session is this speaker making that decision, this speaker changing all of the previously scheduled voting sessions.
Mm-hmm.
So, Congresswoman-elect, what do you suspect then? If there's no good reason, what is the incentive for Speaker Johnson not to have you sworn in?
Well, the timing is the fact that I am the 218th signer to the discharge petition for the Epstein files. That is the only thing that I can point to that differentiates me from the other three people that were just sworn in recently from their specials. And when you talk about those issues and the fact that there is a lack of transparency from this administration, that I think is the only thing that we can all point to that makes me different from any of the others.
And you will be there on the Hill sooner or later, so you will continue to be that 218th vote. So that day is coming. It seems like they're just delaying it. Can I ask you
issues where?
And that is really it. It's just let's delay and delay and delay. We don't want the Epstein files to become a story again for as long as possible, and it's just bullshit. It's just utter bullshit that they are doing this to her, and like Tanya, the president is elected in November and sworn in on January in January by law. Like, that has to happen by law, and also. Just throwing this out there, we're talking about special elections that are not held to the same, like, timing standards as the president's election. It's not, oh, well, she was elected in a special session, so she gets sworn in like 4 months later. Like, no, or even 3 months later, 2 months later. That's not how this is supposed to work. In a special election, they're supposed to be sworn in as soon as possible. The whole point of a special election is to reduce the amount of time that a location in the United States is without representation, because we have a representative form of government. You know, our government functions based on that representation. Or we are asking for the files and we don't care what the House votes on, but the House has the ability to compel the release of those files. We've been asking for the Epstein files the entire time, but the House voting on it necessitates the files be released publicly. That's why it's important. That's why it is that's why, like, it's vitally important that the House be able to vote on this. All right. So that being said, I think we have here maybe just the best 23 seconds you're going to see of, one of the I've had it podcast hosts, Jennifer Welch on CNN, just absolutely killing it.
Under this, every Republican and Democrat should be in D.C. right now working, most of all, Moses Mike Johnson, who is this big Christian. If he's a big Christian, he should be teeing up, fighting for health care, fighting for the marginalized, fighting for the poor. But instead, he weaponizes his faith to lure voters in and then dicks them over every chance he can get.
About
and that's
fighting
what
for
people
healthcare
are
real
so
quick?
sick of.
Can we say a few things about
under this?
It's true. Like, I think one of the things we need to do, and this might seem not sufficient for the current times we live in, but I think like this line of attack, especially among Midwest types, plays really well, which is that we need to start pointing out that these people are bullshit Christians, you know? And like, there's a big difference between like Christians who believe, you know, the teachings of Christ and want to like act out those teachings, and bullshit Christians. There's a big difference between those two. Because Mike Johnson is a bullshit Christian. Like, dude is actively getting up and and saying with his whole chest that he wants to cut $1 trillion. $1 trillion with a T. Trillion dollars from healthcare that helps the poorest and most disadvantaged people in society. He wants tens of thousands of people to die in this country every year, so that he can give money to the richest people in society. This is bullshit Christianity. This is all about like how it appears. Like, yeah, he'll go to church because people are watching. Yeah, he won't watch porn because, you know, his son is watching, which is deeply weird. These people are bullshit artists, and it extends to their religious beliefs. This is like when people were like, oh, look at Donald Trump, he's a Christian. And like he was talking about, you know, 2 Corinthians. I love 2 Corinthians. This is what my favorite book of the Bible, 2 Corinthians. Like, these are bullshit Christians. They adopt the label, they adopt the aesthetics, they perform, you know, in their communities, but they do not actually believe in Christianity. What they believe in is some other thing. Like, I'm sure they believe in something, but it sure as hell isn't Christianity. Corinth is Sardinia's bitch. I'm Uncle Gumbald. That got me. That got me. 2 Corinthians walk into a temple. So, like, all I'm saying is, I think it's a great line of attack because these people, like, it's like when folks like cloak themselves in the American flag to say the most anti-American things imaginable, or when they do the same thing with Christianity. They cloak themselves in Christ while doing the devil's work, and that's essentially what, you know, people like Mike Johnson do, and what a whole lot of other Republicans do as well. Okay. And I'm sure we'll talk about them as we continue this stream tonight. But with that being said, remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hey, we did a segment. How we doing? How we doing, everybody? Hey, you there. You there, boy. What year is it? What day is it? Christmas? Why, I never. It's almost that time to watch Muppet Christmas Carol. Good segment. I agree. I just need to download something real quick and add it to the soundboard so that I don't have to continually do the thing that I have to do to get the sound clip I'm about to play you guys every single time by going into my Discord messages. Click the button. Click the button. Cool. We're just gonna... Boop. There we go. Click the button. Click the like button. Click the subscribe button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Latina Mifune. First of all, great username, and I will do my best. Let's go. Trans, you bet your bootstraps. Whew. I see the number up there. What are we counting up to? At 200, I spin the wheel of only pleasant things. Or the wheel of only things you guys will like. And then you unlock the stretch goal. Your Ascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. And folks, I was just about to say, if you're enjoying the stream tonight, consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, etc. Because folks, you guys make this stream possible. I could not do this stream without your support. You guys are what allow me to do this. This show is essentially fully fan funded, and I love that for us. And yeah, I would take sponsorships from maybe the right company, but you're my favorite sponsors.
I want Spirit Science, please.
Spirit Science, please. Well, Nathan, thank you for the $20 dono. That brings us up to 41. Let's go. Let's see. You're even more badass for getting my name's reference. Hell yeah. Rip the wheel of PP. Yeah, it's only the wheel of things you are going to like. I wish someone would stretch my goals. The stretch goal is good though. I played a clip of it. The stretch goal is for we are, if we hit the stretch goal, we are pausing everything and we are watching the full stage adaptation of Yakuza. The video game Yakuza got a Japanese stage play, and it's just aces. And I found the entire thing on YouTube with subtitles, and I think that's probably peak. That's peak. That's just peak entertainment of some kind. Is it a musical? I have no idea. I have watched approximately 1 minute of it. Okay. It's so good. Let me close some tabs here. Maybe I can bring up the bring it up, because it is just some great shit. The casting is perfect and the performances are perfect, and like, if I didn't know better, I would say like these are just the actors from the game. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-da-da. That's Paul Simon. That's a music video. I think we're almost there. There it is. Found it. Boop. Here is a 1:15 clip from it.
風間てめえは桐生ちゃんやないかい堂島の兄の次は風間か何考えとんじゃ違うんだ親父ちょっと待ったれいやこいつは俺にやらせてくれないか俺は
True peak would be if it was Takarazuka Review. I love my all-lady Japanese theater troupe goodness.
Oh,
Their
shit.
James Bond is a fever dream.
Did they do Dracula? Because those costumes were amazing.
Hi Jack, I'm getting stuff ready for No Kings. I plan on streaming the MLPS No Kings protest and may do some streaming of actions in the future.
Oh hell yeah, Nine-Tailed Witch! Love to see it. Love to see it and hear it. Thank you for the $5 dono, and Lily Love Stuff. Thank you for the $5 dono. They did do the Dracula performance because that was some top tier shit.
このあんちゃんと勝負したかったんや始まっとけ兄の敵はわしの役目じゃんな関係あるかボケてめえ誰に向かって口利きとんじゃこらおやじ俺の組の組長に向かって口利きとるじゃなんか文句あるかあるに決まっとるがうるさいハゲハゲ
桐生ちゃん撃ったら俺が親父殺したるからな
マジま
Watch how they exit this scene. It's so good.
マジまやめろおらカズマおいおいおいあっけなさすぎるで桐生ちゃんよかったぜロッカーから男の晒し手に入れといて逃げろ弓よ100億行け早く待ってよこら
Isn't that they just jump out the window? It's so good. It's so good. I don't know what this is, but it's fire. It's a stage adaptation of the video game Yakuza, one of the greatest like video game series of all time. It's so good. Also, Kiryu is the pure positive masculinity. Dude's great. Dude's just a wonderful dude. It's unique. I don't really know anything about plays, but I'm in West Virginia. Yeah, no, like plays. It's acting for the stage rather than acting for a camera. You know, one of the oldest demonstrations of art. They need to have Majima randomly come out of the crowd for funsies, right? Play this, trust me. All right. Oh yeah. This is Yakuza. Might get the stream demonetized, I don't care. Okay. What's great is that if you just like acted on this as if that's what Yakuza is about, like, you would have no idea. Yakuza is a game about, like, the Japanese Yakuza, right? Like, it's a game about, like, street crime and gangs.
If we're playing music on here, could you play 21st Century Juliet?
No, but thank you for the $5 dono. But that being said, like, it's about, like, you know, life and death. Like, people are out to, like, kill each other. Like, it's about brawling in the streets.
Imagine that dance number followed by the most seriously emotional scene ever in a video game, and you have the Yakuza experience.
Yeah, it's like Yakuza is like, you know, you go out for a fun night with the boys, and then, you know, then one of your boys just gets gunned down in front of you, and you burst into tears because it's one of the most emotionally moving things we've ever seen. Followed up by watching Kiryu go to, like, a brothel and being completely oblivious to the fact that it's a brothel, and just trying to, like, impart to various people, like, wait a minute, you deserve to be respected. How dare they not respect you? And, like, just go on being, like, one of the best little eggs ever. Like, he's so good. Yeah, then you then flirting with a bowling attendee, and, you know, getting way too into carnival games. It's a fever dream of a video game series, but I highly recommend it. I should like do a full play sometime. They have, like, a turn-based strategy now. Like, this video game has turned from, like, a street brawler into, like, a life sim, into, like, a turn-based strategy game, into, like, an RPG. It's Yakuza Forrest Gump. They also have one where one of the guys becomes a pirate for some reason. It's very silly. It's very silly and wonderful. Is it poking fun at Yakuza, or did they sponsor it, or are they pissed? So, one, the Yakuza did not sponsor the video game series Yakuza. Number two, they are not pissed at Yakuza. And number three, one of my favorite pieces of video game journalism ever was a reporter went to Japan and sat down with actual members of the Yakuza and had them play the video game Yakuza to get their opinions on it. And I think it was Boing Boing. God, what was it? Yeah, it was for Yakuza 3.
Don't forget Dead Souls, the zombie apocalypse one.
Indeed, Nathan. Was it this one? Yes! God. Several months ago, I introduced you to Jake Adelstein, the fearless to a fault Jewish-American reporter who spent 12 years as a crime beat reporter in Japan and wrote about it in his book, Tokyo Vice. In Tokyo Vice, we meet Adelstein's arch nemesis, a former Yakuza boss named Tadamasa Goto. We also learn Adelstein he has a hodgepodge of allies in the pervasive Japanese underworld. Turns out he's good enough friends with a few high-ranking gangster bosses that he was able to convince them to conduct an experiment for Boing Boing, to evaluate Yakuza 3, a popular video game about the infamous gangsters created for ordinary citizens. And so it was that Adelstein showed up at a shady real estate office in Tokyo one Thursday afternoon with a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of duty-free whiskey to teach these gangsters how to handle a PlayStation controller. Like, this is one of the... This is, like, genuinely insane, and the entire thing is wild. Just, I mean, some of the experiences here. I asked the Yakuza to compare the game as they play it to their actual life experiences as Yakuza. Here are some highlights. Environment. I've never been to Okinawa, but Kabukicho is dead on. You mean the old Kabukicho? Governor Ishihara has totally ruined the place. It's like a ghost town. K, it's like going back in time. Coma Theater is there, the pig salons, the Pronto coffee shops, the Shinjuku batting center, the love hotels. S, you got your salaryman in there, the delinquent schoolgirl and her sugar daddy, Chinese people, and even those Nigerian touts. But what's with all the fucking gaijin in the area anyway? It used to be just Japanese, Koreans, and Chinese. M, don't say gaijin. Say gaiko-kujin. It's more polite. Jake's a gaijin. S, yeah, I forget sometimes. What's with all the fucking gaiko-kujin in Kabukicho anyway? Like, it's such a fucking great, like, this is amazing. The fact that we get to see this and read this is incredible. K, internationalization. The world's a smaller place. The Nigerians, they marry Japanese chicks. They get a permanent visa. They stay. The cops can't get rid of them because they're good at steering customers into shady places. The young Japanese punks we hire, they give up. They don't browbeat drunks into bringing business into our establishments. They got no backbone. The Nigerians are aggressive. They can make good touts. By the way, Adelstein, usually when we say gaijin, we mean non-Asian foreigners like you and the Nigerians, not the Chinese or the Koreans. Yeah, S. Yeah, Koreans are chosenjin, not gaijin. M. I like the fact that you power up by eating real food. Shio ramen gives you a lot of power. CC lemon, not as much. It all makes sense. The breaded pork cutlet bento box is like mega power. More than ramen. That's accurate. Oh, fuck, it's so good. I recommend folks read this entire thing. I'm going to finish this this interaction, though. K, if they had shabu, crystal meth as a power-up item, that would be realistic. It's a Yakuza game. S, they have sake. M, Kiri is an executive, right? We all know the guys at the top don't drink or do speed. S, yeah, not anymore. M, can you smoke in the game? I forget. That should be a power-up. S, cigarettes and shabu should be in every Yakuza game. Just... Anyway, I'm gonna link this to you guys, because genuinely, you should all... Like, in the ever-changing world of the internet, you should all, like, save this someplace forever, because this is, like, a top 10 video game journalism piece to me. It's so good. Yeah, you gotta have those ciggies and that meth in your Yakuza game as power-ups. You have to read the orphanage part. Do. Let's see. Okay. Here's the last part I'll read. Depiction of the Yakuza. Author's note. A heated discussion takes place as to whether the game is stereotyping the Yakuza, which resolved when Midoriyama points out that the stereotypes about the Yakuza are more or less correct, with the exception of their alleged prowess in martial arts. M. The corporate Yakuza guys get a thumbs up for realism. Nice suit, smart, financially savvy, obsessed with money, sneaky and conniving, ruthless. S. There are a lot of guys whom I feel like I know. The dialogue is right too. They sound like Yakuza. K. Braggarts, bullies, and sweet talkers. I agree. It feels like I know the guys on the screen. M. Kiryu is the way Yakuza used to be. We kept the streets clean, people liked us, we didn't bother ordinary citizens, we respected our bosses. Now, guys like that only exist in video games. S. I don't know any ex-Yakuza running orphanages. K. There was one a few years ago, a good guy. M. You sure it wasn't just a tax shelter? K. Sure it was a tax shelter, but he ran it like a legitimate thing. You know, just... Fuck, it's funny. God. What a fascinating, like, look behind the scenes. Like just so many different, like they talk about the fashion, the fights, the story, like it's great. Gotta love this, right? These guys sound real as hell. Yeah. Sure, he was corrupt, but he was corrupt for good. Yeah. Aniki does excellent historical documentaries on the Yakuza and their impact on politics here on YouTube. I'll check that out, Latino Mifune. Never heard of that channel. I will search it out. Boo. Cool. This looks legit. Based on looks alone, folks should go check out this channel. This looks dope. Congrats on the new studio. Thank you. It's been a hot minute of waiting, but we finally did it. We finally did it. And now I also have my my soundboard back.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
Hell yeah! All right, folks. With that being said, believe it or not, we've actually been going for 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, please do hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, do the things. And folks, also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Do the things. You know the things. Support the stream. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Holy shit, Andrew S. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Holy shit. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Let's go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click button. Greening up the joint. Let's go! Poggies indeed, Sylvia, right? Andrew S. just doing great work over in YouTube chat. And also IRL. Street medicing is no joke. People often don't get that the Yakuza are the KKK of Japan. And I do like that the games actually do engage with that element. Like the fact that like there is like a pretty like there's a lot of racism embedded into Yakuza. As an organization, there's like a direct relationship between the Yakuza and like specifically a lot of Koreans. No more white names. It's true. We've by and large succeeded in eradicating the white name scourge over in Riverboat chat, but the white names continue to proliferate over on YouTube. I mean, multiple Yakuza games have plot lines about secret Koreans. Yeah. This is a thing in Yakuza? Yeah. It's true. Shame on those white names. But also, if you cultivate your little heart membership, it will one day grow into ever more elaborate heart membership icons. Let's see here. Is that like an honorary Aryan sort of thing Yakuza have with Korean and Chinese people? No. Yeah, no. Secret Koreans is like the JQ of Japan. There's a lot of like Japanese nationalism that gets discussed or depicted in the Yakuza games. Like they're pretty like on a very surface level, they are silly, but they engage with a lot of actually heavy topics relevant to like the Japanese public at large. Like and also like the Yakuza as an organization in the real world. Okay. Let's do. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys just kind of a visual show of hands here. The next segment that I'm looking at doing is either the Zohran Mamdani debate, or we can do a little bit of a warm up and look at his performance in a Fox News interview that aired earlier, I believe, either earlier today or yesterday. They're both Zohran segments. Do you want the Fox News interview first, or do you want the debate first? Fox News interview? We can do that first, for sure. The YouTube membership alerts are going on too long. Yeah, for some reason they each go off individually. I'm not sure why, but there we go. Debate, please. Interview, debate, interview. Interview will be quicker. It's true. The interview will be quicker, and I think it is worth seeing. Debate, I need to go to sleep soon. What's the occasion for dressing up all fancy like? The occasion is that we got a new studio. And also it's debate night, baby. Thank you for the $5 Canadian. Worshipper of the Olympians. Do we need a poll? All right. We'll do a poll real quick. /vote. What Zohran do you want first? Interview or debate? There you go. There you go. Get your votes in. You got like 30 seconds. Not gonna lie, I missed the boxes. We'll get more things behind me. It'll be more interesting in the near future. Okay, a lot of people want to see the Fox News interview first. How long is the interview? It's like a 20-minute long interview, so we should be able to get through it pretty fast. But okay, no, by a country mile. All right. Ah. All right, let's do this. You guys are gonna like it either way. Is the poll only on Twitch? No, it's on the Riverboat site chat. If you go to riverboat.gg, you can be in the on-screen chat here. And you can also participate in polls, and, you know, it's also the most effective way to support me. That being said, let's jump into it. You guys are going to like this. Boop. Here we go. So, folks, we got to talk about a man named Zohran Mamdani, or, as he's also called more correctly, Zohran Mamdani. For some reason, everyone all over the place in the media keeps calling him Mamdani. Like, mommy-dommy, and it's really weird, and I hate it. But dude is on the verge of winning New York City's mayoralship, and it's pretty cool. And I wanted to kick off this segment before we get into the Fox News bit with one of his most recent speeches, and I think it's just great stuff.
There is something special in this room tonight. Power. It's the power of hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers united to fundamentally reimagine what is possible in New York City. Now, there are some who oppose that vision. Billionaires have poured millions of dollars into this race because they say that we pose an existential threat. And I am here to admit something. They are right. We are an existential threat to billionaires who think their money can buy our democracy. We are an existential threat to a broken status quo that buries the voices of working people beneath corporations. And we are an existential threat to a New York where a hard day's work isn't enough to earn you a good night's rest. And we are absolutely an existential threat to disgraced politicians like Andrew Cuomo, who diminish public trust, harass women, and are unabashed in their desperation to collaborate with Donald Trump and his donors. This is not a moment for capitulation. We are in a period of political darkness. Donald Trump and his ICE agents are snatching our immigrant neighbors from our city in broad daylight, right before our eyes. His authoritarian administration is waging a scorched earth campaign of retribution against any who dared oppose them, against the courts that dare hold them accountable, and against our trans and queer neighbors for simply daring to be themselves. We believe in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest nation, in the history of the world, that working people deserve a dignified life. We believe that buses should be fast, and we believe that housing is far too expensive. We're going to build hundreds of thousands of affordable homes, take on bad landlords, and freeze the... And we believe that daycare shouldn't cost as much as a year's tuition at City College. That's why we're going to deliver universal... These are not just slogans. These are commitments. We say them not simply to inspire, but because it is what we will deliver. Because for all those who say, our time is coming, my friends, our time is now.
Let's fucking go! Oh, God.
In 1957.
In 1957, the effects of nuclear weapons. We're not. I love you, Kyle Hill. We're not talking about you right now. We're talking about Zohran Mamdani. Another time, Kyle Hill, please. But no, like, dudes, he's the real deal. He is the real deal. Okay. They missed the opportunity to say the rent is too damn high. I think he had I think he nailed it. I think he nailed it. But what we're looking at here is essentially the polling indicates that Andrew Cuomo doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell when it comes to this election. You can get all the other candidates to drop out and he still wouldn't have a snowball's chance in hell. And also, like, Curtis Sliwa isn't going to, like, jump out of the race. So, like, Cuomo isn't going to get those conservative votes that he was hoping for. And really, Cuomo's just there at this point to kind of be there and, like, grift whatever he can out of the campaign. But I think that one of the things we have to really take into account here is that he means it. And he is on the verge of being the mayor of New York City, right? And so let's take a look. I wanted to jump into this interview he did with Fox News. This is maybe one of the most incredible things I've seen in a while. I did watch part of it, pre-watch, whatever. I watched some of it, and I gotta say, this is some of the most impressive, verbal and ideological and rhetorical jujitsu I've seen in a long time, and that's saying something, because I watch a lot of this stuff, to prep for the show, and this is well, he does a phenomenal job. Let's jump in and take a look.
New York, you want to be the mayor of New York City, which, last night I chat GPT'd, where is the capitalist and global finance center of the world? And it said New York City, which made me feel good as someone who loves New York City. Is that a moniker that you're proud of and one that you want to continue for this city?
We should be proud of it, and I will also say that that's one thing you have in common with Andrew Cuomo, because he also uses ChatGPT to answer many questions, including how to actually resolve the housing crisis in this city. And
damn, just right off the bat, number one, subtle jab at the interviewer. Number two, very public jab on Andrew Cuomo. Holy moly. Yeah, I asked, instead of doing any research or anything like that, I asked ChatGPT to do it for me. Teehee.
It's time that we are not only proud of us being the financial capital, the cultural capital, but also we should make it a capital of where working people can afford to live in this city. Because right now what we're seeing is that 1 in 4 New Yorkers are being priced out of the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world.
That's absolutely true. One of the things that's also true is that JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs have moved major operations to Texas. They've not abandoned New York, but they're hedging their bets on New York because of the increased taxes that they see coming if you become mayor. So when they do that, jobs move out of the city as well. So how does that help affordability if people in the city don't have the jobs that they once had here?
Well, I'm looking to make this a city that every person chooses, whether they're a business leader or they're someone who works for that business. And the key ways of doing that are actually delivering quality of life, public safety, and affordability for each and every person. Because what we're seeing right now is we have a broken status quo. We have a corrupt political system, and we have the politicians that sustain that. That's really what's on the ballot, is whether New Yorkers want to continue that or whether they actually want a city they can afford. That's what I'm going to deliver.
So,
I also, just the way he continually redirects to, his campaign is really well done. Really, it takes skill to do that, right? Number one. But number two, he rephrases certain talking points in a way that is going to resonate with a Fox News viewer, which is that, we're ultimately, those companies are going to do what they're going to do, but we're going to work on making this city a place that people want to choose to live in. And they want to choose to live here, and they want to choose to work here, and they want to choose to do business here. And ultimately, if that's not going to change if 1 or 2 businesses take move to Texas. New York City is New York City. Wall Street ain't going anywhere.
Governor Hochul, you would have to get approval from the legislature to raise individual taxes, income taxes, and also corporate taxes in New York, which you've said you would like to do in order to pay for the free buses and the free childcare and the different programs, the government grocery stores and the like. She says no new taxes in her governor's race. So what are you going to do if she won't allow taxes to be raised? How will you pay for these programs?
I've said time and again that I believe these are the most straightforward ways that we can actually fund universal childcare, making buses fast and free. And I've said that the 2 clear ways to do so, raising personal income taxes on the top 1% by 2%, and raising the corporate tax to match that of New Jersey's corporate tax of 11.5%. Now, if there are other ways to raise this money to fund this agenda, the most important thing is that we fund the agenda. I still think that these are the most important and clear ways we can do it. And I'm thankful to have Governor Hochul's support in this race, and the fact that she said we have a shared commitment to delivering universal childcare for New Yorkers across the city and the state.
I think that's great.
Even the way he puts it, it's going to be a 2% increase, and we're just asking people to pay the same amount of money that they would pay in New Jersey. Those are both such good talking points those are both such good talking points for like essentially a Fox News audience that is essentially trying, primed to take the talk about like taxation in a way that is immensely negative. Instead, they hear that and they're like, wait a minute, 2% for the wealthiest people who aren't me? Well, that doesn't sound too bad at all. And also, wait a minute, just want the same like corporate business taxes as New Jersey pays? Wait a minute, if New Jersey can do it, surely New York City can do it too. Like that's crazy. Like it makes it sound so much more mundane and so much more achievable when he puts it into these terms.
Right. I think everybody would love to have free health care and free buses and all these things. But the question is, how do you pay for it? The city's already in debt. The governor says no to new taxes. Like Margaret Thatcher said, socialism's great until you run out of everyone else's money, other people's money.
Well, what Andrew Cuomo said is that if he had $959 million, he'd give it to Elon Musk in tax credits, because that's exactly what he did. And I bring that up to you to say that it's often a question of whether you have the willingness to spend that money to benefit working class people, not where that money is in the first place.
So what would you cut? What would you draw from to do it?
I don't think we have to cut. I've spoken about raising taxes on the wealthiest. And frankly, this is an issue that we have here in New York City, and frankly, even across this country. When I've spoken to Trump voters right here in New York City, Hillside Avenue in Queens, Fordham Road in the Bronx, they've told me it was cost of living that drove them to vote for Donald Trump. They've told me it was a promise of a lower actual, whether it be cheaper groceries, whether it be childcare, whether it be rent.
Right.
And what we're seeing time and time again.
Why quote Thatcher? Well, because it's Fox News.
Is we're more focused on the question of billionaires and the most profitable corporations than we are on people who can't even afford to make ends meet in this city.
Well, we know affordability.
Like he's just so fucking good at this. I'm not in the business of trashing other lefty streamers, but I have seen some saying he isn't good enough on some messaging. And I gotta say, if you're gonna purity test this guy out of potential office, you're never gonna get anyone good enough for you to run for anything ever. I mean, yeah, this guy is basically about as good as you, about as close to like peak progressive socialist politician as you're gonna get. Like this is this is like the standard. This is like the gold standard of lefty, like effective lefty politicians. Like I don't know. Like if you want to become the pure candidate, by all means, become that candidate. But like, otherwise, like shut the fuck up and do the best you can with what you got. Like there's no use sitting on a desert island, like stranded with no food and being like, I'm not going to eat this fish because I'd really like pizza. You use what you got in order to survive and move forward to a better future. How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to do that?
Is an issue. And I think that all politicians are getting to an understanding of that. And I think that you've done a lot, actually, to bring people's attention to that issue. Let's take.
Also, keep in mind, like, this is Fox News. And there is definitely some elements of this where they're trying to, like, get him and they're trying to make him look bad. But understand, like, Fox is aware of where the polling is. I wanted to share this with you guys. And this is a poll from Fox that dropped earlier today, right? Zohran Mamdani has broken 52% of support in New York City's mayoral race. Do you guys have any idea how insane that is? Do you guys have any idea how insane it is? He has over 50% support in New York City. That's wild. That's like almost unheard of. And like Andrew Cuomo's polling at like 28%. That he's 24 points over Andrew Cuomo. Right? So Fox News is aware of this. Fox News is aware of this. They understand how well he's doing. And this interview is, to kind of put it bluntly, this is them interviewing someone they know is going to be the next mayor. And so while this is a hostile interview, it's not nearly as hostile as if they thought they could actually smear him and like tank his campaign, right? So you're going to see some elements of this where they're like, ooh, woo, you have done a lot to like push affordability as a talking point. Ooh, woo. You know, like there's some elements here where they are trying to extend an olive branch so he's willing to come back, right? So it's a balanced interview. I wouldn't say that. I would say it's still very much a hostile interview, but there are going to be things that, you know, you might not usually expect to see in a hostile interview here.
Take a look at the free buses issue just for a moment, because I know you said that the pilot project that you
like now it's less going to be about smearing him and it's going to be more about trying to smear his policies. Does that make sense? Like there's a shift that has happened here, because like they're sitting across, they have one of their reporters sitting across the table from like a Muslim socialist, and like they aren't touching those aspects really. It's more about the policies now, and that's because they know he's going to be mayor.
Did was one of the biggest accomplishments of being an assemblyman. The Washington Post said this in an editorial about this. Quality inevitably declines when a service is offered for free. Vagrants and drug addicts would camp out all day on New York's buses, especially in the winter. Parents would go afraid to let their children ride alone. Wealthier residents would find another way to get around, but poor New Yorkers who depend on the bus would suffer the most.
You know, it's crazy. It is insane to me to quote this as if it's like an authoritative source. They're like, oh, well, the Washington Post published this. And yeah, the opinion section published this. This is just some guy writing about what they think might happen, about what they're worried about happening if buses are free. And it's just like, okay, why do we give that any credence? Why don't we look at what actually happens when we make you know, the New York City buses free? Because we actually have test cases of doing just that. And also, like, I'm sorry, if you're rich and wealthy enough or like powerful enough to get an opinion piece in the Washington Post, you ain't riding the bus, motherfucker. Like you aren't riding like the New York City bus. What is your concern here? Get the fuck out.
What do you say to that? Do you agree with that?
Well, I would say that they should actually look at the report of the 5 free buses we delivered across New York City. We didn't see an increase in homelessness. We did see an increase in New Yorkers riding the bus. We did see a decrease in assaults on bus drivers by 38.9%. And we also saw a decrease in...
Because, by the way, who enforces people, who forces people to pay to use the bus? It's the bus driver. And so if the bus is just free for anyone to use, there's literally no reason to assault the bus driver. There's no enforcement mechanism incumbent upon the bus driver to deny people rides on the bus or for them to try and enforce fares. And like, it literally makes it safer for the bus driver. It makes it safer for the other passengers. More people are using the bus, so again, there are more bystanders around to interfere if somebody is up to no good. Like, it's just an unambiguously good thing to have buses in wider use.
New Yorkers who are having to take a cab or take their own car, they were actually getting on the bus. More than 10% of new riders were doing so. That's why we care so deeply about this, because of the fact that it can actually deliver economic, public safety, and even congestion relief to New Yorkers who are looking to take these buses.
I know that you're turning 34 on Saturday, and I want to talk about your qualifications. You know, some...
Hell yeah, Vox Syndicate. I didn't know you were a bus driver, but as a bus driver, I would love to see free rides. Excellent.
Say you have never run a business in your life. So I'm curious, and President Trump said that you never worked a day in your life. You worked as an assemblyman, and you've had other positions in the government. But what qualifies you from your life experience to run the largest city in the country?
You know, I want to take this moment because you spoke about President Trump.
What qualifies you to run one of the world's largest cities? And it's like, what qualifies What qualifies Andrew Cuomo to do anything in his life? Dude was just born to a political like figure. That was his lone qualification, and he had an entire political career. What qualifies Donald Trump to be president of an entire country? Literally nothing. Dude's legacy is like failed steak companies and airlines and like failed business venture on top of failed business venture and like one hit reality TV show. What qualifies him to be president of the United States? Literally not a single goddamn thing. And yet he's their poster boy for like a great politician over on Fox News. So like I don't know, asking Zohran Mamdani, "Oh, what qualifies you?" when like his entire like life has been dedicated to like public service is insane.
And he may be watching right now, and I just want to speak directly to the president, which is that I will not be a mayor like Mayor Adams who will call you to figure out how to stay out of jail. I won't be a disgraced governor like...
Also, can we just like take a moment to be like, he was asked what qualifies him to be mayor of New York City, and instead he's like, I'm going to talk to President Trump now, and just looks directly into the camera to tell Trump he's not going to be a pushover, which is an excellent way to answer that question, right? This is perfect. Instead of engaging with kind of the bullshit framing of the question, just like straight up demonstrating, this is what qualifies me. And what qualifies me is that I'm not a bitch. You know, like that's a pretty good answer. That's a pretty good answer in politics.
Andrew Cuomo, who will call you to ask how to win this election. I can do those things on my own. I will, however, be a mayor who is ready to speak at any time to lower the cost of living. That's the way that I am going to lead this city. That's the partnership I want to build, not only with Washington, D.C., but anyone across this country. I think it's important because too often the focus on the needs of working class Americans, working class New Yorkers are put to the side as we talk more and more about the very kinds of corrupt politicians like Andrew Cuomo that delivered us into this kind of crisis.
So the question I asked you was what specifically in your background gives you the confidence that you can run a $115 billion budget and run this city specifically from your personal experience and your background?
I've been a state assembly member here in New York City. I've represented 130,000 people in Queens. And in the time that I've done so, I've not only delivered more than $100 million in increased bus and subway service, I've also secured $500 million in debt relief for working class taxi drivers. President Trump knows this. New Yorkers know this across the 5 boroughs. Taxis, as we're looking at them right here, are such a part of what we love about this city. And yet those same drivers were sold a lie about a ticket to the middle class if they bought a medallion. I stood with those drivers. I organized with those drivers. I went on a 15-day hunger strike with those drivers. And we secured $500 million in debt relief that allows those drivers to do more than just think about struggle.
How many employees would you be overseeing in the New York City government?
More than 300,000.
That's a lot of people.
Just you know, notice she asks kind of like a, like, it seems almost like a throwaway question, but he already, like, he has the answer to it. You know, he came into this interview very much prepared for whatever they could throw at him, and it shows. And, like, that competence and that show of strength is going to, like, I mean, it does him a lot of favors, especially to this type of hostile audience. And it's just really impressive.
Thank you for answering the question. I know that you want to stimulate small business in the city, and we all walk around the city that we love, and we see a lot of empty storefronts. So give me your plan on how you would do that.
You know, I've spoken to a lot of New Yorkers for whom their aspiration, their dream is in that small business. And I've told them that we are going to make it easier to not only open it, but keep it open. We're going to cut fines and fees by 50%, because as you said, we have a city government that has a $116 billion budget. It's not funded by charging a restaurant $25 a year for the right to sell a frozen dessert. We're going to streamline the regulations and rules that these small businesses have to adhere to. Because today, if you want to open up a barbershop, you have to fill out 24 forms, go to 7 agencies, 12 in-person activities. And furthermore, we're going to have a mom and pop czar, someone that'll help these businesses navigate through this. Because while we are holding these kinds of businesses to these kinds of rules, we're letting the most profitable corporations walk all over us here in New York City. And it's part of the problem where so many New Yorkers look around at the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world and asking themselves, there's all this money, why can't I afford $2.99 90 cents to even ride the bus.
So let me just quick question on that, and I want to get to public safety because it's obviously another big issue for New Yorkers. So a lot of individuals in this city pay more than 50% of their income in taxes. When you talk about a fair share, how much more than what is the fair share? What's the number?
I've said that we should increase personal income taxes by 2%.
Is fair?
And my point is this:
give up more than half of your income. That's
if you're making $1 million in New York City or more than that, you can afford to pay 2% more. And the reasons.
Yeah, like I'm sorry, no one listens to this and is like, 2% more. That's gonna break the bank. Think of those poor millionaires. If they had to pay 2% more, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. You're a millionaire. You have to pay $2,000 extra. Oh no, you won't be able to afford the tissues you need because you're going to be crying so much. Like that doesn't. I'm sorry. No one thinks that. No one is going to move because they have to pay $2,000 more. Like, and that's not even touching the fact that that's not how like marginal tax rates work. But like, whatever. Yeah, I have to pay 2% more on every dollar over $1 million. No, I'll have to pay 2 cents out of every dollar I make after $1 million. That's not fair. Like, that's insane. You aren't willing to give up 2 cents out of every dollar you make after $1 million? That's insane. Also, thank you for the $5 Canadian. Appreciate it, worshiper.
You can afford to do so is because that money will be used to better your quality of life as well. Yeah. Because when I speak to the wealthiest New Yorkers, I hear concerns about the cleanliness of the city, the quality of life in the city, questions of public safety. This money is the money that will be used to deliver on those things so that we can ensure that we have a return on investment for all of the money that we are raising and spending right here across the 5 boroughs.
Well, and this is the important thing, right? Because you want a nice city. You want a clean city. You want a city where people like are able to walk down the street at night in safety. You want a city where people aren't like posting up and doing drugs on the street. You want a city where people aren't like forced out onto into like tent encampments in order to like survive the night. You want a city where all of that functions, and that doesn't happen. You have to pay for it. Like that's the thing. Like a lot of rich people don't get is that your tax dollars actually do go to making the city function and making things work in the city. Like if like it is something where you're not willing to pay for that, you're not gonna get it. It takes money to house the homeless. It takes money to like address crime. It takes money to make sure people can like get to and from places safely. But it is also the least effective use of money. And this is just setting aside the humanitarian concerns, right? The basic human decency concerns. It takes money to incarcerate people. So if you're using, for example, the prison industrial complex as essentially a stand-in for mental health treatment, what you're essentially doing is massively ballooning the amount of money it takes in order to get people treatment, when really all you had to do in the first place was have like a social worker to connect people with social services that are properly funded, right? Like if you want people to have mental health treatment, you have to fund the mental health services. If you want people to have not be on the street and desperate, then you got to fund the housing. If you want people to be like safe, you got to address those underlying issues, because that's what drives crime. It's what drives people to doing desperate things to stay alive or to stay afloat. Like that's what's required. And a lot of rich people are like, no, I would rather die than pay 2 cents out of every dollar I make over $1 million. And that's just insane. Like, oh, you're a rich millionaire with a small business with employees. Well, guess what your employees need? Your employees need places to stay. Your employees need affordable food. Your employees need to be able to get to work cheaply and effectively. And guess what? Paying 2 cents out of every dollar you make over $1 million can help make that happen. It's a necessary expense. And like, a lot of rich people just don't understand that the systems that helped them get rich need to be funded. And like, you want your workers to come to work safely and effectively and happily, then you gotta pay for that shit, bucko. And like, the idea like, oh, these people will just move. No, they won't. No, they won't. If you're actually a rich person, you don't move out of New York City. Like, I'm sorry. Like, people claim like, oh yeah, a bunch of people move. It's like, no, a normal amount of rich people moved out of New York City in any of these given years, right? New York, like, rich New Yorkers aren't concerned about a 2% marginal tax increase on their wealth. They're just not. But they don't want to pay that. And more than that, like, the true cost to having these austerity policies pushed by Republicans is that workers move out of the city. Workers disproportionately move out of New York City, not because of the taxes, but because the cost of living there is becoming unaffordable for anyone but the wealthy. And when workers start moving out of the city, then suddenly the services rich people can access dry up. By taxing the wealthiest people who live in New York City, you are saving the working class of the city. You are retaining them. And at a certain point, you have to ask, are you worried more about flattering the interests of the wealthy, or are you worried more about having a functional city? Because every city relies on the working class.
Oh, Zohran, butter them up with those 2% marginal tax rates.
I don't know how to respond to that. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Whoa!
I want to talk to you about
Zohran,
public safety.
Butter them up with those 2% marginal tax rates.
I don't know why there's a delay between the two different screens, but you know, whatever, it's fine. We got the message twice.
And your relationship with police. So just in terms of public safety, I want to go to an example first, because I hear from people that they don't feel safe walking home at night. There's drug addicts on the street, you know, right around the corner here.
Then you gotta fund mental health programs. You gotta fund rehab programs, and instead of just like handing off like rehab work to private companies that are just there to suckle off the government teat, you gotta actually like invest in science-driven rehab and like the solution, like the underlying solutions to their problems. Like, why did they start using drugs? Was it because they were homeless? Was it because of other factors in their lives? You got to address those factors. And then all the other factors become easier to address.
Walk around the corner and see people shooting up. A lot of garbage on the streets right now. The subway.
Oh, you want garbage picked up off the street? Guess what? You got to pay someone to do that. Like that type. Oh, like you can just institute like, oh yeah, a 0.5% marginal tax rate on everyone who makes over $1 million.
Is something.
And that's gonna like get the streets clean. You know, like genuinely, that would actually generate enough wealth to make the streets of New York City clean. That's crazy, but true. You got to pay for it.
That people are really concerned about. Last week, 64-year-old Nicola Tanzi, who was a church leader, a pillar in his community, was brutally beaten to death. I tried to watch this video in preparation. It's very hard to watch. In a subway station in Brooklyn, 25-year-old David Mazarregos had a 20-inch sword. He's the suspect in this case. He was out. They lowered his bail so that he could get out. He was already waiting a trial for attacking someone in Chelsea. 33 past arrests. You were in favor of bail reform. Does that make you want to change your mind or think twice about reversing that?
Okay, just real quick, because a lot of people just seem to think that like cashless bail programs mean that you can just do a crime and like then there's nothing the judge can do. Um, cashless bail just means that the judge makes a determination about whether or not you are a threat to public safety.
The
That's
biggest
it.
factor with grocery prices is cost and preparation. It's one of the reasons why this stream is sponsored by Factor.
No, but I will tell you that Factor has offered me a lot of money to do sponsorships, but I'm not sure. I don't think their food is very good, so I haven't accepted it. But thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Also, just want to say, like, bail reform, the judge determines whether or not you're a threat to the community. And if you're not considered a threat to the community, then they release you, because the number one thing is like you need to present some kind of persistent threat. And maybe in this case the judge made a mistake, but that's always the case, and it's better to let someone go free than it is to just keep them incarcerated for no reason. Like if the bail money, this person posting bail and getting out would still have done the same crime. Like, does that make sense? Like, if you're just putting arbitrary amounts of money on it to like prevent them from getting out, then just say, instead of just saying, oh yeah, you have to pay $1 million to get out of prison, just say no. Like, just say no, we're gonna hold you until your trial. That's what it seems like, right? Like, you need to demonstrate that a person is a threat to the community, and if you can, then they should be held until trial, and if you can't, then they shouldn't be held for bullshit money reasons. Obviously, they took the money they saved to buy the sword. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, right. But no, like, the real issue here, if somebody's hacking someone to death up with a sword, clearly there's like a mental health issue going on. And the solution there is that like this person should be getting mental health help. This person should be connected with mental health services. This person should be like getting medication that they need. And the issue is that medication costs money in the United States. Going to therapy costs money in the United States. Like, there are financial barriers to getting the help that he would need.
If it's good enough for advice at the FBI, it's good enough for the justice system. No, cash, bail.
Why haven't I been making more cash puns? On my part, and I should do better by all of you. I apologize. And you can take that to the bank and cash it. Nailed it. Let's go.
This is a horrific incident, and it's the same video that I saw. And it's one that horrifies New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and it's completely unacceptable. And what it makes me think about is the necessity of providing public safety in our New York City subway system and across the 5 boroughs. And also, how do we end the revolving door? Because when you look further into the case of whether this individual or so many individuals, especially those suffering from mental health issues, what we find is so often the only mental health system that we have that's functioning in the city is Rikers Island. 40% of the incarcerated population there are suffering from serious mental illness.
Why was he on the street is the question.
She talks over him there, but like 40% of the incarcerated individuals on Rikers Island are suffering from major mental health issues. And part of the reason this is a big deal is because if you address the mental health issues, you can prevent a lot of them from going to prison in the first place. Because the reason they go to prison is because they have mental health breakdowns. They make decisions they wouldn't usually if they were in of sound mind. And like, she talks over him there, but that's like so important because it costs tens of thousands of dollars every year. I think it's something like $40 or $50, maybe even $60,000 per year to incarcerate one person. $60,000 per person in incarceration on average. And like even setting aside like the human costs and like the moral costs to society of like keeping people imprisoned like animals. The money side of this should move you. Like, it costs so much more money to incarcerate and torture these people rather than just getting them the initial intervention and health services that they needed. These are the things that we can do to proactively improve society before there is a material failure. And like that's really, really, really important to recognize.
Why was he on the street?
Because we have a broken system.
They lowered his bail. He had a bail he couldn't pay. Then they lowered the bail, and then he could pay it. This is, imagine if you're this.
Oh, so it's not even a cashless bail system. They're just mad at a judge who lowered someone's bail cost? That's insane.
I wonder if you get connected to the FBI if you call 877 cash now.
Oh, maybe so, Andrew S. Maybe so. Thank you for the $5 dono.
Family. I mean, and they look at 33 prior arrests, and why? Why was this man on the street? What would stop him in your administration from being on the street?
Because what we would do is actually address the systemic problems that would ensure that someone who goes through the system this many times is actually, his issues are addressed, the services are provided. Right now, all we have is going in and out, especially when it comes to mental health. I'll give you an example.
Where would he be?
True. That is a great point, right? If we truly as a society believe in the concept of innocent until proven guilty, then imprisoning someone prior to their their conviction is pretty monstrous. And you need to demonstrate a good reason to hold someone until their trial. Seems pretty straightforward, yes?
In your world, where would he be? In a mental institution?
He would actually be getting services from the first time that he was arrested, as opposed to having to go through them 33 times. If you look at the New York Times, they did an investigation on 1,000 different incidents of violent crime in the city tied to mental health episodes.
Yeah.
They found that so many of those same New Yorkers were failed by the interactions they had with the city when they went for help for mental health assistance. And that failure is a blight, it is a stain on our city, and it's a failure that I'm looking to fix by actually transforming this with the only comprehensive plan for public safety of any of the candidates. Because what we are going to do is put out a plan and a proposal that we have shared with New Yorkers to create the Department of Community Safety that would bring together all of these pre-existing silos that address mental health crisis, that address homelessness into one department, provide it with the funding necessary, and actually address this crisis.
Where do these people go, though?
I love that. Like he just absolutely kills it to such a degree that she's like, well, I agree with that. And then he goes on to be like, well, yeah, and we're also going to address X, Y, and Z. I'm the only person with a plan to do any of that. And she's like, well, what about where would these people go though? If we didn't put them in prison, where would they go?
My question, are you going to put them in a mental institution so they can be taken care of? Or are you...
Again, like the only concept conservatives can like seemingly come up with is, well, obviously someone who has mental health problems needs to be put in a prison of some kind. And like, that's insane. There's a good, like, I do encourage folks, by the way, to go check out the segment that I did on Zohran Mamdani's, it's oh god, what was it called? He has a campaign series where he goes over different historical figures from New York City in different locations and talks about them. And one of them is about Nellie Bly, who did a bunch of reporting on the inside of mental asylums, right? And was instrumental in getting essentially some of the first mental health reforms in the United States. And so like, it's pretty bizarre to just be like, what if we just put them in a different kind of prison though? Have you considered that? Until it's done. Thank you, Nathan Nielsen.
You're going to leave them at home on medication? What's the plan?
There's a plan right now that allows for involuntary confinement, which I think should be a last resort because
Where would they go? Is she 14? I don't remember who said it, but someone on Blue Sky was talking about how we currently live in the age of course, you're 12 as a concept, where like a lot of our major political figures just say random bullshit, and it's like, why would you say that? Oh, of course, you're 12. Like the concepts that are being thrown around now are like what a 12-year-old would think is cool, or what a 12-year-old might think is effective.
The fact that when you look at the actual results, this is something that so often doesn't actually have what has been spoken about. But what we have today that actually works for New Yorkers with serious mental illness, there are things like Fountain House. This is a clubhouse model, peer-led rehabilitative treatment for New Yorkers with serious mental illness. It costs $4,000 to have someone in Fountain House for a year. That's the cost of being on Rikers for 3 days. And what we see, however, is that those services...
Can we just, like, recognize she literally jaw drops here. Like, you can...
They increase employment by 50%. They reduce hospitalization by up to 45%. Services, they increase...
Like, just, you can actually see the moment here.
For 3 days. And what we see, however, is that those services, they increase employment by 50%, they reduce hospitalization by up to 45%, and they actually reduce the cost of healthcare as well for those same New Yorkers. This is
4,000 versus 60,000. And it's like, okay, well, my plan is more humane and doesn't involve roping people into cages, and also costs like 1%, less than 1% of what your solution costs.
What we're looking at. This is why we say that Rikers is broken. The system is broken.
You can just see people who are suffering up and down 8th Avenue, just as one example. And I hope we'll have a chance to talk more about that next time. But I don't want you to leave without me asking you about your relationship with the police, because obviously this is a big issue. You said in the past, I almost don't need to go through it, it's been said many times, but that you called the police force racist.
Exactly, Archangel. The era of I'm 14 and this is deep.
Conservatism rots people's brains so hard it undermines their critical thinking skills to the point they have trouble comprehending hypothetical. We need to help these people.
It's true. Well, part of it is also just there's an unwillingness here, and I don't think like conservatives are dumb. There's an unwillingness to engage with the hypothetical because they know that the hypothetical will disprove their point. And they're like, people on Fox News especially are paid to have a certain political bent. You know, you don't make it to be a host of a Fox News show without understanding how your bread is buttered. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. And thank you for helping to invent the internet.
Said they were a major threat to public safety, called them wicked and corrupt. And now the report that you apologized to 24 members of the NYPD. What did you say to them?
I apologized for the language that I used, and I spoke to them about the fact that I want to work with them to deliver public safety. Because what we're seeing in the city right now is we're asking officers to do nearly everything we can think of. We used to ask officers to focus on serious crimes. Now we're asking them to focus also on the mental health crisis, to focus also on homelessness.
No, we want the expensive, inefficient treatment when we have a solution.
Well, we could... I can't help but notice that you've broken your leg. Have you considered if we welded it together with gold? Wouldn't you like a golden leg? We could do that, you know. You know, there's a technique in Japanese pottery that involves breaking it and then filling the gaps with gold, thereby making it anew in a more fanciful form. What if we did that to your broken leg? Sure, it would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars more, but... you would have pain for the rest of your life, and it wouldn't function properly, and gold is famously known to be very malleable and not very effective at supporting various structures, but it would be very cool, though. You would never stand for a surgeon who like suggests that to you. You shouldn't stand for like policymakers who try and convince you that you need a $60,000 solution when a $4,000 solution would do. This is a good bit. I'm glad you enjoyed me stumbling over myself.
In 1 year alone, the NYPD receives 200,000 mental health calls. In 1 year.
Yeah, and you know what they told me? That 1 out of 3 of those, the person has, they're very, very dangerous interactions. You're going to send a social worker in there?
Well, part of it is making it so that people can call a special number or get redirected by with a 911 call to, people who understand how to deal with mental health crises. And like you can say like, well, right now it's 1 in every 3 calls is for like a very dangerous situation, but part of the reason that is because people are reticent to call cops because they know if they call cops on someone who's having a mental health crisis, there's a non-0% chance that the cops are going to kill that person or like incarcerate that person. And like that seems kind of like not a solution that many people want for loved ones who are, having mental health breakdowns. So I'm just saying maybe people would be more willing to call for some kind of intervention if armed cops aren't showing
China
up to
invented
kill
bone
their
glue
loved
for
one.
pennies on the dollar. Our own hype brings us down. Sometimes we should always continue to improve.
It's true. Self-improvement is very, very important, both on a personal level and when it comes to politics and policies. Thank you for the $5, Nathan Nielsen.
Mayor Zohran 0.02 seconds after he correctly reduces the bloated NYPD budget.
What is this?
Daddy, is it really you?
Yes, my dear. I guarantee it. Would I lie?
Daddy. Oh, no, Bespin, don't bet. Ah! No. No.
Fool you.
God. Also, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Always love a good Spaceballs reference.
You can always have a police officer actually come to address that. But look, you're saying 1 out of 3. 2 out of 3 times. If you don't need the police and you're sending them to do that, then why aren't you sending them to respond to shootings and murders? 5-6 years ago, the response time for officers was closer to 10 minutes. Now it's closer to 16 minutes. New Yorkers deserve a police department that is asked to do the things that it can possibly do, not one that covers the failures of every break in the social safety net.
And I gotta say, I remember several years ago when people talking about like defund the police, in the George Floyd protests and stuff. One of the big criticisms was like, oh, well, defund the police isn't a very good like policy position or slogan because people think they'll be less safe. And it's like, yeah, but like the people who are chanting defund the police aren't, politicians. As a political figure, it's your job to try and figure out a way to make that happen in a popular and sensible way, right? And Zohran Mamdani's figured it out. Like, the solution here is, in fact, just acknowledging that cops shouldn't be tasked with responding to mental health calls. There are a wide variety of things cops should not be asked to do. They shouldn't be asked to play social worker. They shouldn't be asked to, like, be the people helping, the homeless youth on the streets. They have very specific jobs, and their jobs are to respond to crime, right? And to stop crime that is ongoing. And one of the ways you can take jobs off the table, or not jobs off the table, but like one of the ways you can like reduce the workload, that's what I was going for, on cops, so that they just focus on what they're supposed to actually do, which is solve crimes and prevent crimes, is by saying, okay, cops, you aren't handling mental health care calls anymore. Okay, cops, you aren't like going to be this person's social worker, because that's a social worker's job.
We can't choke out suspects anymore. He must support defund the police.
I guarantee you there is some degree of that kind of sentiment among the NYPD. Like that there's like a probably, 40% of the NYPD who feel that way. Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And let's go.
Police officers that I spoke to, they don't want a behind closed doors apology. They want a broad public apology for the things that you suggested about them. Will you do that right now?
Absolutely. I'll apologize to police officers right here, because this is the apology that I've been sharing with many rank and file officers. And I apologize because of the fact that I'm looking to work with these officers, and I know that these officers, these men and women who serve in the NYPD, they put their lives on the line every single day. And I will be a mayor that
What changed your mind about it?
Also, when I said earlier that this is an interview with him, not as a candidate, but as a mayor, right? They're like, oh, well, would you apologize to them? And he goes, absolutely. He's apologizing because he's going to be the mayor of the city. He's going to be working with these organizations, and he needs them at least willing to like hear him out. And so I think that this is actually like, it might come across as too pragmatic for some folks, but like, understand he's essentially already won this race, and he is, trying to create an environment where these people are willing to work with him, right? Online leftists enraged that he didn't start singing NWA's F the Police after getting that question. I mean, honestly, yeah. Like, but the issue is he needs these people to come to the table and work with him on establishing these internal systems, because in order to reform the NYPD, or in order to, like, in another sense, defund the police, you need to change how that system functions. And you can't do that if they're not willing to, like, come to the table. Sorry, all not 5 crooked NYPD officers. Yeah, exactly. And also there is a difference between what you can say as an elected official and what you can say as a citizen, or even as like a potential, as like a candidate, what is going to be useful for you to articulate is going to change based on your position relative to politics, and like, it doesn't really do you guys any good if I just come on stream and I say defund the police, but I don't elaborate on that, right? And it doesn't really do him any good as mayor of New York City if he's just saying defund the police and fuck the cops, and like, we don't even need them to come to the table. His rhetoric matters when it comes to getting things done as a leader versus how it mattered when he was just like a state assemblyman. There's a difference, or even as a candidate for state assembly.
I moved to the city when I was 7 years old. Yeah. I grew up here. And 2 of the things that I thought often about was safety and justice. And growing up here, learning about the case of the exonerated 5, learning about Sean Bell, learning about Eric Garner, learning about Michael Brown. And then in 2020, the year where all of these tweets are referring to, it was the year when George Floyd was killed. And it felt like safety and justice had never been further apart. And it was actually Eric Adams in 2021 who said that New Yorkers need not choose between these 2 things.
Mm-hmm. I do wonder about the whole, they put their lives on the line everyday line. They don't even break top 10 most dangerous professions. Sometimes dangerous.
It's true. Like, I think ideally, like, the concept of cops is that they would be the ones putting their lives on the line, but in reality, like, basically all of their training is don't do that. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake. Very much appreciated.
And so one of my focuses was, how do we deliver that justice? And now what I know, having represented 100,000 people in Western Queens, is that to deliver that justice, you have to also deliver that safety. And that means representing the men and women in the NYPD. It means representing the black and brown New Yorkers who've been victims of police brutality. It means representing the Muslim New Yorkers in my district who were surveilled on the basis of their faith.
68% of independent voters
Never
want
sell
more.
short the importance of self-care. I just got back from a dying fetus show.
I don't know what that means, but thank you for the $6.66 super chat, Jew Pitter Quake. I have a hard time saying your username. should I say it quicker? Because I feel the need, like, Jupe Pitterquick. Or do you like the fact that I, like, have a space between the first and last part of your username? I have so many questions. Dying Fetus is a grindcore band? Well, I understand it's Jupiter Quake, but I'm wondering, Jack wanted to say poop. I did want to say poop, because I'm 5. No, I understand that the name is Jupiter Quake. I understand that, but, like, there's two, the first name Jupe, last name Pitterquake, and it's hard to enunciate both of those. You guys giving me a hard time.
Or police officers on the street. And Cuomo, tomorrow night in that debate, he's going to say, I'm going to bring 5,000 more police officers to the street. Will you match that and agree with him on that?
I don't look to Andrew Cuomo for leadership. And
well, will you put...
Damn, good job. That's a great answer.
5,000 more cops on the street.
I've been very clear. I want to keep the number.
Republicans talk a lot about law and order, and it's very good slogan. I've put a lot of thought into it, and I think our counter should be truth and justice.
Honestly, like, I feel like we don't need to counter it because, like, Republicans talk a lot about law and order. Not a single goddamn one of their elected officials believes in law and order. You know, they've turned law and order into, like, a dog whistle, you know, phrase, and it's just like, you know, Donald Trump ran as the law and order candidate. He's violating the Constitution on a near daily basis.
Of officers that we have, and I want to make it easier for those officers to do their job. And what that means is that we allow officers to focus on serious crimes, and for all of the focus on the head count, we should focus on the retention crisis. When I started running for mayor, 200 officers were leaving the department every month. Now it's 350. And a lot of them are leaving because there's simply no way they can do their job in what's being asked of them. And to your point, however, Andrew Cuomo is going to say a lot of things tomorrow night on the debate.
I bet they haven't even watched one of the 50-plus seasons of it either.
Yeah, name your... you love Law and Order? Name your favorite plot line. Name your top 5 favorite plot lines. And none of that SVU shit. None of that mainstream shit. I'm talking OG Law and Order.
Stage. And frankly, I wish it was more like NASCAR, so New Yorkers could see the billionaires that were sponsoring him right on his suit jacket. Because this is a man who had 10 years. And I know now that it's politically convenient, he watches Fox News as well. So I'll just speak to him directly. Andrew.
Did you really work on SVU this one? That's cool. That's cool as hell.
You had your chance to lead this state. You took that time to sell out working class New Yorkers to your billionaire donors. And instead of actually meeting the needs of people who couldn't afford to live in this city, you gave $959 million in tax breaks to Elon Musk. And now you want us to believe that we can't spend less money than that to make every bus fast and free in the same city.
All right.
God, I love the direct address to specific people. What a wonderful way to use this platform. Get fucked, Andrew Cuomo.
I'm squeezing two very quick ones here, Absolutely. If you can answer them quickly. Commissioner Tisch, you have suggested that you want her to stay. Have you asked her to stay? And has she said yes? Because I think that is one issue that would go a long way towards police retention.
I've said that I appreciate Commissioner Tisch's record of uprooting corruption in the upper echelons of the NYPD. Yep. I've appreciated her presiding over drops in crime across the city, and I continue to actively...
I second the requirement that all politicians have the logos of their donors with scaling size relative to amounts on their clothes at all times.
Honestly, that would be dope as hell. Like, I'm sorry, like, just the idea of, like, a bespoke suit with, like, every donor in, like, proportionate size to their donations, like, written on it, that would actually be fire as hell, you know? I think that'd be very cool.
Consider her to be my police commissioner. I haven't made any personnel commitments.
Okay, so you don't want to ask her right now?
No. That's the kind of conversation I would actually have in person, in private, not a politics of theater.
Okay, it's an issue that a lot of people brought up with me when I told them I was going to be speaking with you. Last question. You want to have a World Cup czar. I know you're a huge soccer fan, Arsenal fan.
See, like, they wouldn't ask this question if they were trying to sling mud on him as a candidate. This is a question because they understand he is going to be mayor. You know, they are ending it on a softball question because they understand he's going to be mayor and they want him to come back.
Donald, Pepsi Cola, Disney, Elon, Trump.
Thank you for the $5 dono, Nathan. God.
I have a lot to learn about soccer. I'm happy to admit that. And I look
Be happy to
forward
come
to
back and
learning
teach you
more.
about it.
That would be great. What is this World Cup czar going to do for New York City business?
The World Cup is the largest sporting event in the world. And it's as if no one has been thinking or talking about it here in New York City government. It's coming next summer to this city. We're going to have billions of people watching. The World Cup czar is going to ensure that this is a tournament that New Yorkers remember as well, not just those who visit us. That it's a tournament that will signify an increase, not only in tourism, but for small businesses and an exploration of this city. Because for too long, we have had these kinds of opportunities that we've just passed up on. I mean, we recently had the 400th anniversary of New York City. Most people have no idea.
Right, good point.
Because the city didn't do anything about it.
Well, you know, President Trump's going to make a huge deal out of the 250th anniversary of New York City. So maybe there's an example there. And he and his family, his son is a huge soccer fan. So would you welcome them to New York to enjoy the World Cup with you?
I would welcome them to come to New York City and also to talk about how we can actually lower the cost of living, because that has to be the focus. And frankly, that's a promise that's been broken. It's time to fix it. And that's what I'm running.
He's so fucking good at this. He's so fucking good at it.
Asked about cricket in a British program.
Oh, absolutely, Saket the Nurki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. But also, like, he gets asked, like, oh, would you hang out with Donald Trump? And he's like, yeah, absolutely I would. And we could talk about how to lower costs in this city that is too damn expensive. Like, that's... Like, he's so good at redirecting towards what he actually gives a damn about. Because he doesn't give a damn about watching soccer with Donald Trump. Like, that's a weird question to ask. But, like, he can even take that relatively innocuous jab and turn it into something productive for getting his point across. This is like excellent rhetorical skill on display. And like genuinely, I started this segment out by saying like this guy is effectively doing like a Neo from the Matrix martial arts. Like, wow, I know Kung Fu. And he's just like coming out of nowhere, absolutely decimating folks. It is 100% a thing of beauty to just watch him do this. All right. And with that, I believe we are done here. But damn, he's good. Damn, he's good. And I, for one, am excited to see that even conservative media is bending the knee to the coming age of Mamdani. You know, I think it's good. I think it's wonderful, and I think we're gonna do some great things in New York
Trump
City.
Watching soccer with Zohran? He can barely pay attention to sports with cheerleaders.
Oh God, yeah. I don't think Donald Trump would go to watch a soccer game. I don't think he gives a damn about soccer. I already increased the size of Cuomo's yellow ribbon pin based on his support from Israel for Israel. That's pretty great, Forlorn. Thank you for sharing. Oh, all right, folks. If you've enjoyed the segment, remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and do the things that help the channel to grow. Share the video around. Do the things, you know. And I'll see you next time, folks. There we go. We did it. We did it, everybody. We did it. We did a segment. How about that, Mapples? Huh? You're very welcome. We did the interview, and now we're going to go right on into the debate. I'm real excited. But before that, folks, we've been going for over 3 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, remember to, like the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, do the things. We even have a song about it. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn Jack ending her segments with I'll see you next time keeps making me think the stream is ending. I need a better way to end the segment that doesn't make you guys think that. I've been trying out see you next time. Spherical Man, thank you for subscribing with Prime. And Shaman Eichel, the Shamanite, I did include your sub in the current total. There we go. Matt at Yahoo, thank you for the $5 dono.
No kings. That also means no czars. Why does America keep insisting on having czars?
Yeah, the last czar I'm aware of got overthrown by a revolution. You can always pre-record the outro. I mean, yeah. I feel like this is a new thing Jack is doing. Yeah, I'm trying to help out my editor a little bit, guys. Hey, Phyrexial! Thank you for the $5 super chat, putting us over into 200. Let's go! Boom.
Lizard.
Salmon Moose, is there context for the lizards? Is there context? Blue Witch, thank you for resubscribing
Popcorn.
over on Twitch. And I just realized that the wheel is on my other computer, so I have to remake it real quick. Remaking the wheel. Remaking the wheel. Wheelofnames.com. That's what I used. Get out of here, Ali, Beatriz, Charles, Daya, Eric, Fatima, Gabriel, and Hannah. Get out of here. We need the wheel for other purposes. It's me, Bingo. Thank you for gifting a sub, or a membership, rather, over on Twitch, YouTube. I'm getting all confused. Whew. Let's see here. The new room is working. I agree. I like it. I like it a lot. What the hell is a treasure train? A treasure train just started for your channel. Huh. I've never seen that over on Twitch. Interesting. All right. New headphones. What are they? I got them on like a super sale for like over $150 off, but they're some Bose Quiet Comfort Plus or Quiet Comfort Ultra headphones. They're really nice. They're noise canceling. Figured like my old ones, I actually used my old ones so much that the headphone bits were falling apart, and every time I was taking off those headphones, I was finding bits of like the headphone covering for the ears like in my hair. It was getting really nasty. So yeah. Any plans for a room tour video? I mean, I can give you guys a room tour when like I want to have the art hung up. I want to have the two pieces of furniture bought, and I want to have the couch constructed, and maybe also a rug. But when it's all done, I will show you guys for sure. Salmon Moose,
Context.
thank you for the $5 dono.
Lizard, 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 lizard. Lizard, lizard.
What is this? Is this a new movie? Is this a new movie coming out? Because that seemed really ominous. In like a good way. I'm kind of fucking with like the weird energy. A post-credit stinger for post-credit Elio scene. Gotcha. I know nothing about Elio. Lizard. 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 All right, cool. Let's see. Daddy. Sex and power. Let me just finish this. Oh yeah, Unabomber. And what was the last one? Oh.
Results.
No! Netanyahu, thank you for the $5
If a
dono.
lizard is to a wizard or a drunkard, then what is the state of being Liz?
Yo, I'm so Liz right now.
When the first nuclear bomb...
I'm Lizzing so hard. I'm Lizzing out. I'm Lizzing out so hard. Okay. Perfect. Do 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 do.
We're on the...
Cool. Excellent. Cool. And I'll do Civil War. Excellent. Nailed it. All right. Are you guys ready for the wheel? We gotta spin the wheel before we do the debate. Okay, it's important. The wheel is important, and just remember as we embark on this journey.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
Yeah, I'm your fucking Gandalf. Okay, here we go. We have the wheel. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Start at 020. Audio only.
Audio only. Wait.
Oh, you guys slaves or... Oh, yeah.
Wait. At 20 seconds.
No. That's my name. It's actually pronounced Da-Dee.
Harder, Daddy.
Now, that one was what you thought it was.
Yeah.
Jesus. Team 4-star. What a treasure. Also, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. All right. Let's take a look. We gotta spin that wheel. Let's go. You have, of course, your options. Daddy, Sex and Power, Unabomber, Time Changer, and Civil War. We got to spin that wheel. What was that? I have so many questions. Look up Team 4-star Dragon Ball Z Abridged, and you'll learn a lot. Some good stuff. Here we go. Spin that wheel. Click to spin. Oh, God damn it. All right, Civil War has won! Yay!
Please
now,
do the Unabomber.
Worshipper of Olympians, thank you for the 50 Canadian dollar dues. I am going to offer you a chance to make that dono a respin, because as you know, as we've done the wheel in the past, you can respin a wheel for 10 gifted memberships or subs. You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to either say yes or no. Team 4-star are my fellas. Hell yeah. Oh, mommy. Yes? Okay, we're respinning the wheel. Dun dun da da. Dun dun da da. Da 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 da. Copyright free. Copyright free. All right. Spinning the wheel again. Spin that wheel. I think it's a little unfair if we get the same. Okay, wait. I feel like we should remove the initial spin option if we are spinning the wheel again. I feel like that's in the spirit of it. I didn't think about that until that outcome happened. The wheel is weighted. Yeah, we're taking it out. We're spinning again. Okay. Spin that wheel. We've got Daddy. Oh, Daddy. There we go. We did it. You guys have locked in with Daddy. All right. Now, excellent. Also, have to add those to the number. There we go. And we're all caught up. I'm so confused. That's okay. The takeaway is you got to spin a wheel that has determined the piece of content that we are going to watch at some point and react to and break down. Specifically, we're going to be taking a look here at
Lynch. Well,
this particular podcast from about a year ago, between Rudyard Lynch and one Dad Saves America, which is apparently a YouTube show with almost 500,000 subscribers. And here, let's just play the opening part for you guys.
Welcome to Dad Saves America.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here.
So
Every time I hear Civil War.
Oh God, what is this?
Disarmor knows your next move before you do, Steve.
You think I'm going down to some pampered punk like you?
Live and let die.
Okay.
If all goes according to plan, this
yes, we're
will
still
be
doing
our
the debate.
Thursday episode right before the election. And I figured you are among.
Oh my God, he has a podcast. Oh, it's so much worse, Somniostatic. Just wait until you guys see the other options.
I would say the prognosticators of civil war in the United States, but you also are someone who lays out kind of anthropological scale stories about where we are as a civilization. You know, I see a lot of like the fourth turning type of thinking in your stuff. And I first came across you on Chris Williamson's podcast. And so
you all thought you were escaping discussion of Civil War. You're all wrong. There's another Civil War thing.
I guess let's start off with, you know, what do you do?
All right. I think that's enough of a teaser. The name of this episode from Dad Saves America is Rudyard Lynch on dating apps, moral decline, and risk of civil war. So, you know, we're
Much
in some
love
territory.
to you all. I found out that my pregnancy is creating an XX chromosome baby. I felt like that is the most accurate way to say it that. No way to know if they will be cis or not.
Hell yeah. Congrats, Crystal Hazer.
Steve is an optical phenomena.
What? Well, that's interesting as hell. Thank you for sharing that. Look at this. A Steve. Sometimes you can see a Steve in the sky. A strong thermal emission velocity enhancement. That's cool as hell. Named by Aurora Watchers? Is there like a community of like Aurora heads? Is that what they call themselves? The phenomenon is not rare, but had not been investigated and described scientifically prior to that time. That's so cool. Hadn't been named until 2016. That's so neat. Huh. Awesome. How I Met Steve, Eric Donovan's presentation to the 2017 ESA Earth Explorer Mission Science Meeting. What an excellent series of research. A statistical analysis of Steve. On the location of Steve, the mysterious subauroral feature. On the origin of Steve. Historical observations of Steve. Oh, God. It just incredible naming. Multi-wavelength imaging observations of Steve. Unresolved problems in Steve and the picket fence. Oh, God. All right. On that note, let's keep going. Whoo!
I wonder how conservatives would react to their child wanting to dye their hair to look like a redhead. I'd vaguely think they wouldn't mind the transgingers.
You know, it's true. My parents don't mind the ginger. They might mind the trans bit, but the the ginger bit was fine, actually. Woo! There we go. All right, you guys ready for a Zohran Mamdani debate? You guys ready? Because I'm ready. I'm ready to watch this man dog walk his opponents. I'm ready to see some Curtis Sliwa fighting for and against the rep men at the same time. I'm ready to see a New York City debate I can believe in. Yeah, you ready to see Streets of Rage play out in a debate form? I am. Let's go. All right.
Government Affairs reported.
What? Cool. Here we go, buckos. Just gonna do this. Excellent. Excellent. Gonna prep this real quick. Cool. Let's dive into it. So, folks, I am very excited because it is debate night in New York City, and I'm ready to watch Zohran Mamdani dog walk these losers. I'm ready to see him absolutely take Cuomo to the mat.
Adult Mutant
I'm
Ninja
ready.
Collection Zohran Mommy Dami.
Let's go, Nathan. Thank you for the $5 dono. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Let's go. I'm so excited. I am
Best
so
moderation
excited.
since the Bobert debate in CO.
Oh, excellent.
Number one.
Okay, well we're gonna be watching this momentarily, but I'll hold that link for us to take a look at as an instant replay. Folks, I'm so excited. We got in one corner, we got Zohran Mamdani. In another middle corner, we've got Andrew Cuomo, loser, disgraced former governor of New York. And then we've got Curtis Lewa, some guy who, wears a beret so often he has a fucking tan line and is just a weird little guy. And I do want to say, not to spoil anything, but this went up on social media about like 30 minutes ago, and this is from Curtis Lewa.
Everybody agrees Curtis Lewa won that debate tonight.
I actually agree with Curtis on that.
I agree, by the way. Now it's time, Andrew Cuomo. You're one and done. You lost the primary. You lost the debate to me. Make room for Zohran Mamdani versus Curtis Lewa the next debate. Let the people pick the winner. And after tonight, it's gonna be me.
What a little weird guy. What a weirdo. He's so strange. But look, you can't knock him from getting a nice hot cup of joe after that debate and after his latest Rat Men campaign. Because as we all know, Curtis Lewa is a sewer person. He lives in the subterranean alcoves below New York City, fighting the Ratman scourge that threatens to boil up and infest the city's surface world. He's a warrior for the surface worlders, but can he be trusted? Perhaps the Ratmen mean us no harm. Perhaps they are merely fleeing a deeper threat below. Perhaps we could work together with the Ratmen and come to some kind of understanding. This bit is going on too long, and we're gonna keep on going.
The dude is bonkers, but genuinely so.
Oh yeah,
you
for
can't
sure.
Focus group that inanity.
Oh, for sure, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. God.
Danny DeVito type ah.
I mean, he's like a Danny DeVito type if Danny DeVito were, evil. He's like an evil Danny DeVito. Like, he objectively supports, like, terrible and evil policies. But, he's a funny little guy. He's just like a weird little guy. And as long as he's not in charge of anything, it's totally fine that he's just a weird little guy. And he's a weird little guy who lives alone in a cat apartment, and that's fine. That's fine. Let's jump into this though, shall we?
Melissa Russo, senior politics editor at Politico,
oh, yeah.
Sally Goldenberg, and
they got that
47 anchor,
hardcore Fire Emblem music.
This is a 2-hour debate live on all NBC New York and Telemundo 47 streaming and digital platforms.
Let's go!
Politico.com, Telexitos, and YouTube. The first hour is also live on Channel 4 and Telemundo 47.
Damn, look at how much water they got. That's great. That's a lot of water. Am I wrong in thinking like 4 bottles of water is a lot of water to have on stage? What if Curtis Lewa just drinks them all right away? Like just he's parched from the Ratmen Wars. He just drinks all of them, knowing that water is a precious commodity, and then at somewhere around the 1 hour and 30-minute mark, he pisses himself. Like is that too much to ask from this debate?
Making the last place in every mayoral race be the official NYC jester for the administration.
Honestly, I support that policy, Sake Tanuki. Run for mayor. Let's make it happen. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
We do have a few rules for the candidates. For traditional question and answer, you'll have 1 minute to respond, and we'll offer 30-second rebuttals at the moderator's discretion. We'll also be asking questions where we will be looking for shorter answers.
Yeah, what if at like the hour 45 mark he starts dancing and going, ooh, I gotta pee, ooh. What if that was just his answer to a question? It's not outside the realm of possibility.
We also reserve the right to cut off your microphone if you ignore the rules with candidates
shit.
you know we don't want to do that.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, cut their mics. Do it. I want to prove it. Prove that you'll cut their mics. Do it. I've dreamt of this in a debate. I want it so badly.
The goal is for you to hear each other and for New Yorkers to hear everything you have to say.
Alessandra Silva Ruiz, thank you for the $5 super chat. Okay, I'm new here and you're effing hilarious. Love from
I
Portland.
drank like 2 gallons of water in an 8.5-hour shift of working in a call center, and I'm not even nervous.
Oh geez, Lily Love stuff. That sounds like too much. I hope you're okay. Thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. And let's go, folks. We got this. Debate night.
Good luck. We'll begin with Melissa Russo.
Thank you, David, and good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. We begin tonight by asking you to do what every mayor dreams of, and that is to write your own headlines. Imagine it's January 2027, and you have been in office for exactly 1 year. We would like you to quickly give us one headline about what you think your biggest accomplishment will have been in year number 1. We'll begin with you, Mr. Cuomo.
First, thank you very much for sponsoring the debate.
This is such a silly question. I love it. I'm really looking forward to whatever bullshit Sliwa says.
And having all of us, the one headline. How many characters in the headline?
You know, you're familiar with headline length.
Rent down, comma. Crime down, comma. Education scores up.
All children get candy. No bedtimes.
Comma.
Why have we had timers on the screen of every game show and sporting event of the last 50 years but no political debates? If they get 45 seconds to answer.
You know, it's a good question. I think we should give them even shorter amounts of time. Let's turn this into Tic Tacs. Okay, you have 30 seconds. Keep it tight.
Jobs in New York City.
Now we're getting
We playing arts and crafts, and I am here for it. Can Cuomo do macaroni art?
Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Like, I don't think this man could make a macaroni art sculpture to save his life. I gotta be honest. Like, this man is such a nepo baby. He skipped that part of school.
Be a little over the average headline length, but
Optimism high.
thank you. Mr. Sliwa.
Comma, no poop in pants. Comma, poop free since '93.
Curtis Sliwa is without his iconic red beret because I'm talking to the people of New York City.
Oh my God, he has a fucking tan line. He still has the tan line. Dude, I can't. Fuck. Oh my God. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh. Curtis Lee was without his iconic red hat because he lost it in the Ratman Wars. You see, I was living in my crevice below New York City when suddenly they took me by surprise and I left it hanging on a hook down there as I booked it through the sewers. Half naked, still partially asleep. I had to sneak my way through. I had to crawl through the shit to make it here tonight without my iconic red beret. So when I'm here, I only have one headline, and that headline is End to Ratman Scourge. VR Day! Victory over Ratman Day!
That tagline is enough to ruin a campaign. What is he thinking?
I genuinely don't know. He's so silly. He's so silly. He should choose to not be evil and instead be good.
Curtis Sliva's tan line is the same energy as Mel Brooks lifting Rabbi Tuckman's hat and the peyote staying on.
It's so true. Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. I didn't think it would get this silly this fast. I gotta be honest. I thought we were gonna work our way into it.
About the really serious issues of affordability, the cost of living, and obviously what I've spent most of my life doing, which is public safety in the streets and the subways.
We would love a headline from you. What will...
I thought his headline was Curtis Lewa is without his iconic red beret. I thought that was the headline.
Sliva's slogan should be, I have had it up to exactly here with the rap men.
And no, I have had it exactly up to here with the rap men. No further questions. He just walks off stage.
Will your headline be, your big headline, and your number one as...
Oh, I mean, this man's got a big headline for you. He's got a huge headline for you. Can I here? We need the iconic image. Just the we've got a headline for you right here. No other headline can compare.
Curtis Sliva's headline is already very visible. He just has to point to it with no explanation.
Oh fuck, it's true. It's true, Sake Tanuki. I'm lightheaded. I'm actually like losing my mind here. I need to hold that off screen.
Mayor.
Curtis Lewa exceeds all expectations and looks very mayoral tonight.
Mr. Mamdani, you've had some time to think about.
Your headline is he looks very, very mayoral. It's because he lost the hat. He's very proud of like resisting the temptation to wear his comfort hat.
About it now. What's your headline?
It's a pleasure to be here, first of all, and I really want to thank the moderators and the opportunity to speak directly to New Yorkers about this moment in time and our opportunity to transform the most expensive city in the United States of America. The headline would read in about a year, Mamdani continues to take on Trump, delivers on affordability agenda for New Yorkers.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Sally?
Thank you, Melissa.
That was like the closest to an actual headline.
You're not nearly as lightheaded as Sliva without his beret. Bazinga.
No, guys, this is gonna be too funny. This is gonna be way too funny. I'm not prepared. We're gonna be clowning on these guys all night.
So, we're going to talk about leadership. Voters have reservations about all three of you as chief executive of New York City, a city with roughly 300,000 employees and a budget bigger than many countries. We have questions for each of you, and Mr. Cuomo, we will begin with you. As a former governor of New York, you obviously have the management experience, but you resigned from office amid sexual harassment and COVID-related scandals. Why should voters now trust that you have the character to be mayor? You have 1 minute.
Good. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the question. First, you are right. I left office. There was a report that was done that had allegations of harassment. I said at the time it was a political report and that there was no basis to it. It was an incentive.
There is no basis to it except for the dozens of women who accused me of sexual impropriety. There was no basis except for dozens of witnesses.
5 district attorneys, they all reviewed it. They found nothing. It was then litigated for 5 years. I was dropped from the cases. So none of that came.
Sorry, I was trying to reposition the subtitles.
To anything. When it comes to executive experience.
Why?
I've run
there we go.
The Department of Housing and Urban Development, built housing all across the nation. I was governor for 11 years. The budget is double what it is in New York City, and I got government to work. I passed groundbreaking laws, minimum wage, paid family leave.
Yeah, Cuomo, believe it or not, has actually become less charismatic the longer this campaign has gone on, and the more it becomes clear that he's absolutely not going to win this thing.
We've built projects that had never been built before. This is no job for on-the-job training. And if you look at the failed mayors, they're ones that had no management experience. Don't do it again.
Thank you.
Believe all women. Not those women.
No, not those ones. Those ones aren't believable. They're look, those women, they yap too much. Don't believe them.
Serena?
Thank you, Sally. In the theme of leadership, Mr. Mamdani, you work as a foreclosure prevention counselor for winning seat in the State Assembly. You have no substantial management experience. How are you ready to lead the nation's largest and greatest city in the world in one day?
All right. First of all, I see someone asking a very good question. Why do people vote for corporatists like Cuomo? And number one, there are a couple reasons, right? Number one is that Cuomo is a recognizable name in New York because Mario Cuomo generated a lot of goodwill. And Mario Cuomo is Andrew Cuomo's dad. And like basically when people call Andrew Cuomo a Nepo baby, it's literally like he literally has a career in politics simply because his dad was so beloved, simply because his dad was Mario Cuomo. That's it, right? And so people vote for the name recognition, and they also vote because they are
Who's feeling
rich.
Cuomo sexual tonight?
I don't think anyone. But they vote for him because they're rich and they want to protect their rich interests or their corporate interests. Or, you know, they think like, oh, this is a guy who understands business and I like business and the economy is important to me. You know, they make vague associations and they aren't like if you guys are here and you're watching my stream, you are already most likely in one of the most politically informed percentiles of the population. Like, you are
We're
paying
gonna harness
attention.
the clown chakra and clown so hard we won't have time for Daddy Rudyard, Daddy Rudd, Daddy Kipling.
I mean, we'll get to Rudyard, maybe not tonight, but we will get to him, I promise. So like most people just don't pay attention and they go off of like vague vibes of who seems more professional or whose name they recognize, etc. You know, that's where like a lot of the electorate is, because people just don't got time to like educate themselves or like figure out what's going on in politics. people are getting burnt out by their jobs, and that is a deliberate effort on a mass scale.
You have a minute.
You know, I have the experience of having served in the New York State Assembly for 5 years and watching a broken political system, the experience of seeing a governor in Andrew Cuomo who would rather have served his billionaire donors and the working class New Yorkers who voted for him, and the experience amidst all of that of fighting and winning for working class taxi drivers to free them from predatory debt and delivering the first free bus lines in New York City history.
Yeah, I mean, like asking him this question in particular seems really weird to me, considering like he literally has a huge claim to fame, which is in his limited role in the state assembly in charge of like debt relief, he managed to get $500 million for taxi drivers. Like that's like relative to the amount of power he had in the assembly, that's a crazy achievement. It speaks well of his ability.
I still find it immensely funny that Cuomo couldn't think of "we're both well-known names in NYC" as an answer to why he and Trump have the same donors.
Well, that's the other thing. Like Andrew Cuomo's never been really good at politics. He like there's a reason why he like created an entire political bloc in New York in order to like stymie any progressive legislation or agenda, and it's like he's not that creative. He just is doing power politics. You know, he does effectively the same thing Trump does, just with ever so slightly more subtlety.
Working with unions and working class New Yorkers to finally raise taxes.
Again, how did Cuomo get elected in the first place? His dad is Mario Cuomo. That's it. This
is just that little bit on Mr. Cuomo's donors to start to fully fund our public school. And more than that, I have the experience of being a New Yorker, someone who has actually paid rent in the city before I ran for mayor, someone who has had to wait for a bus that never came, someone who actually buys his groceries in this same city. And what all of that experience has shown me, which Mr. Cuomo can't seem to understand, is that it is far too expensive and far too hard for New Yorkers to afford to live in this city. And the definition of experience is not doing the same thing again and again and hoping for a different result. That's actually the definition of insanity.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
You know, I love that he dared the moderators to mute him and spoke over by like 15 seconds to make a pretty great and cogent point.
So to translate to the Canadians in chat, what you're saying here is that Andrew Cuomo is a less charismatic, more handsy Justin Trudeau THONKERS.
Kind of, but like even more conservative than Justin Trudeau, you know? Like, dude effectively is a Republican in a Democrat suit.
If I can, I think I was invoked.
Yes.
In other words, what the Assemblyman said is he has no experience. And this is not a job for someone who has no management experience to run 300,000 people, no financial experience to run $115 billion budget. He literally has never had a job. On his resume, it says he interned for his mother. This is not a job for a first-timer. Any day, you could have a hurricane.
He's literally had like his Zohran Mamdani's main job has been like a lifetime dedicated to public service. Like, what do you? Oh, he hasn't had a job. What are you then? Like, dude, you can't try and paint Zohran Mamdani as a nepo baby when like he's doing like actual public service, and you on the other hand rode coattails to get into the governorship and resigned
Cuomo
in
would have had more
disgrace.
support for Luigi.
It's true. Sake, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it.
You have, God forbid, a 9/11, a health pandemic. If you don't know what you're doing, people could die.
Mr. Mamdani, you want to respond?
And if we have a health pandemic, then why would New Yorkers turn back to the governor who sent seniors to their death in nursing homes?
Hey, he's so good at this. Holy shit. Holy shit, dog. Yes. This is the kind of thing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Guys, we're 6 minutes into this. He's fucking smoking him. Holy shit.
That's the kind of experience that's on offer here today. What I don't have in experience, I make up for in integrity. And what you don't have in integrity, you could never make up for in experience.
May I?
Oh, damn.
First, what you said was totally false, as you know.
Which part was false?
During COVID, everyone did whatever they could in this state. And there have been numerous...
You literally sent, like, you sent infected people into nursing homes, dude. Where it spread like wildfire and, like, so many old people died. Like, fuck off. You knew it was a bad call, and you did it to save money.
Numerous investigations where they've gone through it, and they said we followed federal guidance. But yes, people died during COVID, and my heart breaks for everyone that died in this state and across this nation.
But just to be clear, just to fact check that, there is a criminal investigation reportedly underway at the DOJ about your testimony to Congress about your nursing home record.
Yeah, but that is a...
Damn, dude.
Political issue with the Congress. They made a referral, which has gone absolutely nowhere. But there have been multiple investigations where the DOJ found that the nursing home investigation was politically motivated.
Okay, we're going to move on. We might have time to come back to it. I do need to move on to Mr.
But may I just finish my rebuttal? But the Assemblyman still says he has no experience to do the job.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
That's not what he said.
Mr. Sliwa.
That's not what he said, Grandma Killer.
As founder of the Guardian Angels and as a radio host, you've been a well-known figure in New York City for decades. But you also lack substantial management experience. So how are you prepared to be the chief executive officer of New York City? You have 1 minute, Mr. Sliwa.
First of all, I created the Guardian Angels to provide public safety in the subways and streets when government was incapable of doing so. I didn't do it to get a title or a paycheck. Secondarily, I don't declare myself to be all-knowing. I will hire the very brightest and best in their fields who have dedicated their lives to trying to improve the city of New York or the state or the federal government or the private sector. But what I will say is, thank God I'm not a professional politician. We have the architect and we have the apprentice of no cash bail, which has been a disaster. We have the architect and the apprentice here of Raise the Age. My own son was almost killed because of that in a gang attack. We have the architect.
In a gang attack of Rutman, my son was bathing down below the sewers. That's right, in the secret area below the sewers where the Ratmen live. It's supposed to be a no man's land, a neutral ground. But suddenly a gang of Ratmen rolled up on them and they said,
Cuomo will only
hey!
reference Zohran Mamdani by the Assemblyman this entire debate because he still can't pronounce it right.
Oh, I'm sure. He's also like trying to belittle him, but like emphasizing like public service. Zoran's public service is not
The moderators are on fire. Cuomo
great
is too long-winded.
strat.
Zohran is amazing and concise. Curtis is the weird pick. My thoughts so far.
Oh, Curtis is absolutely the weird pick. There's no world in which he's qualified to do anything related to politics, but like he's definitely weird in an entertaining way. Again, as long as he's not in charge of anything, I'm fine with people being weird little guys. All right?
The Ratmen rolled up to my son in the no man's land, swinging chains, as they do, and said, hey, Earthsider, what you doing here?
And he said,
nothing, just minding my own business, but I'm Curtis Lewa's son. And they said, oh boy, we got ourselves some fresh meat. And then they had a rumble down there. And I had a rumble in the no man's zone. And it turns out that no man's land was actually a no rat man's land, if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, he was fine. He came back and had dinner later that day.
Fuck. There's gonna be a time at some point.
What about heading the Department of Sanitation?
What if we gave him like a bullshit department to run, like the department of like deep ground drilling, you know? Just something that doesn't actually do anything. God, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake. But also, like, one day there's gonna come a time where I'm going to run some kind of D&D campaign on stream with people. I don't know who would participate in this, but it's going to take place in the underground Ratman, like, infested post-apocalypse area deep below New York City. And I think you guys would enjoy it.
And we have the apprentice of Close Rikers Island, which would just release criminals in the street. Thank God I'm not a professional politician, because they have helped create this crime crisis in the city that we face, and I will
Thank you,
resolve.
Mr. Sliwa.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa. Candidates, President Trump has expressed intense interest in this election and in all of you personally. Mr. Mamdani, the president called you, quote, my little communist. Mr. Sliwa, he said you're, quote, not exactly prime time.
Oh, fuck. My little communist. There he is, my little communist. Running to be in charge of New York City, my little commie. You know, I came up with my own original song for my little commie. It goes, my little commie, my little commie. How do you guys like it? It's...
Oh God, you can't give me this kind of content. This is too funny. Like My Little Commie merch. Can we get like a? Oh man, just make like a My Little Commie like t-shirt. I could do that. I could make that happen. Just.
My little cumsick Cuomo is magic. Damn it, Jack, you stole my bit.
Oh, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Also, I'm trying to think of like what would the communist ponies be called? What, like you know, you've got, I don't know the names of the ponies well enough to like riff on them, but like, I don't know, like Sickle Shy or something. I don't know. I'd have to spitball and like actually look up the names of the ponies. It's fine.
Mr. Cuomo, he has been critical of you, but said you have always gotten along.
The Pony Terriot, excellent. We're getting closer. You guys are cooking in chat.
The president has threatened to cut federal funds to the city. And just yesterday, he killed the Gateway Project, the tunnel connecting New York to New Jersey. You've all promised to resist him in some way. What would you say in your first official call with the president to set the...
You'd have Sickle Shy and Hammerjack, you know, like the two little commies. That'd be at least two of them.
Tone for your relationship moving
Oh, Twilight Sickle's great. That'd be that's much better.
Forward. We'll give you a minute for this. We'll start with you, Mr. Mamdani.
I would make it clear to the president that I am willing.
Stalin Sparkle and Rainbow Weenie.
Excellent. We're really cooking here. We're really cooking with our alternative reality universes.
To not only speak to him, but to work with him if it means delivering on lowering the cost of living for New Yorkers. That's something that he ran his presidential campaign on, and yet all he's been able to deliver thus far has been prosecuting his political enemies and trying to enact the largest deportation program in American history. And what distinguishes me from Andrew Cuomo is the fact that he has gotten on the phone with that same president, not asking him how to work together to help New Yorkers, or not telling him that he would refuse to back down to protect those New Yorkers, but instead asking him how to win this race. That's something I can do myself. I don't need the president's assistance for. And what I'd tell the president is if he ever wants to come for New Yorkers in the way that he has been, he's going to have to get through me as the next mayor of this city.
All right.
Yeah.
Mr.
Hell
Cuomo,
yeah.
we'll give you a little extra time, but I'd like you to answer this question as well, what your first conversation with the president would be like.
Okay. First, I never...
Oh my God, Trotsky. Oh my God, that would be so good. That's too good. That's too good.
Had a conversation with the president that the assemblyman was talking about. But he's has a distant relationship with the truth. I would say to the president in the first conversation, look, we have had many battles. I fought with...
God, can we just like visually, these two guys, one of them is radiating confidence and the other is radiating the desperation of a used car salesman. And it's pretty apparent which one is which.
In the first conversation, look, we have had many battles. We fought together every day during COVID. And the battles were bloody. And I'd like to avoid them.
Hell yeah, boy meets mini.
You know, if you come after New York, you know what I'm going to do. You know it's going to be ugly.
If you come after New York, I'm going to sit down with you and have several hours of chats that I'm going to be too embarrassed to admit to publicly. But privately, I'm going to have made some pretty serious concessions on the level of Eric Adams. Okay? I am going to be a compromised candidate no matter what you do. But I'm going to tell you I'm not.
Although
and that's a
kicking
big difference.
Trotsky is a bit of a hat on a hat.
Oh, God. Also, Beer Bash Johnson, thank you very much for the raid. Very much appreciated.
My little proletariat. Seize the means of friendship.
It's so fucking good. My little commie, my little commie.
Screw whatever Fallout Equestria is. I am here for communist Equestria. Also, Mamdani is the goat, I tell you.
I just, and of course the goat would be a character in communist Equestria. Nailed it. I can't. How we're 10 minutes into this chat. How have we already gotten here? How have we already gotten here? Like we're at a level of shit posting we've rarely seen in this community.
And you know, my chances are almost 50-50, even though you're the president. I'd like to work with you. I think we can do good things together, but number one, I will fight you every step of the way if you try to hurt New York.
Unless he weaponizes the justice system to go after the attorney general of this state, in which case you'll issue a statement that doesn't even name the president. And no matter what you think about Donald Trump, you know that not even being able to name him is an act of cowardice. And that's what we would see from Donald Trump's puppet on the right over here.
I do want to get Ms. Sliwa, but Mr. Cuomo, I'll give you a few seconds to respond to that.
Yeah, I said political weaponization of the justice system is wrong. Both sides do it. It's wrong when Donald Trump does it. It's wrong when they did it to Comey. It's wrong when Comey did it to Hillary.
Okay.
It was wrong when it happened to Tish James.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. I want to give Mr. Sliwa a chance to answer this. Mr. Sliwa, your first official conversation with the president, what would you say to set the tone?
Well, first of all, there's high levels of testosterone in this room. I've had a love-hate relationship with Donald Trump that goes...
What do you want? I can smell it. I've trained my nose to smell testosterone. The Repmen give it off as a pheromone. You have to be able to recognize it with your nose, otherwise they'll sneak up on you in the dark.
Who the hell is this guy? This is Curtis Sliwa, a joke of a human being who's the Republican candidate in New York City's mayoral election. And somehow he qualified to be on the debate stage. And honestly, it's just funny as fuck.
Back over 30 years. But I know one thing. We have Andrew Cuomo. We have Zohran Mamdani. They want to take on Donald Trump. Look, you can be tough, but you can't be tough if it's going to cost people desperately needed federal funds. Zohran Mamdani, the president, has already said it's going to take $7 billion out of the budget right from the start if you're elected mayor. People are going to suffer in this city. People who need those federal funds. What I would do is sit and negotiate. I would say, look, Mr. President, we need that Gateway Tunnel. It moves millions of people from Washington, D.C. to Boston. But take away the Q train project. We don't need those 3 stations going from 96th Street to 125th. It's not a necessity. Sit with the president and whoever he delegates and try to negotiate. But if you try to get tough with Trump, the only people who are going to suffer from that are the people of New York City.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa, thank you. Brief response, Mr. Mamdani.
Look, the money we have should be going to fight the Repmen. That's the real threat. Okay, you can't stand up to Donald Trump and risk the funds. How will we afford the laser weaponry we use below the city?
It really just comes across as like, oh, no, you should bend the knee and kiss the ring because, otherwise he's going to be an asshole. But he's going to be an asshole to New York City regardless of what you do. You know,
Mr. Trump is already suspending infrastructure grants to this city, and he's doing it in a blatant act of political retribution. And what it requires is leadership that will stand up to him. And I disagree with Mr. Sliwa. We do need to extend the 2nd Avenue subway to 125th Street.
Oh, hell yeah. Defend that public transit,
riverboat
baby.
Seize the means of streaming my comrades * post more.
Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. God, I love that he's willing to go to bat for public transit as just like an inherent public good. Like what a real fucking man over here. Like all of my homies love public transit. Like if you walk into a bar and you're like, "Hey, who in here loves public transit?" and like you see someone raise their hand, they're your new best friend, okay? Like damn. Like if you like public transit, your dick gets 20% bigger. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. Okay? You become like 20% better at sex just by liking public transit.
It's a promise made to Harlemites decades ago.
Okay.
It's time to actually fulfill it.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
Okay, quick question for each of you. Mr. Cuomo, you've been asked this before.
He mentioned my name. Don't I get a chance to respond?
Well, we got a lot of ground to cover, Mr. Sliwa.
When was the last time you spoke with President Trump, Mr. Cuomo?
All the homies love a little train action. Hey.
Well, you've been asked this before, and the last time you said you couldn't remember?
I believe it was during his assassination attempt.
So last year in 2024. Mr. Sliwa, when was the last time you spoke with?
Well, it also makes you 20% better at sex for Axial. It doesn't, your mileage may vary about like dick getting bigger, but it might make it smaller. Whatever makes it better for you, really. It just makes you 20% better at sex, 20% more enjoyable sex, really.
President Trump.
Oh, many years ago, we were receiving awards. I was praising him for saving the annual Veterans Day Parade. Those were the conversations that I had with them. Can I
Mamdani,
please
have you-
respond? I was asked about the Q train.
Okay, real
Mr.
quick.
Mamdani?
I am the mayor of mass transit. We do not need a Q train. I'm in the subways every day. We have more.
We don't need mass transit down below the cities. There are some depths that are so deep and dark we should never penetrate them. You see, if we build the Q train, it will be across Redmond territory. It'll cause them to rise up in a way never before seen. There are some places in this earth that are too deep and too dark and too evil for us to build. And the Q train line goes directly through one of them. I know my way around these tunnels. I've made of them. I was raised in them. I know how they think and how they operate the tunnels. We'll get those ratmen bastards one day, but it won't be through the Q train, that's for damn sure.
More than a capable system of transporting people.
Thank you, Mr. Sleeman.
The infrastructure needs to be
Thank you,
fixed
Mr.
in the
Sleeman.
system that we have.
Mr. Mamdani, have you ever spoken with President Trump?
No.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, Curtis Sliwa's politics are rancid, Danny the Foot. Like his political positions are basically aligned in a lot of different ways with Donald Trump. You know, I would say maybe he's like Trump light, I guess. His policies are bad. Like, they're just laughably bad. It's why I make fun of him. But I think it's more fun to make fun of him for what he says, which is just utter nonsense and inane bullshit, like 99% of the time.
Sally.
Thank you. Mr. Cuomo, a follow-up to that. President Trump has spoken positively about you and your candidacy, even as his Justice Department, as we've noted, is reportedly investigating you for allegations you lied to Congress over your COVID record. Given that dynamic,
You
how
were
would
nearly EI'd with the Raymond, but I was born among them Sliwa probably.
Among the Raymen? Wait, there are multiple Raymens? Oh no. Those armless, legless motherfuckers.
would you be able to stand up to this White House? How are you not compromised? And just take into account that New Yorkers are troubled by what they view as a compromised relationship the current outgoing mayor has with the president.
Yeah. First, you're wrong when you say there's any investigation of me. That's not true.
Do you have evidence there is no investigation?
I've heard absolutely nothing. Congress did a press release. They said they sent a letter to the Department of Justice, which they do routinely to generate press. And that's what that is. I fought Donald Trump. He investigated me repeatedly with the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice Inspector General said that it was actually politically motivated. That does not back me up. When I'm fighting for New York, I am not going to stop. And I'll tell you something else. If the Assemblyman is elected mayor, Donald Trump will take over New York City, and it will be Mayor Trump who runs New York City.
We have to move on.
Look, you can't be like, oh, Curtis Sliwa helped people when he's literally been embroiled in controversies for faking subway rescues. Like, his organization is, like, kind of bullshit. Like, they are basically vigilantes that patrol the streets, and like they also fake their success stories. And like New York City itself has issued like statements regarding the Guardian Angels, talking about how, hey, yeah, actually you guys by patrolling around might in fact be making things worse in these neighborhoods because people don't like you coming into their neighborhoods, and like tried to boss them around. Like they're not doing good here. Exactly. You know, it's these are people who are essentially an organized gang, and like and that's not really even like going on a limb. Like in 2021, they were caught on video harassing people at the Stonewall Inn. They were literally harassing gay people at Stonewall in 2021. Okay? And DIY driver, I'm not saying all of their stories are fake. But I am saying that Curtis Lewa in particular has had to issue public apologies for faking subway rescues. So, look, I'm just going to say, guys that are in an organization that are attacking protesters outside of the Stonewall Inn, or who have a history of faking subway rescues, I'm just not going to trust them if I see a group of them walking through. I think that's kind of bullshit. I think that trying to say, well, you should respect them because not all of the rescues are fake. I don't know. Maybe you don't need an armed organization that is going around threatening people and harassing protesters. And I think that's kind of bullshit. Just last year, on camera during a live interview, they pushed a man to the ground and put him in a headlock. And Curtis Lewa stood there and basically was like, it's fine, he's an immigrant. So I'm just saying here, you could be like, well, they've done some good. They did some good in the 1970s. Okay, well, it's 50 years later. It's 50 years later, and the organization is just full of bullies and bigots, and it's pretty obvious to see if you've been paying any attention to them whatsoever. I make fun of Curtis Lewa because I find him to be a funny individual, but I have very little respect for his work. I have very little respect for his policy positions, which are also bad. And I just think that, if someone's going to come into the chat and be like, well, he's actually pretty good, I'm going to push back on that. I think that he is the leader of a bunch of glorified vigilantes who, by and large, serve bigoted ends.
Very quick follow-up, yes or no? You're saying unequivocally the Justice Department is not investigating you, correct?
I've heard absolutely nothing.
They could be, and you might not have heard it, but okay, we'll move on. David?
Okay, thank you, Sally.
That is virtually impossible, by the way.
I just want to, just real quick, quote directly from Curtis Lewa. Let's just say we gave him a little pain compliance. His mother back in Venezuela felt the vibrations. He's sucking concrete. The cops scraped him off the asphalt. The NYPD later said that man was from the Bronx. And there was no evidence of the man shoplifting, like Curtis Lewa claimed. He, when approached with this, Curtis Lewa was like, well, I thought he was from Venezuela because he spoke Spanish. So, that's, I don't know. I'm just going to put forward, he's a bad person. And yeah, I do mock him with a silly voice, and I do think it's fun to imagine him basically living covered in shit in the sewers fighting rat people. But, I do have more substantive disagreements with him, we'll say.
Okay.
But Mr. Cuomo, you did put out an ad the day after the news first broke in the New York Times that you were under investigation, calling it a political investigation, saying they were coming after you as they had to, after other Democratic politicians. You haven't denied this previously.
That the Republican Congress was. Yes, I believe they play politics with the justice system. Okay. I believe the Republican Congress does it. I believe Donald Trump does it. I believe the Democrats do it. And that's why I think people are sick and tired of the justice system and the politics.
If you think that there's no difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, then that's the candidate for you. If you think it's time to have a Democratic Party that actually stands up to Donald Trump and his billionaire-backed assault on working people.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Your candidates we have.
Hell yeah, man. Dude just sticking to his guns. Having actual principles. What a man.
You're not a Democrat, right? You're not a Democrat. You're a Democratic socialist.
We have
you didn't vote for Kamala Harris.
He literally has the party endorsement, you ding-dong.
right?
We have other ground to cover. We have other ground to cover.
That's an incendiary charge. I want to be very.
You may have a chance to address it, but we do.
I'll be very quick.
We have a lot of issues to get to with New Yorkers, Mr. Mamdani.
I'll be very quick.
You didn't say leave it blank in the Kamala
I'll be very
campaign?
quick. I said leave it blank in the presidential primary because primaries are a place to air dissent. And like many Americans, I was horrified by the Israeli genocide of Palestinians. And if you want to look for me on the ballot, you'll find me as the Democrat.
Mr. Mamdani, thank you. We have to move on. This week, the world is reacting to President Trump's Israel-Hamas peace deal and the release of the hostages. And many are cautiously optimistic about a lasting peace. Of course, the mayor has no direct role in foreign affairs, and we certainly have a lot of questions for you about city matters. But this war has been a major topic in the campaign, and there are criticisms about your positions in the past and how you envision leading on these issues as mayor. So we have questions for all of you, but first for Mr. Mamdani, because of something you said that's been generating headlines in the news today as we come into the debate yesterday on Fox News. You were asked if Hamas should lay down its weapons, key to the peace plan and ceasefire. And some say they found your answer confusing. You said, quote, I don't really have opinions about the future of Hamas and Israel beyond the question of justice and safety and the fact that anything has to abide by international law. And that applies to Hamas and that applies to the Israeli military. So for the voters tuning in tonight, Mr. Mamdani, what do you believe about Hamas and how lasting peace will be achieved? We know it's a complicated matter, but we'd like you to keep your answer to a minute if you could.
Of course, I believe that they should lay down their arms. I'm proud to be one of the first elected officials in this state who called for a ceasefire. And calling for a ceasefire means ceasing fire. That means all parties have to cease fire and put down their weapons. And the reason that we call for that is not only for the end of the genocide, but also an unimpeded access of humanitarian aid. I, like many New Yorkers, am hopeful that this ceasefire will hold. I'm hopeful that it is durable. I'm hopeful that it is just. And for it to be just, we also have to ensure that it addresses the conditions that preceded this, conditions like occupation, like the siege, and apartheid. And that is what I'm hopeful for.
Yeah. If I may, that means from the river to the sea.
I'm being marginalized out of this.
I'm sorry.
It's a debate of three. Excuse me, Andrew. It's a debate of three. Do we acknowledge that? Three people?
Mr. Sliwa, go ahead, and we'll give you a second. Go ahead, Mr. Sliwa.
The President of the United States should have been applauded by you, Zohran Mamdani, and you, Andrew Cuomo, on the day that he brought together that international coalition that met in Egypt, that came from the Middle East and the Persian Gulf. I certainly applauded him for bringing peace to Gaza and trying to end the hostilities in the war between the Israelis and Hamas, so there can be peace between the Israelis and peace between the Palestinians. But you seem, Zohran, to be incapable of praising our president. And Andrew, you were incapable of praising our president.
Gentlemen, we have
Give credit where credit is due. He's brought peace to Gaza.
Yeah, gentlemen, we want to hear everything you have to say. We have other questions on this matter. Mr. Cuomo, please, brief response, because we do have other questions on this issue that you may be able to address. Go ahead.
I did applaud.
Just damn, like this is messy as hell. Curtis Lee without his beret staring straight at me is spooky, right? Like there's nothing complicated about this issue. You can be like, I am cautiously optimistic about the ceasefire, but like until more comes of it, until we actually see a cessation of violence against the Palestinian people, like I'm not like we'll hold the laurels until after we see success.
President Trump and his administration, I think it was a great accomplishment. I hope the peace holds.
Like, I mean, like, this is the issue, right? Like, you can say that, but like today, even like, Israel is still killing Palestinians. Like, they're still like reducing aid, like reducing or denying aid outright. That like, you can like the ceasefire isn't holding. Like even Donald Trump like put on Truth Social like, oh, people are dying, if people keep dying, we're gonna go in. Like it's all just like I don't know why rush to give this man credit for something he's really only saying. We have not seen enough action to give him the credit of success.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hamas. The assemblyman will not denounce Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. The Assemblyman...
What? Will you denounce Hassan? Dude, this man is content brained. Like, he went on Logan Paul's podcast. This man went on, like, Logan Paul's podcast the other day. Is he gonna denounce the things the Logan Paul has said? Can we just, like... Yeah, Logan Paul. Back in 2017, Logan Paul went to Japan and filmed, like, the body of a dead person in Japan's suicide forest. Are you gonna denounce that? Are you gonna denounce Logan Paul's filming of a dead body and, like, desecration of a corpse? Are you gonna apologize for that? No, you're not gonna denounce that? Oh, that's crazy.
Just said in his response, well, it depends on occupation. That is code, meaning...
Here's his reaction in real time.
But they will belong.
Yeah. Mr. Sliwa, we will get to you first. I'm going to ask a question of Mr. Cuomo. While you are a strong...
Wait, is that the stand-up comedian who does great crowd work? Forget his name. Giancarlo, maybe?
Supporter of Israel, you have also been slow to develop a relationship with the city's Muslim community.
Thank you, Universal Power user, for those who get the subs.
A terrorist sympathizer. How do you assure those New Yorkers, especially Muslims and Arabic New Yorkers, that you will be a mayor for all? You'll have 1 minute.
Yeah, well, first, I think the Assemblyman created the perception himself. Why wouldn't he condemn Hamas? Why wouldn't he condemn Hassan Piker?
I love that he's... Oh, wait.
Why did it take us here tonight for the first time for him to say it? He still won't denounce globalized intifada, which means kill all Jews. Just say, I denounce it. He won't do it.
Older Jewish Americans are looking
and
up
his
right now.
divisiveness is ironic.
Why are you saying Hamas and Hassan Can you please answer about your own...
Well, we all know the #1 Hamas agent here in America, Hassan Piker. He's, I all the time I tune in to Hassan Piker's program, and he is talking about how he loves Hamas. You turn it on, and he looks directly into the camera and says, I support Hamas. Except he pronounces it Hamas. Yeah. They call him Hamas Piker. I can't talk. Hassan is radical Islam. Yeah, Hassan is the incarnation of, like, backwards hat, sunglasses, doing a sick wheelie move. Radical Muslim. Woo! God.
That howl is killing me, lol.
His laugh is great. That was completely unexpected. But also, like, you get asked a question about alienating like Muslims, Muslim constituents, and you, like, attack, like, the one Muslim on stage with you, and, like, name drop, like, Hassan Piker and Hamas. Like, dog, that is so fucking gross. Like, it's so fucking gross and racist, and it's gross. It's absolutely disgusting, which is, par for the course for Andrew Cuomo.
That the Israel...
Yeah, like, I'm sorry, attacks Zohran Mamdani, attacks Hassan Piker, associates both of them with Hamas, and name drops 9/11 all within, like, 10 seconds. That's nuts. That's fucking crazy.
Does not have a right to exist as a Jewish state, which he has never acknowledged. That is from the river to the sea. That's why he won't denounce globalize the intifada, which means kill all Jews.
Let's give Mr. Mamdani a chance to respond to that.
I want to be very clear. The occupation is a reference to international law and the violation of it, which Mr. Cuomo has no regard for since he signed up to be Benjamin Netanyahu's legal defense team during the course of this genocide. And
it's true. I believe that is actually true. Like he actually did sign up to do that. That isn't like a turn of phrase. If I'm not mistaken here.
I find the comments that Hassan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only to speak to journalists and streamers and Americans with whom we agree of every single thing that they say. We need to take the case to every person, and I'm happy to do that, which is why I was on Fox News yesterday talking about how I wish it was more like...
Yeah, just as an FYI, literally true. Literally true. As of November of last year, Andrew Cuomo joins high-powered legal team to defend Netanyahu against ICC's war crime claims. Literally true.
NASCAR, so we could see all the billionaires who are sponsoring you right on your suit jacket.
Melissa has another
We're going to turn it to Sally, actually.
Yeah, actually, this kind of flows, and then we'll go back to Melissa. Mr. Mamdani, you told NBC's Meet the Press that you don't believe it's the role of the mayor to police speech. Your words about this war have comforted many New Yorkers, but they've troubled others, and I want to ask about some of this. There is your recent refusal, as we just discussed, to condemn the slogan, Globalize the Intifada, which many view as a call to arms. In 2017, you rapped lyrics praising the Holy Land Five. These are men who were convicted of supporting terrorism. How would you assure New Yorkers, especially Jewish residents who might be concerned about this, that you would be a mayor for all? You have 1 minute to answer this.
Thank you for this opportunity. When I am speaking about the responsibility of leading this city, I mean leading not just those who voted for me, leading not just those who vote, but leading every single person who calls this city home. And that includes Jewish New Yorkers. And I have been so thankful for the opportunity I've had to sit with so many Jewish New Yorkers over the course of the primary and through the general. And it's in those conversations that I learned that this phrase evokes many painful memories. Memories of bus attacks in Haifa, of restaurant attacks in Jerusalem. And I heard from a rabbi about their roommate who was killed on one of those buses. And in hearing that and the distance between that impact and the rationale that some use of saying it, of speaking about the Israeli occupation of Palestinian land, is why I said that I would discourage this language that I do not use. And what I'm looking to do as the first Muslim mayor of this city is to ensure that we bring every New Yorker together. Jewish New Yorkers, Muslim New Yorkers, every single person that calls this city home, that they understand they won't just be protected, but they will belong.
Mr. Sliwa, we will get to you first. I'm going to ask a question of Mr. Cuomo. While you are a strong supporter of Israel, you have also been slow to develop a relationship with the city's Muslim community. You have called Mr. Mamdani a terrorist sympathizer. How do you assure those New Yorkers, especially Muslims and Arabic New Yorkers, that you will be a mayor for all? You'll have 1 minute.
Yeah, well, first, I think the Assemblyman...
Well, first, they all did 9/11 together. They all did it together. And I guess we just need to move past that. We just need to recognize they all did it together. They're all in on it. It's a big conspiracy. But I'm here for all New Yorkers, all of them. Sure, I might be rabidly Islamophobic, but and that's only because they all did 9/11 and are in on a big giant conspiracy. But I'm here for all New Yorkers. Like that to me is what this man comes across as, like, nonstop.
Created the perception himself. Why wouldn't he condemn Hamas? Why wouldn't he condemn Hassan Piker? Why did it take us here tonight for the first time for him to say it? He still won't denounce globalize the Intifada. Which
did we? Oh no. Okay, we got to this. Did we? I'm sorry. Did I just somehow skip back, or is he doing this exact thing again?
Means kill all Jews. Just say, I denounce it. He won't do it. That's the issue.
Mr.
And his divisiveness
Cuomo, can you address the question
is
that we're putting
chronic.
to you? I think you've made the point, but can you please answer about your own...
That's fucking crazy. He did it twice? Am I stupid? Did I rewind?
develop a
where they will belong. New Yorker visitors of St. Jerusalem General purchase arms. Thank you. About I wish Benjamin.
The Assemblyman will not denounce Hassan Piker.
No, he did it a second time. I didn't believe you guys. I had to fact check you guys. And he's literally saying it again. You know his consultants absolutely told him to attack Hamas, this man on the basis of Hamas and Hassan Piker. That's crazy. Holy shit, he did it twice. I literally thought I had accidentally hit a button. That was crazy.
Slow to develop a relationship with the city's Muslim community. You have called Mr. Mamdani a terrorist sympathizer. How do you assure those New Yorkers, especially Muslims and Arabic New Yorkers, that you will be a mayor for all? You'll have 1 minute.
Yeah, well, first, I think the Assemblyman created the perception himself. Why wouldn't he condemn?
This answer was so similar to the one he gave like 2 minutes ago that I literally thought it was the same one.
Hamas. Why wouldn't he condemn Hassan Piker? Why did it take us here tonight for the first time for him to say it? He still won't globalize the Intifada, which means kill all Jews. Just say, I denounce it. He won't do it. That's the issue.
Mr.
And his
Cuomo,
divisiveness
can you address the question
is
that we're putting to
chronic.
you? I think you've made the point, but can you please answer about your own relationship with the Muslim community? You did not visit mosques for many years. More recently, you have been.
Yeah, I don't think in any way the Assemblyman is representative of the Muslim community.
Sliwa said, give me something, anything, and his consultants shrugged and said, talk about Hassan.
God, that's nuts. Except that this isn't Sliwa. This is Andrew Cuomo. God.
Which is a vital community in New York City, and I am very fond of, and I've been working with. I think he's playing his own politics. Many of his positions don't even follow the Muslim faith, so I see them as two totally separate things.
Mr. Mamdani, want to respond?
You know, it took Andrew Cuomo being beaten by a Muslim candidate in the Democratic primary for him to set foot in a mosque. He had more than 10 years, and he couldn't name a single mosque at the last debate we had that he visited. And what Muslims want in this city is what every community wants and deserves. They want equality, and they want respect. And it took me to get you to even see those Muslims as part of this city. And that, frankly, is something that is shameful and is why so many New Yorkers have lost faith in this politics.
Yeah, except that is totally false. I've worked with the Muslim community for many years.
Name a single mosque you went to when you were the governor. Can you name a single mosque you went to in 10 years?
Before you were ever here. They were
if you're the governor, you should probably be visiting a variety of different locations. There's a part of me where I'm like, this is not an unimportant issue, but it seems virtue signally to me. But when you're the governor, virtue signals matter, right? When you are in a position of authority, the virtue signals matter a little bit more because of what they communicate to marginalized communities, right? And so this is a substantive issue. Yeah, for New York, it's absolutely important, right? And so there's a part of me where I'm I kind of cringe at this type of virtue signaling, but also it is important. And Andrew Cuomo absolutely 100% failed in that regard.
I was here before you were even in state government. I worked with the Muslim community. Imams presided over State of the States. We worked in religious working groups, tolerance groups, anti-Semitic groups, etc.
All right, gentlemen. Mr. Sliwa, Rosarita has a specific question for you, but I'll give you a few seconds
Zohran,
here to weigh in.
This is what disturbs me about you. You will be celebrating your birthday this weekend. In 1991, I was in the streets of Crown Heights with the Guardian Angels for 30 days and 30 nights when the first Democratic Socialist mayor of New York City, that's right, David Dinkins, was a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America, abandoned the Jews for 3 days. They were left to their own means. And we protected them for 30 days and 30 nights. Then your favorite mayor, Bill de Blasio, in 2019, abandoned the Jews again when they were being attacked in Williamsburg and Borough.
Would it abandoned the Jews? That's fucking. What a what? Like I just all of them. Like what are you talking about, man?
Park in Crown Heights,
Mr.
and I had
Sliwa,
to bring the Guardian Angels in for 30 days,
Mr.
30
Sliwa,
nights.
Mr. Sliwa.
Jews don't trust that you are going to
Mr.
be
Sliwa.
there for them when they are victims of anti-Semitic attacks.
Okay. Brief response, Mr. Mamdani. We have a specific question for you from Rosarina, but Mr. Mamdani, please.
I agree,
Thank
by
you.
the way.
One of the most meaningful experiences I've had over the course of this campaign has been the conversations I've had with Jewish New Yorkers. Jewish New Yorkers who've told me about the door that they've had to...
Is he lying about the mayor being a member of DSA? No. Dinkins was a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. And as far as I know, like one of the most beloved mayors in New York City history. Dude was a real one. Look up Dinkins. He's great.
A lock that they had kept open for 40 years. Jewish New Yorkers who've told me on the M57 about an apartment the speech therapist was...
Also, Dinkins had a great mustache. More politicians should have the mustache. You got to sport the stash.
Trying to sell when a realtor told her, put the Jewish books off the table. Jewish New Yorkers who've told me about their fear in living in this city. And I will be a mayor who finally addresses that, not through the theatrics of the politics on this stage, but through action. I'll do that by ensuring that we have police officers outside of synagogues on the high holy days.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to, and we do have a specific...
Also, like, Zohran should make a bigger deal out of the fact that he's the only candidate here who wants to actually have, like, I think he wants to, like, something like triple the funding for hate crime investigation and, like, enforcement, specifically, and, like, form, like, a specific anti-Semitism task force. Like, those are really big ideas. Those are great ideas. Throw them out there. This would be a perfect time to highlight them.
The question for Mr. Sliwa. Rosarina.
Thank you, David. Mr. Sliwa, you've called for tougher policing of pro-Palestinian protests, and you've suggested that Mr. Mamdani uses languages that is anti-Semitic. How do you assure New Yorkers that you'll be the mayor for all?
Well, I've been there for all people in all times for 46 years as leader of the Guardian Angels here and around the world. Whether it is a religious violation of people's rights to worship as they choose in a mosque, in a church, in a synagogue, or a shul, whether it's because of racial identity. Remember, in the summer of 2020, Asians were under constant attack because of the lockdown and pandemic. I don't remember Governor Cuomo coming to their aid. You were the governor then. I was out there going into all the neighborhoods, Flushing, Bayside. We were in down in Bensonhurst. We were in Chinatown itself, where Asians were being attacked indiscriminately because they were thought to be carrying COVID. We protected them then. Governor, you were not there for them. De Blasio was not there for them. We understand hate. And in order to counteract hate, you have to get the community involved along with the police to protect people when they're under siege. Jews are under attack now more than ever before. And I don't believe either of you have the capabilities of protecting them.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Like, this just hits so poorly when he is on camera a year ago with this.
Made-for-TV moment. Yesterday, Fox News was interviewing Curtis Swilla, the head of the New York City-based vigilante group known for targeting migrants. And they were discussing migrants in New York City when suddenly this happened.
Guys have just taken down one of the migrant guys right here on the corner, 42nd and 7th, while all this is... Can you pan the camera? They've taken over. They've taken over. You'd like the camera over there if at all possible.
Yep. Oh, you got your key open, guys.
It's out of control. Out of control.
So later, he was brought back for an update.
Well, he had been shoplifting first. The Guardian Angels spotted him, stopped him. He resisted. And let's just say we gave him a little pain compliance. His mother back in Venezuela felt the vibrations. He's sucking concrete. The cops scraped him off the asphalt. He's on his way to jail.
So according to the New York City Police Department, none of that is true. Senior.
Yeah, none of that is true. What you saw was a man getting assaulted on camera, and Curtis Lee was like, yeah, he was a shoplifter, criminal, migrant, they're taking over. Like, I'm sorry, I don't believe this man when he's talking about how he's working to protect people.
With increased anti-Semitism.
That is pure fiction. I passed the no hate in our state, the strongest hate crime law in the United States of America. We tolerate no hatred, no discrimination. We are from every place on this globe, and
Unless
we are
it's
proud
you
of
that's
it.
perpetrating
and, excuse me, and we're tolerant and we accept. If you notice, the assemblyman still won't say he believes that Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish state. He is a divisive personality all across the board. NYPD are racist. Barack Obama is evil, liar, and he gave the finger to the Christopher Columbus statue.
By the way, Cuomo, your laws with no cash bail turn the haters right back in the street to violate and attack again and again and again.
Thank you. Also, that's not how no cash bail works. No cash bail doesn't mean people who commit a crime automatically get released onto the street. That's not what no cash bail does. It just means that a judge has to determine whether or not they are a threat to themselves or the public. And if the answer is no, then they don't get to keep them in prison, in exchange for an arbitrary amount of money. They just get to either go or they have to stay. And the judge makes that determination. It's really no different than the cash bail system. It just takes the cash out because it's just arbitrary financial punishment for no reason and no benefit.
The reason for that, no cash bail.
Thank you. Thank you. You don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you. Go ahead.
There have been a number of absolutely unfounded lies that have been said by Andrew Cuomo. I would just like a moment to address them directly. I've said time and again that I recognize Israel's right to exist. I've said that I will not recognize any states. I said that I will not.
As a Jewish state.
If I would be allowed to finish, that I would not recognize any state's right to exist with a system of hierarchy on the basis of race, of religion. I have made that very clear. And part of that is because I'm an American who believes in the importance of equal rights being enshrined in every single country, whether we're speaking about Israel or whether we're speaking about Saudi Arabia. You can stand here and you can lie all you want, but New Yorkers know that.
You answered the question. We want
to address some issues here.
All right, and we have another polarizing issue that we would love to discuss with you candidates. And let's talk about the National Guard here in the
Casual reminder, there are lots of Italian legends that never genocided anyone. Galileo never killed anyone.
It's true. The joke that came into my head was probably offensive, so I'm not gonna say it. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
The city of New York. Now let's go back to Mr. President Donald Trump. One threat hanging over the city is the deployment of the National Guard troops, like he has done, as you all know, in other cities. The NYPD commissioner has rejected the idea as unnecessary, but the president ordered troops to hit the streets of New York. Now, how would you respond? Mr. Sliwa, you have a minute.
There's no need for the National Guard in New York. Kathy Hochul, the governor, when we had a crime crisis in the subways that I'm well familiar with, being down there all the time, unlike my 2 adversaries, she sent 750 National Guardsmen down into the subways in 2024. Remember the horrible case of Debrina Kawam. Does anybody even say her name anymore? That woman who was set on fire by that migrant. As a result of that, the worst crime I've ever seen committed in the subway system, the governor did the right thing. She sent an additional 250 National Guardsmen, giving us a total of 1,000 national.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, look, this one crime done by one migrant justifies the deployment of the National Guard into the subways to do jack all. Like, okay, yeah, that will keep people safe. Definitely, just having soldiers at the different subway stops. Jesus. Yeah, no, these guys think that they're cooking. You know, they're like, yeah, of course, just put soldiers on the streets. That will stop the crime. It's like that doesn't stop the crime. It actually makes people more afraid of using the subway. Curtis Lewa wants the National Guard to fight the Ratmen with him. He does. It's true. His end goal is to siphon ever more resources down into the Underdark.
Guardsmen in the subway system, while our mayor, Eric Adams, was telling us it was all a perception. So Governor Hochul has responded. I would tell the President of the United States, since I'm familiar with cities all across America having guardian angels there, if you were going to send the National Guard, you don't need to send them to New York City. There are other cities that could desperately use their help in dealing with their crime crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa. Mr. Mamdani, how will you respond?
You know, I agree with Police Commissioner Tish in that we do not need the National Guard here in New York City. We do not need them for the purpose of safety, because if it was safety that President Trump was so concerned about, he would send them to the 8 out of 10 states that have the highest levels of crime in this country, but he won't, because they're all run by Republicans. What New Yorkers need is a mayor who can stand up to Donald Trump and actually deliver on that safety. When Donald Trump sent ICE agents on people in Los Angeles, Andrew Cuomo said that New Yorkers need not overreact. That is the furthest answer that New Yorkers are looking for. They are looking for someone who will lead, someone who will say that they will have their back, someone who will actually fight for the people of this city. And that's who I am, because I'm not funded by the same donors that gave us Donald Trump's second term, which isn't something that Andrew Cuomo can say.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr.
Yeah, first, the answer in the subways is not more National Guard. I put National Guard in the subways also.
It's also not more like it's also not more cops on the subway. Like, putting more cops on the subway does not deter crime. It doesn't reduce crime. It just makes people afraid.
So it's more NYPD is the answer. But
no, it's not. It's literally not. Just make the subways better. Make the subways better and give people housing. Give people adequate mental health care. Like, the people that they are constantly fear-mongering about on the subway are people who are generally, like, struggling with some extreme mental health episode. And if someone has a home, they can struggle with that in their home. If somebody, if somebody's having an extreme mental health break, you can get them supports and stuff. Especially, it makes it a lot easier if they have a home. Like, the reason they're doing it in the subway is because they are, like, without a place to go and be safe. And, like, cops are not going to solve that problem. And in the off chance they solve that problem, they are just incarcerating, like, mentally ill people, which is incredibly expensive and ineffective.
the National Guard is not, he's not sending in the National Guard.
Yeah, like being unhoused creates mental distress for sure. Depraved ambiance, like these are related issues. People aren't going and like setting people on fire on the subway because they're like criminal masterminds who are looking to like get rich quick. They're doing it because they have like something deeply and profoundly wrong with them that we could actually address before it gets to that point.
To do any real function. It's control, it's power. He's trying to say these Democrats don't know how to run these cities, and it's a political gesture by sending in the National Guard. He has said if the Assemblyman is elected, he will take over New York. Forget the National Guard.
But this is
he
not
has
the
said,
question.
I'm going
The
to take
question
the
is,
funds.
if they order the troops to come here, what will
Yes,
you do?
well, I went through this with him. He sent the...
Actually, Christina, I actually have the link for Omar Fateh's phone banking. And you know what? It's as good a time as any. Folks, if you want to help get the Mamdani of Minneapolis elected, there are several phone banking times. The next one is October 20th, which is this coming Monday. And then there's also one on October 27th, and there's one on November 2nd. You can help get a socialist elected here in Minneapolis. It would mean a lot to me if you guys could sign up to phone bank. It's really easy. You get to make friends. You get to meet people. Also, you can do it from anywhere in the country. You can do it from online. It's real great. I encourage you all to do it. Omar Fateh is the real deal, and we'll do a segment on him probably tomorrow, actually. But that being said, let's keep going. Actually, this is a good point to say, hey, if you're enjoying the stream, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things. Do the things. Also, Sam and Moose, I love this. I love this a lot. This is really good. And also, absolutely add that as an emote. God, it's so good. But yeah, sign up to do some phone banking. It's really great, and you can help people like Zohran Mamdani really flourish and make the pathway easier all across this country. What is it? Here. You got on this so fast. It's so fucking good. I don't think it'll work as an emote. Are you saying I could throw that on a merch shirt? Because, like, damn, that's good. That's some good shit. Anyway, holy moly. Well done, Salmon Moose. My little commie, my little commie. All right. Sorry. back to the debate.
National Guard to 20 cities when I was governor. You know what city he didn't send them to?
Hell
New
yeah,
York.
Salmon Moose. Thank
Why?
you.
Because I said to him, don't you dare. We don't need it. And he backed down. And he will again.
So that proves a good relationship
Wait a
with the
second.
president.
The president is going to back down to you, Andrew Cuomo. I know you think you're the toughest guy alive. But let me tell you something. You lost your own primary, right? You were rejected by your Democrats.
Why
and
didn't
you have
you
a
send the
difficult
National Guard?
understanding that what the term no is. You're not going to stand up to Donald Trump.
I agree with Curtis.
You're not going to stand up to Donald Trump. Okay. And he can't stand up to Donald Trump, who knocked him right on his tuchus.
You negotiate with him. You don't fight with him because only the people of New York City will lose.
We do have stand up to negotiate.
We have a follow-up.
Knock him right on his tuchus. Incredible stuff happening on this stage. He thinks he's tough. He lost his own primary. I've never lost a primary. In the underground elections against the Repmen. That's right, we have elections down there. They're contentious, heated affairs, full of whipping chains and revolving pickaxes.
I'd like to see a show of hands. Are there any circumstances where any of you would allow the NYPD to cooperate with the National Guard if Trump sent them to New York? Show of hands. Yes? No takers. Okay. Moving on. If history is a guide, National Guard troops in the city could trigger protests. And we have questions for each of you about how you would handle that. So, Mr. Sliwa, you have been arrested for protesting migrant housing and for trying to serve Mayor Bill de Blasio with court papers. How would your NYPD handle protests? And would you continue participating in protests as mayor? You have 1 minute.
Well, I have been arrested oftentimes in civil disobedience. That is a great American right. But demonstrations have a time and a place. And it used to be before Bill de Blasio, I know he was your favorite mayor, Zohran Mamdani, that you'd have to get a permit. There's a time period you were in a structured area. You get a sound permit, it could be turned.
Wait, I'm pretty sure Bill de Blasio is not Zohran Mamdani's favorite mayor. I'm pretty sure it was David Dinkins. Also, by the way, David Dinkins, just like, what a man, you know? Like, just, dude, what a great stash. Just like a no-nonsense socialist. You know, we need a few of those in office.
Around in a day. If there was going to be civil disobedience, you discussed it with the police department, and obviously you had an opportunity of expressing your anger or your outrage at whatever it was that motivated you to sit down in the street, to block traffic or block an egress. Now we have rampaging groups that go running through the streets, that enter all kinds of facilities and violate other people's rights. And there's no one who's willing.
It would be the least surprising thing on the planet if Curtis Sliwa turned out to be a sovereign citizen. It would be funny as fuck. I don't think I would ever stop laughing. And there's a non-0% chance that is in fact accurate.
To stop it. When I'm the mayor, there are rules and regulations. Everybody has a right to demonstrate, but you can't violate other people's rights, or you yourself must be arrested. And I would remove the face coverings. Remove those face coverings. Why are you afraid of identifying who you are as a demonstrator, unless maybe you're an agent provocateur who's been sent in here to cause chaos?
Thank you. Rosarina?
The next question goes to you, Mr. Mamdani. You were arrested for blocking traffic in a pro-Palestinian protest, and you participated in a sit-in at Grand Central. Protesters offered block streets, bridges, and hubs like Grand Central. How much of that would you allow as mayor, and what's your line in having the NYPD arrest protesters? You have a minute.
Protest is a part of what makes this city's history what it is. It is a part of the First Amendment. We deserve to have a mayor who stands up for that First Amendment, especially as we have a president that's looking to shred it at each and every opportunity. And we will continue to have protests in this city, as we should, no matter who is the mayor. And the line will be on the question
he travels alongside the Ratman.
I ride one of the underground lizard creatures that they use for transport down there. I've had a custom-built saddle made of shed hide of the various underground critters that you can find down there.
I said touches. Did you hear that? I used Yiddish as an Italian New Yorker. Did I mention I support Israel?
I did want to make a bigger deal of that, Sake Tanuki. Thank you. Because, like, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, am I signaling enough? Am I signaling enough to elderly Jewish New Yorkers? Am I doing it? Can I win them back?
breaking the law. What we have today, however, is an attempt to intimidate so many who are looking to use that freedom of expression to share their opinions about the city and the world around them. And to be frank with you, what New Yorkers are looking for is someone who can show leadership in City Hall. Because when they don't see that leadership, that's when so many take to the streets. And if you had a leader like Andrew Cuomo, who was telling people not to overreact when they see ICE agents abducting girls as young as 6 years old to deport them, many New Yorkers will take to the streets. We deserve to have a leader who will actually be following through on the values of the city. That's the leader that I'll be.
Mr. Mamdani, just a quick follow-up. If you're elected, would you still participate in protests?
No, if I'm elected, I'll be the mayor, and I'll be leading the city from City Hall.
But
Let's go! Let's go! Have all of City Hall protest. Let's go!
No participation in protests, right?
The important thing is to lead from City Hall. That's what I'll be doing.
Okay.
Yeah. If I may respond, because I believe my name was invoked.
Yeah. A very brief response, and then I have a question for you.
I dealt with ICE. I stood up with ICE. I had a war with ICE here in New York when I was governor. And I stood them down, and they moved out. What the Assemblyman is saying is, he doesn't believe in law and order. He believes in defunding the police, disarming the police, disbanding the police. That's who he is.
Cuomo,
abolish jails.
Sorry, I have a question for you. Okay,
wait, that sounds based though. Like if we could, we should get rid of jails. You know, if we can have a better, less cruel system that works and like rehabilitates people, like that's preferable actually to like, I don't know, torturing people or taking away their freedoms. I don't know. I think it would be good if we could reform people without, you know, taking years of their life.
15-second
very
rebuttal,
quickly.
Mr.
No, we have to-
Mamdani, and then
we
we
have to
do
move on.
just 15 seconds because we have a question for Mr. Cuomo.
Mr. Cuomo lies again and again and again. I am not running to defund the police. I am running to actually work with the police to deliver public safety. Andrew Cuomo says that he has stood up to ICE. He has not said a word about...
If I may respond, I believe my name was invoked. If there wasn't a better tagline for Cuomo's whole campaign.
It's true, you know. Like, God, this entire debate is like a clown show, but then there's like one straight man on stage, like just two clowns and a straight man. Like, it's like we're watching an elaborate Who's on First, and then there's like just some guy who's like, well, clearly the bit is about people being on bases. That you guys are genuinely getting confused, but this is about baseball players on in their different playing positions.
The abductions that are happening right now.
He's referring to a previous comment you made, and we will get back to this. But Mr. Cuomo, a question for you.
It's a comment he made. Is the operative
I said
language.
that. Yes,
Yeah,
I
know.
understand. I said that. As governor, you put the National Guard on standby during the George Floyd protests. You didn't deploy them. As mayor, talk about how you would balance the right to protest with maintaining order in the streets.
The right to
You have 1
protest.
minute.
The right to protest is a sacred right. There is no doubt about that. But the law is the law also. And you have New Yorkers now who are afraid in this city. They're afraid of Donald Trump coming, they're afraid of that anarchy, and they're afraid of the anarchy in this city itself. We have to provide public safety that makes New Yorkers feel safe. Demonstration is one thing. Violating the law is something else. Blocking public transit is something else. Stopping students from going to class is something else. Harassment, intimidation, that's a hate crime, that's illegal. Enforce the law. Respect the police. They're not racists, as the assemblyman calls them. They're not.
That's right. 40% of them are very, very helpful people. Just good family men. Look up police, 40% family for more.
Not a threat to public safety, as he says. They're not anti-queer. They are here to protect New Yorkers, work with them, fortify them.
You know, that's ironic that you say that now,
I'm sorry,
Andrew
Mr.
Cuomo, because when you were governor for 8 years, your parole board released 43 cop killers back into the street.
Okay,
Your father, when he was governor, released none. I knew Mario Cuomo. You know Mario Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo.
I'm sorry.
This man just like interjects in like weird ways, but like it's like his bizarre You know what? This man's Voldo from Soul Calibur, all right? He's just weird and off-putting as hell, and I do not support his endeavors in any way, shape, or form, but goddamn, he could throw a weird-ass punch. Holy shit, Jack, I looked that up, and what the fuck? Yep.
They're not racist, they're not sexist, and some, I assume, are bad people.
It's true. I do assume that. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. It's good. If my comment made you look up police 40%, then I feel like I've informed you of something.
Don't say you're pro-police.
Mamdani, do you want to respond briefly to the comments that Mr. Cuomo raised about things you've said about police?
Hey, Voldo is cool as fuck. Voldo is cool as fuck, but he's also creepy as fuck. And also, like, I don't know. Curtis Lee was also creepy as fuck, just in a different way.
Can do a brief response to that.
I have been clear time and time again that as much as Andrew Cuomo wants to bring up tweets from 2020, which is around the same time that he was sending seniors to their death in nursing homes, I am looking to work with police officers, not to defund the NYPD, looking to ensure that officers can actually do one job when they're signing up to join that department.
I said it before and I'll say it again. He's the weird pick, but with extra rats.
It's true. He's got some rats in his closet.
Not the many jobs we're asking them to do today.
He was specifically referring to comments you made. We will come back to that, but we're out of time.
You said they are wicked and corrupt
candidates,
and racist.
We're moving
That's
on.
what
Thank
you said. Your words, your words.
We're moving on.
Racist, sexist, Republican. These words are virtually interchangeable.
Interesting quote from PragerU video.
Thank you. Despite record low crime numbers, polls show that crime remains a top concern for New York City voters. The three of you have very different approaches to crime fighting and how to manage the NYPD. We want to get into your plans. So we'll start with this question. It's a two-part question, but it's short. How will you make the city safer? And how will you change the NYPD? You'll have 1 minute. We begin with Mr. Cuomo.
I would add 5,000. Well, let's take a step back. Remember what happened. The far left, the socialists said defund the police, defund the police. They took $1 billion out of the police. The NYPD is now down at...
Curtis Lewa is literally the Thanksgiving uncle. Oh my God, we found it. We found it, everybody. The incarnation of the concept of the Thanksgiving uncle. Enough people have become familiar with the meme that it has manifested into the form of one man. And that man's name is Curtis Lewa.
One of the lowest levels in modern political history. I would add 5,000 police, put 1,500 in the subways, raise the starting salary because you can't hire them. You can't even fill a class right now. And you have to add additional police officers because the attrition rate is so high. Part of that is going to be saying to the NYPD, I respect you. I don't think you're wicked.
Well, Uncle Gumball, not every uncle is the Thanksgiving uncle. You know what I mean when I say the Thanksgiving uncle.
The assemblyman said, I don't think you're corrupt. I don't think you're racist. I value you. I will have your back. I'll be a mayor to work.
You are now a normal rat man.
You know, is it a coincidence that Andrew Cuomo looks kind of like Jordan Peterson being a very normal rat? I think not. I think the rat men are infiltrating this very debate.
With you.
It's why Sliwa goes harder and harder against Andrew Cuomo.
That's how you're going to get the police to apply for the jobs. And then we have to work on the relationship between the community and the police. The police can't police the community. They have to police with the community.
You're up next, Mr. Sliwa.
This is amazing. I'm standing here with my two adversaries, both of whom have threatened to defund the police. You, Andrew Cuomo, during the summer of 2020, you said, if you don't reform police departments, I'm going to defund you. And you certainly said that, Zohran Mamdani. We need 7,000 police. We only have 32,500. The problem in recruiting police, which neither of you are addressing, is that their insurance was stripped from them. The state, you did nothing when you were governor, and here in the city, 2021, the city council and Eric Adams did nothing. They don't have qualified immunity, which you've benefited from, Andrew Cuomo, with the 13 lawsuits filed against you for sexual harassment.
Republican monkus, feet. Jazz dog.
Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, the Terminal Brain Rot song is legendary. We played it at the beginning of stream. We'll probably play it again. Thank you for the $5 dono, Matt at Yahoo.
Tom DiNapoli says we're paying out $60 million. Why? Because you had your qualified immunity as governor, and yet people have stood by as police have lost their insurance that all civil servants have. That's why you can't get recruits in, because they're not insured. I will return their qualified immunity because they need to be protected like other civil servants.
That is not New York State. It's New York City on the qualified insurance, on qualified immunity. It's not insurance at all.
You are entitled to free legal counsel, which is what he's referring to.
Yes.
You have spent.
Yes, but it's New York City that has revoke qualified immunity. It's not insurance. It's qualified immunity. It has nothing to do with insurance.
Okay.
So that protected you in all these lawsuits.
And yes, the lawsuit.
Sliwa will fight crime as the vigilante ratman. Na ratman.
Oh man. Maybe Sliwa's been got. Maybe Sliwa is the ratman. Maybe he's been a double agent the entire time.
Suits because there was a report filed. I said it was political. It turned out to be political, and that's why
all 13 women were lying. Come on, Andrew. All 13 women were lying.
After 5 years.
A state trooper too?
Yeah, after 5 years, 5 DAs, 5 years of litigation, I was dropped from the case.
Mr. Mamdani, how will you make?
Once in a while.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani, How will you make the city safer, and how will you change the NYPD?
Thank you. This is the concern for so many New Yorkers, and I'm proud to have a comprehensive plan to bring new ideas to this city. If you want more of the same, vote for Andrew Cuomo. If you want an actual approach to lower crime, look at our Department of Community Safety. That is something that has been...
I love that. I know I've been like making a lot of fun during this debate, but like the way he is able to just like be like, yeah, if you want more of the shit, more of the same shit that we've got that brought us here, like vote for that guy. Yeah, go for it. If you want better policies, go for me, because I actually bothered to think one out instead of asking ChatGPT to make one for me. Like this top tier performance from Mamdani here.
Hailed by experts as addressing so many of the pieces of why New Yorkers are not feeling safe today. We will ensure that no longer are police officers asked to do the job of both policing and responding to the mental health crisis. We will have dedicated teams of mental health outreach workers in the top 100 subway stations with the highest levels of the mental health crisis and homelessness. We will ensure that cops can finally go back to the response times they used to have in 2020, closer to 11 minutes, as opposed to the closer to 16 minutes today, because they won't be asked to respond to the 200,000 mental health calls that are coming in through 911 every year. This is evidence-based. It's been successful elsewhere in the country. It's time we deliver it right here in New York City. It's time for a change.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani, we already had it. It was called the Homeless Outreach
I'm
Unit
sorry, this
of
is not
Cops
free
and
for all. We
Mental
have
Health
another
Care
question.
Officials.
It's not, the homeless outreach unit was not what he's talking about. The homeless outreach unit was literally cops. It was cops going out and interacting with the homeless, the unhoused community. Like that's not the same thing remotely.
For Mr.
And
Mamdani,
Bill de Blasio funded them by taking $1 billion out of the budget.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mamdani, we're going to talk about disciplining police officers. The civilian watchdog that investigates police misconduct regularly recommends
Also, Rhombus, I saw your comment about getting more emotes over on YouTube chat. Last I checked, I had maxed out the number of emotes that I could add to YouTube, but I'm sure since then we've gotten more subscribers, so I'll take a look at how many emote slots I have and fill them up with some more. But part of the issue is I have an unlimited number of slots over on riverboat.gg, which you can go to and participate in that chat. But I do not have an unlimited amount of slots for YouTube, sadly.
discipline for cops accused of wrongdoing, but the police commissioner often overrides them. You want to change that policy so that the board has final say. Please explain to viewers in 30 seconds why you believe the police commissioner should no longer have that final say.
What I've said is that I think it's time to remove much of the politics out of the question of accountability. We have the Civilian Complaint Review Board, which, as you said, studies, assesses, and investigates into complaints of abuse and the violation of the law. And oftentimes, those recommendations are then subject to political pressures and not followed through on. I think New Yorkers deserve a system where they know it won't then be assessed once again that there's actually more to the recommendation in the investigation that's being done by the CCRB.
Okay, we're wrapping up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Cuomo, do you believe changes are needed for how officers are disciplined? And are there any powers that you would give up as mayor? You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would not remove the police commissioner from the CCRB. I'd leave it with the police commissioner. I think Commissioner Tish is doing a very good job. I would trust her. The difference between me and the assemblyman is he doesn't like the police. That's why he won't hire more police when everyone else says we need more police. He wants to use social workers on domestic violence calls, which are very dangerous. And he's told you what he thinks. He thinks the police are racist, wicked,
we never hear about
corrupt.
Cops accused of wrongdoing.
But, like, that's true sometimes, though. Like, it's really weird to me to see someone making this argument about an that there's not this widespread, like, corruption and bigotry endemic to, like, the police department, especially in New York City, when, like, Frank Serpico still can't go to New York City. Like, he testified about corruption within the NYPD like 50 years ago. They tried to kill him for it, and he's never been able to go back because like they're this is just a wild argument to make specifically about NYPD. Like I don't know. Can I deflect to how good the fire department is? Honestly, yeah, I would love to hear how great New York's like fire department is. That'd be great. Can we spend time talking about that?
Who is this assemblyman they keep talking about? LMAO, they're afraid of them and it won't help when people don't know who they're attacking.
Genuinely, I think his consultants told him to call Zohran Mamdani like assemblyman as a way of like diminishing him, but it just makes him seem more professional. And it's either that they wanted to diminish him or they thought for some reason it would like that, like maybe they didn't think that Andrew Cuomo could pronounce Zohran Mamdani's name right. So instead they were just like, just call him assemblyman. Just call him assemblyman. It's easier for you to say. Just call him that. Clearly the assemblyman is a Bionicle. I don't know enough about Bionicle lore to know whether or not Assemblyman is a character in that franchise.
And a threat to public safety.
Thank you.
Those are his words.
Very quick. Mr. Mamdani, very quick.
Look, Andrew Cuomo is a politician of the past, and all he can speak about are the tweets of the past in 2020.
The future is now, old man.
Those are tweets which I have apologized for to New Yorkers and police officers directly, and they are not what I am actually running on.
No,
but you're incapable of actually
Mr.
speaking about the platform that we have here,
Mamdani,
which is one that will keep New Yorkers safe.
Can we just quickly ask you, because I think what some people feel they haven't heard from you, we hear you saying that you don't believe that anymore and you've apologized. People have not heard you sort of describe the evolution of your thought, how you got from there to here.
Hey, mildly muscular mom. Thank you very much for being a member. Appreciate it.
You know, growing up in this city, I would think often about safety and justice and the ways in which that relationship has been irrevocably harmed. When I learned about the exonerated five, when I learned about Sean Bell, when I learned about Eric Garner, when I learned about Michael Brown. And then in 2020, when I wrote these tweets, learning about the death of George Floyd. And that was a moment where it felt as if the distance between these two ideals had never been further. And in becoming an assembly member, and serving and representing more than 100,000 people in Queens, learning that to deliver justice means to also deliver safety. And that means leading a city where you recognize the bravery of the men and women who joined the NYPD and put their lives on the line. Yeah. It means representing the Muslims who were illegally surveilled in my district and the black and brown New Yorkers who've been victims of police brutality.
So Mr. Sliwa, you've been out there, you've been on the trains, and
Yeah, I'm also glad that we watched the interview first, because I feel like the interview was a much better display of like his rhetorical skills. Not that he's doing a bad job here, but just like this is such like an unrelenting clown car of a debate that I'm just kind of like, damn, I'm glad we got to like see him just like in isolation.
Would like to know if you believe changes are needed of how officers are disciplined.
Let me just suggest, Zohran, what you've suggested.
Zohran, Curtis.
Zohran.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Wait, what did he say?
What you
officers are disciplined.
Let me just suggest, Zohran, what you
how do you people keep messing up his name? It's not hard. It's so hard. Why are they having this much difficulty? Zohran? What the hell? I am baffled.
You've suggested
Zohran, Curtis.
Zohran.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Appreciate
Let me just suggest what you have proposed with this new police outreach unit will endanger women and children in domestic violence situations. I know I've been involved in so many of them with the Guardian Angels. They will be killed. They will be maimed. Number two, in dealing with emotionally disturbed persons that I have dealt with for all my years as the Guardian Angels, you need...
Also, just an FYI, guys, like if you get timed out, like just come back and be cool about it. Be chill. If like a moderator like Bapsia, it times you out, just be chill about it. And like if you do have a bunch of alts, don't like advertise that. Like just come back on a new day and be chill.
Ah yes, my favorite Power Ranger character, Zohran Mamdani.
I'm not gonna lie, my brain also went to Zordon. I remember my greatest ally in the fight against the Ratmen, an entity known as Zordon. He sent me 3 teenagers from another world. They died instantly on the first day of combat.
Trained professional police officers. Yes, you can have mental health workers with them.
Thank you, Mr.
But that has been suggested. It was done before by the homeless outreach
We have other
unit,
grounds to cover.
and the guy you thought was the best mayor, Bill de Blasio, disbanded
Mr.
them.
Sleewood, thank you. Brief response?
To be very clear, the Department of Community Safety is not about responding to calls of domestic violence. We are speaking about mental health crisis and the homelessness crisis. These are the focuses of the work that they will do.
All right. We have other questions for that a little later in the debate, but we want to just change the pace a little bit, candidates, switching gears to the high cost of living in New York City. To kick us off, we have a few quick pocketbook questions that New Yorkers wrestle with daily. So we want to know how much you spend a week on groceries. We'll begin with you, Mr. Cuomo.
Depends how many times my daughters come over, but probably about $150.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa?
Oh, I'd say about $175 with a gallon of milk, now $5 and always rising up. Loaf of bread, simple loaf of bread that used to be 99 cents. It's like $3 now.
Thank
the
you,
price is too.
Mr.
It's
Sliwa,
too
thank you.
costly.
It's a brief answer. Thank you. Mr. Mamdani.
Damn, I thought he was gonna drop the prices are too damn high. He almost did it. He should have done it.
Actually agree with Curtis on that. It is too costly. Now that eggs are down to less than $4, though, my average spend every week is about $125, $150.
All right. Do you carry credit card debt or do you pay it off every month? Mr. Mamdani?
I pay it off every month.
Mr. Cuomo?
Paid off.
Mr. Sliwa?
I don't have a credit card. I have a debit card.
Ah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Debt is a way that they trap you. You gotta remain free.
The fact that Sliva can get corrected and apologize and get through that interaction and Cuomo can't says so much.
Oh God. Oh, okay. Can I like admit to something like somewhat embarrassing? I also did not have a credit card until I realized that you really need a credit card in order to build credit. And if you don't have one, your credit is trash. So, yeah, I also did not have a credit card for the longest time. And I could say on a certain level, I relate to that. Like, I don't want to owe a company money. That sucks. And in order to build up credit, you need one, and it's awful. You just have to spend more time and effort navigating the Byzantine bureaucracy of your credit card company. It sucks.
And for the record, what is your monthly rent or mortgage, Mr. Sliwa?
About $3,900. It's not subsidized there, so.
Mr. Mamdani, what is your monthly rent or mortgage?
$2,300.
Mr. Cuomo.
He has a rent-stabilized apartment that a poor person's supposed to have. Mine is about $7,800.
We are actually getting to that.
We're gonna cover that subject. Sally?
Thank you. We're going to talk a little bit more about the runaway rent in this city. Mr. Mamdani, you're pledging to freeze rent for nearly 1 million rent stabilized.
Yeah, also, like, Curtis Sliwa is wealthy. Like, he bought, like, a $1.6 million place. Like, Andrew Cuomo, wealthy as hell, from a famous political dynasty, right? Like, also, like, Zohran Mamdani is not wealthy at all. God. In what world is Mamdani's rent for poor people? In New York City, rent is insane. New York City rent is insane.
apartments. That really affects less than half of all rentals in the city. What is your plan for those who aren't in stabilized apartments but are struggling to pay the rent? What are you going to do for them?
Well, I'm proud to say that I, yes, will freeze the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants.
Let's
and
go!
I will also build 200,000 truly affordable homes across the 5 boroughs over the next 10 years to ensure that tenants, whether rent-stabilized or market rate, can actually have more housing such that they are not being priced out of this city. And finally, I'm also going to make it easier for the private sector to build housing in this city, because what we see today is that it's not...
Yeah, also, by the way, folks, average rent in New York City is around $4,000 per month. That's according to apartments.com here. So you know, it's it's the rent is too damn high. And average apartment size is 591 square feet. That's fucking nuts. It is $4,029 for a 1-bedroom apartment in New York City. If you want to go down to a studio size, it's $3,270. That's why, like, when they talk about subsidized rent, like Mamdani's like lives in his apartment with like his wife. You know, like it's 2 people living in there. Like a subsidized apartment is basically a necessity if you want to like live in any kind of decency. God.
Not labor.
Like I wouldn't be able to afford that shit.
It's not materials, it's the weight that is often costing so much to actually build the housing we need in this city.
Thank you. And a follow-up for you, Mr. Mamdani. The cost of maintaining a building change year to year for landlords. The Rent Guidelines Board is legally required to consider those costs when deciding whether to freeze rents. So how can you promise a rent freeze today before ever seeing that data next year?
You know, we've seen the data time and again. It's
but next year's data.
It's been data that's been overruled by mayors again and again. The last Rent Guidelines Board study showed that profits were up 12% for landlords of those units. And what did they do? They raised the rent, adding to more than 12% under Eric Adams' administration. What I am speaking about is actually reflecting the needs of these New Yorkers.
It's so fucking predatory, man.
My last 1-bedroom was in a 4-floor walk-up and was $3,600 a month.
Jesus.
My last 2-bedroom was $6,550 a month.
Jesus Christ. That's insane. Like living in Minnesota, those are insane rental prices. For $3,600 per month in Minnesota, you could get at least like two apartments. That's fucking nuts. Y'all, I'm scared of rent now. You should be. Rent is terrible. I'm mad enough at $1,000 for a 1-bedroom here. God. Those are house prices. They really are, you know?
And the state of the market today. These are New Yorkers who have a median household income of $60,000. We do not need to be pushing them further out of the city. We need to keep them in their homes.
Aren't you saying in that answer that you are going to prejudge? You will not have seen the data for next year, and you're making a determination based on data you haven't seen?
I've seen the data year after year of the fact that salaries are stagnating, costs are up, New Yorkers can't actually afford their apartments. And I will also take action to actually ensure that the landlords of those buildings can better handle their costs by taking on their insurance, their property taxes, and their water bills.
And you haven't seen next year's data yet, but we're going to go to
I do have a question for you on this subject.
Jesus.
2 apartments and a complimentary tractor and show blower.
What is a... What? I don't understand. What is a show blower?
I just want to live in a world where we're not screwed up the asterisk hole and can thrive, please. I am so spiritually tired.
God, it really is spiritually tiring. Capitalism is such a grind, man. God. Like, it doesn't have to be this way. There are, like, apartments you can get in New York City through a lottery system where the rent is, like, something along the lines of like $500 a month. You have to like win like a literal lottery in order to get it, but they do exist. And like it doesn't have to be a system where people are completely unable to get by. Oh, snowblower. Damn. I'm still what also a complimentary tractor? Is it like a you get like a tractor like like farm equipment? Last time my partner and I moved, we looked at buying instead of renting. Buying would have resulted in us having a lower monthly housing cost for both mortgage and condo fees. Rent would have been higher, but we weren't approved for a mortgage, so now we're paying the higher rent. It's expensive being poor. It really, really is, right? Like it's the Boots theory of capitalism. You know, where I'm mangling it. What's his name? From the Discworld books. You guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, the Pratchett books. Yeah, the Vimes theory, the Sam Vimes, the Boots theory. You know, the idea that like, you know, you can, if you're rich, you can buy nice leather boots, and the leather boots will be very costly, but then will last you your entire life. But if you are poor, then you're expected to buy like boots that are made out of basically paper and paste, and you get them wet and they fall apart after like a year of use. And it turns out then you're just buying new boots every single year, and it's way more expensive in the long run to be poor than it is to have just bought that nice pair of boots in the first place. It really, really does.
I can confirm autocorrect is a Bitcoin lol.
Excellent, Nathan. Thank you for the $5 dono. God. Yes, we blew all our money on avocado toast, indeed. Dr. Sahiba, I live with my parents and destroy my mental health instead of paying rent. That sounds awful, and I'm really sorry. I also lived with my parents for a very long time at deep personal cost to my mental health, so I understand.
You have proposed something that you're calling Zohran's Law. You think that Mr. Mamdani earns too much to live in his rent-stabilized apartment, though I should note that there are no income tests for rent-stabilized apartments. But critics say your plan would force people to pay too much of their income towards the rent. So if you think Mr. Mamdani is gaming the system, what about the other New Yorkers, thousands of them just like him, who earn similar salaries, who are living in similar apartments?
Okay, just to follow up on what Sally was saying, because she's right. This is not a new plan that the Assemblyman is talking about. It's Bill de Blasio's plan. It was called Freeze the Rent. Bill de Blasio says the mayor can't say legally he's going to freeze the rent. There's a rent guidelines board. There are certain considerations that have to be looked at. You're right, Sally. You can't say today what it's going to be in 4 years. Also, freeze the rent only postpones the rent, because then you have to have an increase to cover the costs. Otherwise, the building is going to go bankrupt. And it does nothing for the majority of renters who aren't in these rent-stabilized units. There's nothing for NYCHA. There's nothing for homeowners. There's nothing for people in black-brown communities who are getting priced out. I was the HUD secretary. I built affordable housing all across this nation. I built affordable housing in this city when I was in my 20s. I know how to get it done. I will get it done. On the rent-stabilized units, what I'm saying is those are the precious units, and we should,
I'm sorry,
we should
Mr.
keep
Cuomo.
them for
We
the
didn't get an
most
answer to the
rent
question.
burden.
We have to move on.
But I have a question for you.
You aren't answering the question, bitch. Moving on.
No, sorry, he invoked me for much of that question. Just a very brief response here.
Very brief.
You know, you've heard it from Andrew.
And also, like, for those of you who have never heard of this before, yeah, New York City has effectively like an affordable housing lottery. You can actually go and like sign up for it on their like they have like a Housing Connect lottery page that you can sign up for, and it's you know, maybe not the best system. Maybe we should not have a lottery system to determine that. Andrew S., thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. Hey, you got Dr. Sahiba. You got Zoe Bren. You got Shai Halud. Which, if Shai Halud is watching, it's been a while since I saw you in YouTube chat. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Andrew S. Let's go!
Cuomo, that the #1 crisis in this city, the housing crisis, the answer is to evict my wife and I. He thinks you address this crisis by unleashing my landlord's ability to raise my rent. If you think that the problem in this city is that my rent is too low, vote for him. If you know the problem in this city is that your rent is too high, vote for me.
What an excellent fucking comeback. Excellent rhetorical, like, combat. Like, it's just, he's so good at this. Yeah, no, absolute banger. Absolute banger. If you think the problem is the rent my wife and I pay, vote for him. If you think the problem is that your rent is too damn high, vote for me. Like, that is an absolute bars being spat by this man.
I understand it correctly,
Sons of
Mr. Cuomo,
millionaires
your
need
program,
subsidized
Zohran's
housing.
law would not evict Mr. Mamdani.
It would not evict him.
It would
No,
apply
he
to
just-
people applying for apartments.
Yeah,
but the
he's making
tenant
it up.
but the
He
tenant
made it up.
advocates.
It would evict.
All right.
No,
Unlike, my understanding is that unlike Andrew Cuomo, Zohran Mamdani was not presented with a silver spoon in his mouth from the second he came out of the womb. Like,
no one.
This
It would
does
be
not
an
affect.
income limitation
We have to move on.
rappers.
I have a
Mr.
question
Sliwa.
for Mrs.
This is
Sliwa.
like
Rosarina-
a spat in the schoolyard. Let me
No,
suggest.
Mrs.
Can I
Lee,
please
Rosarina
ask
has
a
a
question?
specific question for you on this.
Yeah, well, I wanted
wanna
to
hear it.
talk about affordability
Well, you can
and
use it 'cause-
obviously address
Absolutely.
that
Go
issue.
ahead. Yeah.
So you've proposed, Mr. Sliwa, plans that would made a point of talking about the struggle of renters and property owners. Describe your plan to help renters and landlords.
Well, first off, we have 6,000 available apartments that the mayor controls in NYCHA, and they've been empty for years. That you address, number one. Then we talk about senior citizens who are living here. My whole goal is to improve and not to move. I'm concerned about the seniors, especially those that own homes.
yeah, no, James Hetfield, 100%. Like, what we're seeing is like every single candidate on this stage that's not Zohran Mamdani missing the button prompts and like infomercial fumbling their way through this. Meanwhile, Zohran Mamdani is making all of the correct dialogue choices and succeeding on the on like the skill checks. It's real good. He's doing good.
If they're 65 and make less than $250,000, no property tax, because the property tax is way too high. We need to cut it in half to keep people who are here.
We need to cut it in half, just like I cut in half several ratmen. From tip to stern, I cut them down, and I promise to cut down the rent in New York City just the same way.
And then in terms of rentals, we have affordable housing that can be built in these huge skyscrapers. You see them all throughout Manhattan and in northern Brooklyn and in Long Island City, which we have 25 Empire State Buildings full of commercial space that will never be occupied for office space. We should be converting them into affordable apartments. They're in dense areas. The infrastructure can support it. I'm the only candidate here who's against the
Mr.
city of
Sliwa,
yes
thank you.
that would
Mr.
destroy
Sliwa,
residential
I
neighborhoods.
have to interrupt you because we have a...
Wait, against the city? What?
Here who's against the
Mr.
city of
Sliwa,
yes
thank you.
that would
Mr.
destroy
Sliwa,
residential
I
neighborhoods.
have to interrupt you because...
The city of yes that would destroy residential neighborhoods? Even the captions couldn't grab that. Is that what he's saying? Like, what did you guys just hear him say? 25 Empire State Buildings full of rat men. God, imagine being a new viewer and hearing this. I'm sure some of my content when we're this deep into a debate night is just incomprehensible. He did say the city of yes? Okay.
Because we have a programming moment right now. We're about halfway through the mayoral debate. Channel 4 and Telemundo 47
Hell
will return
yeah.
to regular programming, but we got a lot to get to, and you can continue watching
Yeah,
live
we
on
do.
NBC News.
Yeah, we do. I think this is an excellent point for us to stop and say, hey, how we doing? Let's check in. This is probably a good part for us to have like a little bit of a break, a little bit of like a pause just to check in. How you all doing? Hello, Pander Sarah. Hello. Also, if you guys have been enjoying the show, remember, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, click the buttons, and also like, comment, and subscribe. You know, do the things that help the show. So far, like, Mamdani's killing it. I've actually like I don't think I've seen him get as like mad as he's gotten during this debate, but like it's good. It's good to see him get a little pissed off at like the slanderous attacks from his opponents. So I just think this is really cool and neat and interesting, and like I feel like we're having a lot of fun, and we're gonna keep this going. Nocturnal, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. Let's go! You got Von 400. You got K Lala. Let's go. You got Whimsy. You got a bunch of the friends of the channel. I'm very confused about the Ratman stuff, but the enthusiasm with the voice acting makes me just roll with it. That's okay. Basically, I just started the Ratman thing as like a one-off bit, like maybe 2 months ago, because we covered Curtis Lewa did an interview with Fox, and we covered it. And dude was just so weird and off-putting throughout the entire thing that like I was, and he was talking about like the sewers and talking about like the subway, and I was like, oh yeah, it's like he's down there with like, I don't know, the rat people or something, and then I just started doing like a voice in a bit, and it's just kind of grown from there to him being like this, I don't know, just crazed underdweller that like lives below the city and fights ratmen, emerging only to, you know, be a doomed prophet for the dangers lurking below. I don't know. I think it's funny, and so I keep doing it. And chat seems to really like it, so I'm a simple being.
On the 6th day Christmas, my dear love gave to me 6 Ratman, 5 Cuomos, 4 Sliwas, 3 moderators, 2 Zordons, and a Mamdani in the mayoral office.
Hell yeah, let's go. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Oh god. It's just so fucking funny, man. God. I'm a Ratman fanatic. Hell yeah, 2 dads kissing. It just makes him he's just so weird. Dude had like, we learned that at one point that man had 17 cats. At one point that man had 17 fucking cats. That's a lot of fucking cats. Oh, it's true. It's a rat king. They killed Raph. I had to avenge him. All right. Enough of that. Are we gonna get a full studio tour someday? Yeah, when there's not just like a pile of random boxes and shit right there. When I have the other pieces of furniture, I have the computer set up, I have the technology working. You know, gotta do other things first. All right. That's why his groceries cost more than the other two? Yeah, he had to buy, you know, durable military rations in order to go back to the front lines of the Ratman Wars. Also, the lore of the Ratmen that has, like, you know, been unveiled over time heavily implies that Curtis Lee was in the wrong, and the Ratmen are a peace-loving people. Let's see. Also, I just this is the halfway mark. I'm just officially marking this as halfway. There we go. This is a bona fide studio. It really is. We did it. It is an actual honest to God studio. And you know, it's gonna have like a little couch. It's gonna have like a little shelf. It's gonna have another little shelf, and it has like a little like vanity, like that was found in the trash, that is actually really lovely. That's gonna be like a little TV stand, and we're gonna be having the opportunity to like do different kinds of streams with that. So I'm really looking forward to what we're gonna do with the couch stuff. Also, Straighter Raid, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Or should I say Straighters? Welcome anyway. Either way, hello. How we all doing? Folks, go follow Straighter Raid. Doing great work over there. Good night, Andrew S. Also, just wanted to say, if I didn't, Nocturnal899, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I forget if I acknowledged that, but I do really, really appreciate it. She's got to finish the Drifter before I pop. I want to do that tomorrow. Tomorrow would be a good day to do some gaming. Do you have any idea how annoying it is to not be able to enjoy the debate or Jack's incredibly hot outfit, respectively, because I have to keep banning the same person over and over? It's true. My outfit is very good. we don't take kindly to the straights round these parts. What's the dono goal count at? Excellent question. It is currently getting real high, actually. You guys are getting very close to the stage production of Yakuza. Let's go! That's a cool outfit. Thank you. When I put it on to come down to do stream, my partner saw me and literally involuntarily said, "Holy fuck." Because I'm also wearing I'm wearing great shoes, and like you saw the belt. It's just a good, solid fucking outfit. Like, this is a power fit. And I, for one, feel really sexy in it. Different kind of streams on the couch. Yeah, for like console games, not the kind of streams you're thinking of. That's all behind me now. Well, geez, I don't know, Sarge. I tabbed out for the birth of the joke. I was very confused when I came back, but Jack was going on for like 9 minutes, Sarge. There we go. Only Jacks? Yeah, R.I.P. Only Jacks. You're powerful? Hell yeah. Oh, I know you're joking. Show us a shoe. Oh no, it's not too painful. These are actually super comfy. Whew. I like them a lot. I think they're cool. Cool boots, right? I saw them on like a vintage like model on like I forget what. But I took a picture of it and I tried to find them, and it turns out that they are like Leon Max booties, and they don't make them anymore, but I managed to track down a gently used pair. And I'm very, very happy with them. Cool fit. What's your pronouns? She, her. Thanks for asking.
Jack, I mean this in the most positive way possible. Awooga, love your streams genuinely.
Oh, that's all good. There's no. Is there another way to take a compliment like that? Thank you very much. Oh, wooga. All right. Birth of the Joke would have made a great spoof of D.W. Griffith. Holy shit. Yo, Violet Licorice, what kind of chocolate treats you baking? Was your OnlyFans name Motorboat Jack? No. Do you have a nice 70s outfit? I think I do. I think I have a couple like outfits that would pass as like 70s, inspired outfits. All right, you guys ready to like jump into part 2? Because I am. You guys ready? Are we done with the debate for tonight? Nah, not by a long shot. We're gonna finish this bitch. I'm here for that fit. The Dami Mommy look suits you, doesn't it? I think I look good in like leather and latex and like mesh. I think I pull it off really fucking well. Just me, or do you look like you're about to perform a concert? I don't know. I don't know what I would wear to perform a concert. How much longer is the debate? We are literally only halfway through it. I know it doesn't. That seems inconceivable that we are only halfway through this, but it's genuinely we are. This is just so chock full of just inaneness. It felt like we were towards the end, didn't it, though? But get ready, folks. We're going to jump into part 2. And we are, just to note, I am counting all up the subs and memberships and donos, even if it's not on screen. All right?
These are words for money.
Hell yeah, it's me, Bingo. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Also, is your name a reference to Bluey? Is it like the you guys know the Bluey meme, like with Vegeta? Like, I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Bingo. Is it a reference to that same Bluey character? Is it a different thing? I don't know. Oh, it's gonna get good. I bet it is. I'm so excited. Yo, Default X, I've wanted to play Hell Is Us for a while. I'm just there's so many cool games that I want to play. Also, at the end of this month, in just like honestly, like a week and a couple days, Outer Worlds 2 releases, and I really want to play that game. God. I was hoping for the brain rot. The brain rot will have to be on a new day, but we will do it. You guys have earned it. Ooh, you're making Swedish chocolate bollar. I've had those. Delicious stuff. I am gonna try my hand at making some Jamaican patties in the in the not too distant future. I'm really excited. Thanks, Digital Coffee. Here we go. You guys ready? Let's jump into part 2. So, folks, we are back. We are part 2 of the of the Zohran Mamdani versus the world debate. And my God, is this just absolutely insane? You've got 2 clowns on stage, and then you have Zohran Mamdani giving actual answers to the questions, while Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Lewa bicker amongst themselves. It's genuinely wild to see this behavior in a debate. And let's just jump in right where we left off. Part 2. Let's go.
New York, Telemundo 47 streaming and digital platforms, Telexitos, Politico.com, and YouTube. Stay with us. A lot to discuss.
Have I made any tikka masala lately? I have not. I made my Cuban black beans, though. Those Cuban black beans are tasty.
Gentlemen, thank you. That was kind of a natural point for us to transition, and we want to talk now about transportation and getting around town. And we have a few quick questions about how you get around town. Show of hands, even though they're in their waning days, who has a Metro card or Maybe uses OmniPay.
Uses OmniPay?
Yeah, OmniPay, yeah. MetroCard, I mean, I have one, but, I know I'm hanging on to the last
So
moment.
you're on the subways, Mr. Sliwa. What do you use? I'm just curious. If you don't.
OmniCard. In fact, I got a whole batch.
Okay.
I'm in the
Oh, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Once again, Zohran is the leader we need.
subways, I'm in the buses, and the express buses. The only candidate who rides mass transit every day.
When you need to get somewhere fast and you can't.
Wait, I don't think that's true. I think Zohran Mamdani rides mass transit every day.
Take the train.
Dude practically is having an affair with the subway system. Like, my God.
Do you hail a taxi? Do you use rideshare? Mr. Sliwa, what do you do?
I try to avoid yellow cabs. As you know, I was shot in the back of a yellow cab in 1992 by the Gottis and Gambinos. But I find my way around. If I have to, I Uber if I can't get there by mass transit.
What do you do, Mr. Mamdani, if you can't take the train?
I would either take a cab or ride a bike.
Mr. Cuomo?
I will take a cab, Uber.
Okay. All right. Thanks, gentlemen. Sally?
Thank you, David. Let's talk about free buses. Mr.
He was actually shot by the mob. That is true.
Mamdani, this is a centerpiece of your campaign. Can you explain how you will make buses free? You have 30 seconds to answer.
Absolutely. We will make buses free by replacing the revenue that the MTA currently gets from buses. This is revenue that's around $700 million or so. That's less money than Andrew Cuomo gave to Elon Musk in $959 million in tax credits when he was the governor. And the reason that we will do so is that making buses free doesn't just provide economic relief, but also public safety. Because what we've seen is that it decreases assaults on bus drivers by 38.9%. New Yorkers deserve more than the slowest buses in the country. I know that because I was on the M57 not too long ago, and its average speed is 4.9 miles an hour.
We're at time, though, but the question is how you'll make them free.
We will fund the revenue that would have otherwise been brought in from fares, and that's something that we would do in partnership with Albany, and I've put forward two proposals. The first is to raise taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers by 2%. That would raise $4 billion. The second is to raise the state's top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey, which would raise $5 billion.
We're going to move along.
That seems like a very reasonable and straightforward plan to me.
But I just want to point out to viewers that Governor Hochul has opposed raising the income tax. But Melissa.
Okay, and? Like, my big thing is like, oh, she's opposed raising the income tax. Okay, and? Once he wins the mayoral position, like, then you talk and you convince her to do it. That's politics. Politics is convincing people to do things that they wouldn't normally do. Yeah, she might not want to do that now. She might want to do it in the near future to get like the endorsement of, say, Zohran Mamdani, one of the most popular mayoral candidates in state history. So like, it kind of goes both ways. Kathy Hochul endorsed Zohran Mamdani, and like, she's gonna want Zohran Mamdani's endorsement back. Like, she's going to want that from him. And one of the things he can ask and get from her, and he, by the way, he also has the backing of the Speaker of the Assembly in Albany. Like, they have it, like, essentially the Albany Assembly has endorsed Zohran Mamdani. So like, Kathy Hochul is not going to want to go against the assemblymen and women, assembly people, and the one of the most popular mayors of New York City in recent memory. So like, there's a pretty compelling power dynamic here for him to actually extract some concessions out of Kathy Hochul. Yeah, Hochul is scared of the primary she's facing, and for good reason. Like, she's kind of been a shitty governor. But that might actually work in the favor of Mamdani getting said tax hikes. Because his endorsement could mean quite a lot.
We'll move on to your question.
Okay, could I address that on the buses? Because half the people don't pay their bus fare to begin with, Zohran. And so it's
Zohran.
Zohran. It's a complete disaster. If you have free bus fare and
he's gotten his name wrong multiple times. That's crazy.
Citizens Budget Commission said just last year, 2024, $1 billion of fare evasion in all different forms. This MTA system will collapse. There's not enough money out there to make up for fare evasion. Pay your fare.
Well, there's also not enough money to like enforce fare evasion, like it's not worth it to place cops because paying the cop for their time to watch fare evaders doesn't help, actually. That's a Trump tactic to invalidate Mamdani. I think it's definitely conscious when Andrew Cuomo does it. I feel like Curtis Lee was just kind of racist and doesn't really give a shit. So like I don't necessarily attribute it to like a deliberate tactic on his part. I think he's just kind of a bumbling buffoon.
If you don't pay your
bumbling racist buffoon, I should say.
Fair, they have fair programs for the poor and the indigent, but everybody should be forced to pay their fare.
Mr. Cuomo, you had both praise and some criticism for Mr. Mamdani's free bus pilot. So you're sort of in the middle on this issue. What's your plan to make subways and buses more affordable?
I think free buses is a mistake. It costs about $700 million. Just to give you an idea that we only raise about $500 from congestion pricing. It's been done before in other cities. It was a disaster. They stopped. They basically became mobile homeless.
The poor and the indigent, and not the indigenous, the indigent.
Gathering places. What I say is free buses for working families who can't afford it, and free subways for working families. But don't subsidize rich people on a bus, and it's been tried and it's failed.
Mr. Mamdani, can you just respond quickly on the point about the mobile homeless gathering places?
You know, this is something that we heard when we were fighting to make buses free in Albany when we delivered the first fare-free bus lines in New York City history. And what we saw is when we made one bus route free in each borough of New York City, there was no increase in homelessness on those buses. There was no increase in fare evasion in the surrounding area. What there was an increase in ridership of up to 38%.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
Candidates, maybe we can dig deeper on this and get a sense of how all of you would pay for your big ideas. Mr. Mamdani, we'll start with you. We've obviously been talking about free buses. You've talked about free childcare, city-run grocery stores. So essentially, you're proposing about $10 billion in new spending. And as you've indicated, you want to pay for it with tax increases. But as Sally pointed out, Governor Hochul said no to raising income tax on millionaires. So tell New Yorkers tonight how you're going to pay for all of this in 1 minute, if you can.
Look, a lot of people have called even my campaign a non-starter when we first began. And now I stand before you proud to be the Democratic nominee who got the most votes in city primary history. And I believe we will see the same thing with our push to ensure that we are taxing the wealthiest and the most profitable corporations the fair amount that they should pay. Now, there are those who will say that because it will be hard, you should give up. We saw what giving up looked like when Andrew Cuomo was the governor. He gave up on fighting for working-class New Yorkers and instead caved in to his billionaire donors. And what did we get? We have the fastest and most frequent helicopter service to the Hamptons, and we have the slowest and more expensive bus service across the 5 boroughs.
Get his ass! Hell yeah. We got them gold-plated helicopters flying the rich and famous to the Hamptons. Let's go! Let's go! Honestly, what a great, like, also the way he delivers it with just like, I don't know how to explain it, but his eyes just drip with contempt, you know? Like, there's a genuine contempt here for like the prioritization of the people who already have more wealth than God. And like, because it cut, like, the services that the wealthy extract from government tend to be in direct opposition to the services that government is supposed to provide to the working people of this country, you know?
But again, Mr. Mamdani, I know Governor Hochul indicated this week there may be some open windows, but more or less income tax on millionaires is off the table, according to the governor.
Look, I've said very clearly, making buses fast and free costs about $700 million a year. Making universal child care a reality costs about $5 or $6 billion a year. If you raise the state's top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey, you'd be raising $5 billion in and of itself.
I have a couple of follow-ups. Mr. Sliver, you're next, but I have a couple of follow-ups.
I would just add one additional thing. We have also put forward a plan to save money here in New York City with $1 billion in savings through procurement reform, through following the independent budget office's assessment about hiring more fiscal auditors, and in actually collecting the fines and fees from bad landlords across the city.
Just a quick couple of follow-ups.
Yo, let's go! Yeah! Oh, man, you want to raise money by fining my bad landlord? Let's go! Like, I'm sorry, that's pretty well thought out. I like that a lot. Yeah, no. Okay, you want to pay for it by charging landlords? Let's go.
You could find some of the funding, but not all of it. Which of your priorities would come first? What would be the first among equals that you would try to get done?
Well, freezing the rent doesn't require any fiscal infusion, so that will be something we'll be pursuing immediately. And universal childcare, after housing, is the second cost. Childcare is the second cost pushing New Yorkers out of this city. $22,500 a year is the estimate we've seen.
Okay.
That will be a priority for us.
And I just want to know if you could get the money and funding elsewhere, would you drop the call for the tax increase?
God, can you imagine what would happen? Like, maybe someone has, maybe there's already a study on this that I just haven't read, but like, Gamergy, like, do you know about this? Like, has New York City implemented a vacancy tax? Because, like, damn, I know that a lot of those apartments are vacant and are just being sat on by landlords, particularly corporate landlords. And frankly, leaving apartment units vacant should be like, especially when people are actively homeless. Like, that's, I don't know, that seems like a absolute waste.
Absolutely. The most important thing is funding these agenda items. I think these are the two most important and straightforward, direct ways to do so. But if the money comes from elsewhere, the most important thing is funding.
Melissa has a question for Mr. Sliwa.
Mr. Sliwa, you've been talking about cutting taxes and spending. So what is your plan, and how would you pay for your programs like 7,000 more cops?
Well, I do want to say Minneapolis could use a vacancy tax, especially when it comes to like storefronts. Like so many like landlording companies in Minneapolis like just sit on commercial properties and like don't do anything with them because they use them as a tax write-off. It effectively like makes them money by letting them just molder and sit vacant. And frankly, we should start taxing that. It should start being costly to just leave large corporate storefronts vacant. Don't get me started on storefronts. I'll lose it. It's a big problem here in Minneapolis.
Zohran, boy, your fantasies are never going to come about.
Like, Zohran can't even take this man seriously either. Just... Your fantasies are just absolutely unrealistic, unlike mine. An underground free from the ratmen. I can see it now, the stalagmites and the stalactites frolicking. Have you ever seen them frolic? The light bouncing off them in the dark? It's a sight to behold.
In terms of funding everything you want, it's going to be free, free, free. It's a fantasy. Let's deal with the reality.
It's not a fantasy to like
get private equity out of America. The economy gonna pop like some kind of bubble or something.
I mean, it's true, but also like it's not like I don't know how to say this, guys. But like, y'all know we use roads for free, right? Like, the government can, in fact, just build something and then let you use it for free. Like that, the government can do that because it's not a for-profit business. Like, the government can just like make something and then make it available to be used freely for everybody. That's literally something the government is supposed to do.
Even if zero of Mamdani's policies actually get put into effect, he's still miles better than the other two.
It's true. Like, genuinely. We don't use roads for free. Our DMV fees pay for those. Well, yeah, of course. But you know what I mean? Like, these other people live in a world where, like, if you use the bus, you have to pay for the bus, even though the bus is already paid for by the government. You use the subway, you gotta pay for the subway, even though you already paid for the subway. And like, it just kind of seems to be like these people don't understand and can't conceive of a world where you already paid to build the subway with your tax dollars. You just get to use the subway. It's not a complicated idea. But like things can actually be run for the public good rather than for a profit.
$7,000 cops. You already have a plan in Boston where you pay for taxes in the future. This is a great plan in which universities and others who have bought up properties.
The government doesn't build things anymore. Can we resurrect Teddy Roosevelt? I feel like he would be able to do something.
I mean, we could definitely do something. We could do something. We can like it's a guaranteed jobs program, right? Like one of the things that like made a lot of the infrastructure in America is that there used to be like a jobs program, especially during like the Great Depression and after the New Deal, to get
For
people
the greater
jobs.
good, the greater good.
The greater good. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Saki Tanuki, and for the $5 dono, Nathan. But like there was a jobs program. People were hired to effectively be like a local labor force that could go around and just do local projects, like build local parks up, do different things. Like, and we just don't have that. Yeah, the CCC, you understand, Ranger Bumblefuck? Let's go! Danny Boy the Great, are you making a reference to Stargate SG-1, or am I not reading that right?
That are now taken from the real estate market and taken from property tax pay. We could raise $1 billion from Columbia University, NYU, that are in the real estate business, and Madison Square Garden, your friends, Andrew Cuomo, Jimmy Dolan, who pays no property taxes. That's how you raise $1 billion to get 700 police officers trained, vetted, and out into the streets in the 5 boroughs. And then the police will be on the subways, and they will be patrolling the old-fashioned way where they're needed, going up and down the moving subway cars where people want to see the visual protection, especially women who are being assaulted, perved. And like we saw this morning on 86th Street, a woman with a gun to her head, an armed robbery because we don't have enough cops.
I have a question.
Well, to be clear, you can have all the cops in the world. That's not going to necessarily stop armed robbery. Like, becoming a more militarized police state doesn't stop armed robberies from happening, because you aren't really addressing the root cause of crime. Instead, you are just adding more reactive forces to, react to the crime, and that doesn't really work the way you're talking about. Like 1 billion for 700 officers. Yeah, police be expensive these days.
For you in this topic, and let's talk about history, because as governor you raised and cut taxes. Now you're proposing some tax relief. What's the price tag for your proposals, and where will you get the money for example, 5,000 new police officers? You have a minute to answer.
I think Sally's question was very well taken. The Assemblyman's whole plan is based on a myth. He's going to raise taxes. Albany's going to raise taxes statewide on corporations, but the money's only going to go to New York City. That could never happen. It's not just that the governor wouldn't support it. It's impossible. He said he's...
It's impossible to have a functional bus system? What are you talking about, man? Other cities around the country have free bus systems. This isn't an unachievable goal. My God. Like, yeah. You know what? Just fuck it. Okay, you want this to be a statewide thing? Fine. All public bus fares across the entire across the entire state are free. Boom. Guess who's going to benefit more from that? It's going to be New York City. They have the most buses there. And like, that'd be great. Sure. Let's make all bus travel in New York State free. Boom. But it's impossible.
You're going to raise the taxes the same as New Jersey, corporate tax? No, it would be double the tax. You would see New Yorkers on 995 fleeing to Florida. We would be alone. So
working class New Yorkers are already fleeing Florida. And, you know, we took a look at how much it would cost to rent an apartment in New York City, and a one bedroom is like anywhere from $3,000 to $4,000 per month. Like, working class people can't afford that, man. Like, you can't do that. So, like, if anything, as the city becomes more expensive, working class people are going to be fleeing to anywhere else with affordable housing. And you know what? You can afford to lose like 1 or 2 millionaires that are going to leave because they were already planning to in the first place. You can't afford to lose the workforce that keeps New York City running.
You have to be realistic with revenue. You have a $115 billion budget. You have to go through that city budget and find savings. I started the state, which is double the budget of the city, it had a $10 billion deficit. I closed it and added services. And we can do the same with New York City.
Governor, as mayor, you would not increase spending in the New York City budget? Yes or no?
There would be, whatever additional spending would be revenue neutral.
So
it's impossible. You got to cut taxes for people to stay here.
Thank you.
The corporations are not going to stay here. They're being lured south to cities that are more corporate friendly. You got to cut the property tax, income tax for those who are 19 to 28 who have skill levels if they go to school here.
Even I, a real New Yorker, trademark, will be fleeing for Florida if Mamdani wins.
We had to trademark the real New Yorker brand. Vote for me. I only do what is possible. I never try to make things better, only worse. Because making things worse is always possible. While making things better, it's only a pipe dream. Thank you for the £2, Craig. Very much appreciated. God.
Conservatism and capitalism literally poison a nation, and these MFs want to keep doing it.
Well, capitalism is incompatible with democracy, like that's the ultimate end point here. Like, capitalism just rots the democratic system, and like you see that rot kind of personified in this race by Andrew Cuomo. Like, dude is literally up there saying a better world is impossible. And like, that's just not true. It never has been. Everyone who has ever said, no, you can't make the world a better place has always been wrong. Always.
Andrew Cuomo thinks it's all right to spend $60 million to fund his legal defense from accusations of more than a dozen women of sexual harassment. But if I say we should spend the same amount of money on delivering cheaper groceries in this city through a pilot program, that is unfathomable.
Quick, Dave.
What a great comeback. I feel like he hasn't been like repeatedly hitting on that point, but when he has, it like has really carried a punch. Like, yeah, no, we're proposing spending roughly the amount of money that Andrew Cuomo spent on his fucking sexual harassment allegations.
And then I have a right to respond to that.
Yes, quickly.
First, I did not bring those lawsuits. That was brought by the Attorney General, which I said was political.
Well, those
That's what
lawsuits were filed
generated
by individual
the legal
women, and some of them have still been making their way through the courts this year and
yes,
now.
And I've been dropped from the cases.
Not all of them.
Yeah, and
I feel like that's a really relevant point, that like he hasn't been dropped from all of those cases.
What the Assemblyman doesn't say is all this money that he wants to pass. The one thing he did do is he voted for a pay raise for himself. They're the highest paid legislators in the United States.
I did ask the State Controller's office
record.
this week. I did ask the State Controller's office this week. The total was above $60 million. But just those sexual harassment cases to defend Governor Cuomo and his staff was about $21
Sorry, it was the
million
sexual harassment and
I just want to clarify because you said
Jesus Christ. taxpayers had to spend $21 million defending this sack of shit? That's crazy. Yeah, honestly, the fucking audacity on this man. My dad was born in a WPA tent camp above the Columbia River, which his father was helping to dredge. The WPA helped my family to survive. Honestly, like, leaving behind those parts of, like, American society has made us all poorer, like, culturally and, like, economically. Also, Catherine's Leaping Lemurs, thank you for the compliment. I would love to one day voice act something. I think that'd be really, really fun. I don't know that I would ever call myself a comedian. I do crack a lot of jokes, but I feel like I'm a far cry from an actual comedian. God. I have some audio work to do this stream, I see. Yeah, sorry, K-Fox. The studio has finally been finished. We'll figure out audio stuff soon. I know it's not great.
60, but on those cases it was 21.
Okay. Thank you. We have to talk about quality of life in the city. Let's turn.
Room very echoey, but we're also working on fixing that. I'm getting a rug, getting furniture. Probably gonna do some like wall hangings to like dampen sound from reverberating.
Everyday life in the city and some issues a mayor can directly impact. We start with a couple of questions about 311. The number New Yorkers call or text for non-emergency help. First off, have you ever called 311, and if so, for what? Mr. Mamdani?
I called 311 for issues with my heating in my apartment, and I've spoken to New Yorkers time and time again who are frustrated by the fact that they can track their Uber Eats block by block, but when they call 311 for them to come to their apartment, it's just a question of hoping and praying that they do. There's no actual appointment. That's something that we would change.
All right, Mr. Sliwa, have you ever called 311?
You know, there used to be that song 911 is a joke by Public Enemy. 311 is a joke. You can call it over and over and over again, and you never get a response.
Have you?
The analytics are when the operators talk to you, as I talk to them.
Have you called?
Yes, I've called them many times and gotten no response.
Mr. Cuomo?
Most citizens I talk to in the subways and streets never get good responses from 311.
For a short answer. Mr. Cuomo?
I've heard a lot of complaints about 311, so I actually made a call to 311 myself to see if the complaints were bona fide. And I was dropped twice.
I'm sorry, bona fide? What? It's just bona fide. You don't have to. It's not bona fide. What?
Then they were going to send someone to help a homeless woman in distress.
I'm sorry. I hit the play button. I'm still so hung up on that. What? Bona fide just means like genuine, right? I don't know what bona fide isn't a thing.
All right.
And no one showed up.
You're all expressing frustration. Last year, 311 received 38 million contacts from New Yorkers, from calls to the website. Wanted to know if you had a sense across the 5 boroughs what the top 2 categories of complaints were. What do you think they were, Mr. Sliwa?
Potholes, constantly potholes. People's undercarriages ripped out, ball bearings, alignments.
Second one, top 2?
Rats.
Rats, okay.
Oh, the city is flooded with rats.
Mr. Cuomo?
I told him. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh. Hello? 311? I'm calling about the ratman in my apartment. Down here in my apartment crevice underneath the streets, I need support. The ratmen have been getting a little too close for comfort these days. I need you to send a unit down
to make sure they can't get into my ratman crevice. You knew it was going to be rats? I absolutely did not know that. I have been making jokes about this man, like fighting rats and ratmen for like the last 2 months, and I did not know he was going to say that, and that is just so fucking funny. Holy moly. Do you guys have any idea how vindicated I feel from this bit? Do you have any idea the level of vindication I feel? Like, this is I feel so vindicated. Oh my god. Also, Riverboat Chat, good on you. Look at you with the double-digit combo. You guys rarely rise to that level of comboing. Oh god. Oh god. The joke. Yeah, I was playing the long game.
What do you think the top two complaints were?
Homeless and trash.
I said bona fide because I didn't want to say boner finder, for obvious reasons.
Oh god.
Do you think he had 17 cats because the rats are attracted to him in some way?
Yes, he had to have the 17 cats in order to like actually, survive. He had the cats help keep him safe. You all know what they say: when the Sliwa's away, the rats come to play, but they don't come to play when you got 17 cats in your house. The gummy I ate a few minutes ago just hit, and the timing couldn't be better. Yeah, this is insane. This is wild.
Trash rats.
All right, Mr. Mamdani?
There was housing.
I'm sorry, what?
And trash rats.
All right, Mr. Mamdani?
The trash rat. The trash rats. They're a much more devious and dangerous form of the rat. They've made it surface side. And that's where we know they become more powerful thanks to the yellow rays of the Earth's sun. They become even more dastardly and temperamental, cleverer by a half. Why, they'd even find you and carve up your entire family if they grow powerful enough. They might even become more and more man-like before retreating below the surface to rally the troops and bring back an army. Anyway.
There was housing and noise.
Okay.
The animatic for this will be insane. I don't think we're getting an animatic, but like, holy moly.
Okay, so the answer is noise and illegal parking. And we're going to stick with quality of life. Rosarina?
That's right, and let's talk about noise candidates because they fall into these two categories. First of all is the residential one, that's the neighbors and the loud music. And the second one is the street or sidewalk, everything with a loud
Look at you guys with a 15x combo. Proud of you guys.
construction and workers outside. So
what did Mamdani answer? Mamdani said illegal parking and noise complaints.
Mr. Cuomo, as mayor, what can you do to help the city that never sleeps get a little bit of rest, Mr. Cuomo?
Yeah, look, I think if the 311 system worked well, if
Sliwa feels like an older Charlie from It's Always Sunny, I can see that.
There was actually contact with people, I think New Yorkers would get it. I think New Yorkers would be responsive. I think we have to change the ethos in this city, the ethic in this city. Right now it's toxic, it's divisive, everyone's angry at everyone. I think when we have public safety that's functional again, and New Yorkers are part of that system, I think they would.
Man, I love how just like in order to run on like public safety, you don't even have to do anything. Like this man has zero plans for like public safety or how to make the public safer other than what if we hired more cops? And it's like you can look over, we have data on this. You can look over time of like crime rates and like the amount of cops hired. And it turns out that hiring more cops doesn't lower crime rates. That isn't at all how crime lowers, actually. So, like, it just seems kind of bullshit. Like, you don't have a plan to deal with crime. Like, you have you have a plan to deal with, like, the aesthetic of dealing with crime, you know? It's not true. His other plan is to find a way to get rid of the homeless. I mean, Cuomo's way of getting rid of the homeless would basically just be, Gavin Newsom's way of getting rid of the homeless. Just fucking monstrous.
Be more cooperative than you think.
Thank you very much.
There's no proposal.
Mr. Sliwa, how would you quiet a little bit the city that never sleeps?
In the outer boroughs, I see problems all the time, quality of life issues. 18-wheel tractor trailers, RVs parked everywhere. Garbage that's not picked up and collected. In the city, we've seen trash cans taken away by the sanitation department, Jessica Tisch, when she was the commissioner. The quality of life has...
Wait, is the sanitation department not supposed to be in charge of, like, taking away trash cans and, like, moving them to places where they need to be?
It's diminished noticeably. So naturally, people are going to revert to 311. But it's important that a mayor be able to provide services to all the people. And they believe if quality of life is diminished, the next stop is sell your house and leave the city. And my goal is to improve and not move.
Mr. Mamdani, your turn.
What we've seen is one of the biggest sources of noise in this city is from congestion. And with the implementation of congestion pricing, we've actually seen noise complaints drop in the congestion zone. And so I would continue to find ways to ensure that we have reduced congestion across the city. And one of the ways...
Honestly, congestion pricing, I was skeptical of it at first, but it has genuinely like dropped the amount of traffic and kind of restored walking areas to parts of New York City. And I think that's really wonderful.
Is by making the slowest buses in America ones that are fast and free, so that New Yorkers can not only
With the new
live...
casino coming into New York, and to show I disagree and will combat Trump, I propose bum fights in the Octagon.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
A life of excellent quality of life, but also be able to get around this city without having to worry if they have $2.90 or soon to be $3 in their pocket, which is already out of reach for 1 in 5 New Yorkers.
We have here the author of...
That is an insane stat to just throw out there. Like, that $3 in your pocket is out of reach for 1 in 5 New Yorkers, for 20% of the people who need to get to work every day. Like, that's out of reach. Like, that's a huge problem. And one of the easiest ways to alleviate that is just by dumping the fares.
Congestion pricing, and we have the apprentice of congestion pricing.
We might
I'm the only candidate who's opposed to congestion pricing.
Thank you.
It has led to
We might need
storefronts
to
closing because they don't have enough food.
We need to move on, otherwise we might have to place a call to 311 about candidates going over there a lot of time. Okay, so we're going to move on to
Don't worry.
We're going to move on to illegal parking plaques in many neighborhoods. Recently, Councilmember Lincoln Ressler released a study that found 450 vehicles parked illegally during the day in downtown Brooklyn, many with fake or government placards. That's just one snapshot of the city, but you hear similar complaints everywhere. So how would you fix this specific situation? You'll have 30 seconds. Mr. Sliwa will begin with you.
Well, obviously, placards have been abused consistently. You have people who've created fake placards. Not only that, you have people with fake license plates, paper plates. There's all violations against the Department of Transportation rules and regulations of where you can park a vehicle. There's just no enforcement. And that's because we don't have police. We have these e-bikes going up and down. We have the motorbikes. They're not following rules and regulations. They should be licensed. They should have a way of being identified. This way, enforcement
Sliwa,
can
your
take place
time is
because
up.
people are terrified
Mr.
walking out into the streets.
Mr.
in their
Mamdani,
neighborhoods.
your plan for illegal parking?
We have to showcase that accountability is true, whether for New Yorkers who are just living in this city or those who are working for this city. And the violation of traffic laws are violations no matter who is doing it, and to show that that accountability is something my city government's actually going to pursue.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
Hell yeah, let's go.
On the quality of life, you're right, is very, very important.
Why are they so mad about e-bikes and not cars? Genuinely, I have no idea. Like, yeah, e-bikes go too fast, and I think that maybe we should reduce the speeds of e-bikes. But also, like, cars are way more dangerous than e-bikes. Like we should have better regulations around cars. Specifically, one regulation I would like is like regulate the size of vehicles. Like, cars are getting to such a size here in the United States that it's genuinely insane.
Important. On the placards, I would make it simple. I would recall all the city placards and reissue only those that are bona fide, period, on day one.
Yeah, I think that is it, Gamer G, exactly. They're used to cars being evil, but not used to e-bikes being annoying. Exactly.
On the quality of life issues, the worst thing that could happen is if the Assemblyman's proposal for legalizing prostitution went through. That would be terrible for the quality of life. He also doesn't want to enforce misdemeanors.
We're getting to that,
That's
Mr.
assault, larceny, etc. That would
We're
be
going to
terrible.
have time to address that.
I want to be very clear. Not only have I never called for the legalization of prostitution, I'm not calling for that today either. And I also have never said anything about not enforcing misdemeanors. This is just yet another figment of Andrew Cuomo's imagination.
The DSA, which you give your part of your salary to, that's their position: abolish jails, no new carceral facilities, don't enforce misdemeanors. And you're on the bill in Albany as a sponsor to decriminalize prostitution.
The difference between myself and Andrew Cuomo, of which there are many, is that there is no one that is actually telling me what to do other than the 8.5 million people who call this city home. If you want my policies, you'll find them on my website.
Who told you to legalize prostitution?
Well, wait. There's a big difference between legalizing prostitution and decriminalizing prostitution. Those are like that. I like, one, sex work is work, and like sex workers should not be criminalized for what they do, right? And number two, like I'm sorry, but like there's an ongoing debate between legalization and decriminalization is pretty universally seen as like the best, at least initial step. Obviously capitalism being what it is, like there's a problem with commodifying human bodies when you are combining that with like sex work. But that being said, people do sex work, and we need to acknowledge that, and we need to then find a way where you don't suddenly have like a company, like a company effectively acting as a legal pimp.
We actually have a question. Andrew, you can't escape this. You signed the law doing away with loitering for prostitution. That was the law put forward by Jessica Ramos.
Gentlemen,
you started the prostitution in East Elmhurst,
Mr. Sliwa,
and Jackson Heights and Flushing.
Mr. Sliwa,
and you want to add to it, which diminishes.
What would be wrong with sex work being legalized? Well, imagine a sex work company. Essentially a corporatized brothel on a large scale. And you can imagine the exploitation that occurs in a modern day factory. And I think if you extrapolate how such exploitation might be done by a corporatized environment like that for people who do sex work, you can see how that would
isn't for sex work.
Maybe arise some problems. I'm amazed Cuomo isn't for sex work. Yeah, if anyone on that stage should be, or it'd be him. people do sex work regardless. Well, the reason people, and I'm talking about like sex workers, there's an ongoing debate within like the sex work communities about decriminalization versus legalization, right? And so part of the problem here is like sex workers, if they want like legalization, they want a guarantee that essentially, you know, you're not going to have a boss that's going to tell you how many people you need to fuck. You know, like you don't want to like open up the door to that within a legal framework where you are legally required to do that. Does that make sense? Like the law would effectively be an element of force within that system to enforce that type of work. Yeah. So I like there are problems with it. They're not insurmountable problems in my view, but like I think sex workers in general are right to be pretty skeptical about how legalization would be done and want to ensure that it is done right. And in a country where we have people like just trying to criminalize, like, I don't know, work on OnlyFans or something, like that's a valid concern, I think. What if sex workplaces were worker cooperatives? I mean, I think that would be like maybe the best outcome, right? Like, we're like out of anything, sex work should be run more democratically, like a democratic worker co-op, if it's going to be organized in that way at all, you know?
Is the quality of life.
Mr. Sliwa, when I talk over you, nobody's hearing you, and we actually have a question on that. So we'll let Rosarina ask.
And for this question, candidates, we want to come to Queens, where we...
Oh yeah, actors, you know, SAG-AFTRA is a union. Actors are definitely unionized. Again, I'm just telling you that this is an ongoing debate within the sex work community. I used to do sex work, and like I could tell you it is an ongoing debate. So like workers, I believe if you are going to do sex work of like the prostitution variety, you should like be essentially either like a free independent contractor or in some kind of democratically organized co-op. But I don't think that there should be like, I don't believe in corporate ownership of sex work, I guess. Yep, as a sex worker, this is certainly a debate going on. Yep, 100%. But we're getting so into the weeds right now.
Know that prostitution has been an ongoing complaint. Mayor Adams formed a task force and ordered sweeps by the NYPD, but the situation continues, especially around the very popular Roosevelt Avenue. As
most sex workers are ANCAPs that just want lower taxes. I don't think that's true.
Mayor, Mr. Mamdani, how would you handle this situation? You have 30 seconds.
I want to first be clear that I am not, and nor have I ever called for the legalization of prostitution. And if you are happy with what's happening on Roosevelt Avenue, then you should vote.
Wait, are AV actors SAG? I don't know what AV stands for. Are you talking about voice actors? What's an ANCAP? An anarcho-capitalist. Someone who's basically just, you don't need government, you just need capitalism. And the non-aggression principle.
For Andrew Cuomo, because his policy is to continue.
Oh, adult video actors. I don't know if adult video actors are in SAG. I don't know.
The exact same ones we've seen under Eric Adams. My policy is to actually take on sex trafficking, to have a zero tolerance for violence against women, and to follow the advice of district attorneys that we have here in New York City, the current Manhattan DA, the former Manhattan DA, the current Brooklyn DA, the former Manhattan DA having said that prosecuting women for prostitution is something that actually leads to less safety. And what we need to do.
It's true, because then people who are trapped by, say, a pimp or criminal organization don't feel comfortable going to the police, which then leads to the proliferation of said organizations.
is provide an economy
Mr.
of
Mamdani,
opportunity.
just a quick clarification. So no legalization. How about decriminalization?
I do not think that we should be prosecuting women who are struggling, who are currently being thrown in jail, and then being offered job opportunities. I think we should be actually providing those kinds of opportunities at the first point of interaction.
Mr. Cuomo, your turn.
Look, Bill de Blasio, the Assemblyman is a mini-me BDB, okay? He's Bill de Blasio light. He proposed legalizing prostitution. He didn't get it, and he just told the cops, don't arrest any more prostitutes. There is a bill in Albany that he signed that says the prostitution that a woman who is a prostitute.
The fact that they are spending so much time on this topic in particular is genuinely, I don't know, it boggles my mind. Like, yeah, the cops have more important things to do than to, like, I don't know, harass people who are, like, doing a job. Like, they're doing a job that is consensual and doesn't hurt anybody. Like, leave them be.
That would be decriminalized. That is what the bill says. And that's what he said, if you listen very carefully. That would take Roosevelt Avenue and explode it, because it would make it legal for prostitutes.
But real quick, how would you handle this situation?
You have to enforce the law. It's illegal. I went to Roosevelt Avenue. I talked to the store owners. I talked to the neighbors. I walked down Roosevelt Avenue with prostitutes there at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Your turn, Mr. Sliwa.
I've dealt with this back in the 80s and 90s in Hell's Kitchen in Chelsea when they were overrun with open-air prostitution and Times Square. You don't go after the women. The women are the victims here. You lock up the Johns, you shame the Johns. You let everybody know about the Johns. The madams and the pimps need to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And these absentee landlords who knowingly rent their rooms, their apartments out for the use of prostitution, the Department of Building should come in.
Dude, Shakespeare, you called this so hard. You called like almost every single word out of this guy's mouth.
Padlock the building, seize the building, because many of these landlords live in Delray, Florida. They did back in the 80s and 90s when we did it.
The madams? Yeah, women pimps.
In Chelsea and Times Square and Hell's Kitchen.
And
they're doing it again, and
Thank you,
there's
Mr.
no
Sliwa.
enforcement. That's why the prostitution.
We're going to go to Sally now.
Thank you, David. We're going to talk a bit about experience and beliefs. We've covered a lot of ground tonight, but we want to probe a bit deeper into each of your mindsets and how you'll approach government.
You can't follow up a question about sex work with probing a bit deeper. You can't do that. That's illegal. That's illegal now.
Governing as mayor. Mr. Cuomo, you have touted your experience on the campaign trail time and again, but you pretty squarely lost the Democratic primary to Mr. Mamdani, forcing you, a lifelong Democrat, to run as an independent. When you announced that decision, you said, quote, "When you get knocked down, learn the lesson and pick yourself back up." What lesson did you learn, and what do you feel it said about you, something you did wrong, something that you need to change about yourself?
Yeah, I think in the primary campaign, I did not do enough on social media, which is a very effective medium now. I think the Assemblyman did do a better job on TikTok and social media than I did during the campaign, and that has changed now. I've also increased my activity significantly.
Also, we can be a little bit less strict with the moderation. We're doing okay.
But my agenda is exactly the same. I am the Democrat, although I'm not on the Democratic line. He is a Democratic socialist, called Barack Obama evil and a liar, didn't vote for Kamala Harris. Fight and deliver is, I will fight for people, I will fight the bureaucracy, and I will deliver results. New Yorkers need the mayor to get something done. This is all words and theory.
It's incel language. I don't know. I thought it was funny. As a former hoe, I thought it was funny.
please. I am a manager who can
This
actually
is a question
get things
about
done.
self-reflection.
Wait, he's running as an independent? I mean, Cuomo's running as an independent. Sliwa is the Republican candidate.
The thing you're reflecting on the most that you need to be on social media more? Was there any other deeper lesson that you learned?
Between the two campaigns, social media, more accessibility.
Okay.
I just have to.
What's his problem with democratic socialism? He's, you know, like he's a conservative. That's his problem. His problem with effective democratic governance is that he doesn't like it. You know, and he would not do it if he was elected.
Say it's been an hour and 20 minutes of this debate, and we haven't heard Governor Cuomo say the word affordability. That's why he lost the primary. That's why he'll lose the general election. And you can lie all you want, but the truth is,
I mean, Cuomo's not even an establishment Dem at this point. He lost the Democratic primary. Like, he's still trying to win, but like, you can't call. I don't think you can call yourself an establishment Dem if you're running as an independent, because you're so butthurt you lost the primary.
I voted for Kamala Harris. I'm the only candidate on this stage to have the endorsement of Kamala Harris, and I'm not the one who's funded by Bill Ackman, who called Kamala Harris unqualified to be the vice president of this country.
Okay, may I respond?
Yes, brief response, please.
There are a lot of New Yorkers who support me, and there are a lot of
28%. That's not nothing. It's true.
Of Jewish New Yorkers who support me because
Who has more Jewish New Yorker support, man? You wanna go chest to chest on that one? You sure?
They think you're anti-Semitic. So it's not.
Kamala Harris did endorse Zohran Mamdani. That's why he just referenced that he got it.
About Trump or Republican. It's about you. Do
you think he's anti-Semitic, Mr. Cuomo?
I don't make those judgments about people. Are you a racist? Are you an anti-Semite? I know there are many Jewish people who believe he is anti-Semitic. I believe not condemning the globalized Intifada, what he has said about Hamas.
But Mr.
I can
Cuomo,
see where they
I covered
are
your.
inflamed.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I covered your speech in.
Did she? Yeah, she actually did. Kamala Harris backed Zohran Mamdani. This was back in late September, a couple weeks ago.
An Upper West Side synagogue where you said anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. There is no difference. And you were talking about Mr. Mamdani. Is that not an allegation?
No, I make that statement all the time. I wasn't referring to Mamdani.
Okay, all right. Mr. Mamdani, a brief.
I say that all the time, but I wasn't referring to him. Yeah, but he's not in favor of Zionism. So clearly he's anti-Semitic by your definition, right? Like, is it just something you say, or is it something you believe, man?
Response, and then we have to move on.
I have denounced Hamas again and again, and it will never be enough for Andrew Cuomo, because what he is willing to say, even though not on this stage, is to call me, the first Muslim on the precipice of leading this city, a terrorist sympathizer, is to send mailers that artificially lengthen my beard, to say to New Yorkers that they should be fearful.
Okay, Mr.
What I will do
Melissa
is
has
deliver
Melissa has a specific question
Mr.
for you.
Mamdani, you are the Democratic nominee, and you're also a member, as we've been discussing, of a.
I won't say he's racist, but I know people that say he's racist. Get out of here.
Yeah, no, like, it's so cowardly too, right? Like, that's one of the things that blows my mind about Andrew Cuomo. It's that he talks a big game, but when it really comes down to it, he's a fucking coward. You know, like, he will say behind closed doors that, like, Zohran Mamdani is an anti-Semitic terrorist sympathizer. But when he's actually asked about it out in the open, he's like, well, geez, I don't know. I just know some people who think he's kind of a terrorist adjacent. And I know some guys who call him anti-Semitic, but I would never say that about him. And it's just some, like, absolute, like, it's mean girl shit. But, like, not in a cool way. Just, like, it's like mean girl shit in oh yeah, Stacey said, like, you were totally a bitch. I would never say that, but Stacey said you are a total bitch. I wouldn't say that, though. I would never say that. I'm your friend, but Stacey said you're a total bitch.
Political organization that may be less familiar to New Yorkers, the Democratic Socialists of America, which believes in dismantling capitalism.
Good
New
night,
York
Lady
City
Ring-
is the
Lady-
global
Lady
headquarters
Lady
of the finance
Domina.
industry.
Good
So
night.
how would you be the mayor of Wall Street and the DSA? You have 1 minute.
I would be the mayor of this.
Honestly, great question. And also, congrats on your leatherwork getting finished, Lady Domina. It's poking your sibling with the stick and saying, I'm not touching them, the stick is. Yeah.
Entire city. And that means ensuring that the wealth that we generate in this city is also wealth that every single New Yorker can actually feel in their pockets. Because what we have today is a system that has generated the most wealth in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, where 1 in 4 of our neighbors are living in poverty. That's unacceptable. We can't look at 500,000 kids hungry every single night as just the cost of doing business in this city. That's something we have to actually change. And I'm going to do that by fighting for my neighbors in Queens that I've come to know, who are not only the ones who own teapots and toy stores, who own diners and dry cleaners, but also the ones who work there. Because right now, all of them are being pushed out of this city by corporate greed, by private equity, and by a politics that refuses to fight for them. I will finally
Just a
deliver
quick
that
follow-up, Mr. Mamdani. A lot of Hispanic that flee socialism and are a little bit scared to hear your policies. What would you tell them?
Well, I would first say that I wouldn't be here without the support of Latino New Yorkers, because it was the majority of their support that helped to make me the Democratic nominee. And what democratic socialism means is a belief in the dignity of each and every New Yorker and the responsibility city government has to deliver that dignity. That's why I'm speaking about childcare, because it's pricing out New Yorkers from the city. That's why I'm speaking about...
God, he has so much goddamn stamina to be able to stand up here for like an hour and a half, spitting, just absolutely spitting. And like staying on message. It is so hard to do that, folks.
Freezing the rent, because housing isn't a human right in the way that we practice our politics in this city. And that's why I'm talking about making buses fast and free, because 1 in 5 New Yorkers are being priced out of public transit today.
Rosarina.
So, Mr. Sliwan, I would like to talk to you because you were here with us 4 years ago in the same stage for the general election debate, and you lost it. Why do you believe New York is ready to elect a Republican this time around?
First off, did I not warn you 4 years ago that Eric Adams would be corrupt and we would have chaos? Did I not?
Did I not warn you about the Empire State Building sinking into the earth? Did I not warn you about the pit that opened up and the ratmen that swarmed the surface? Did I not warn you about the coming tremors beneath the ground of their earthquake bombs? Did I not warn you of the coming tide?
Of course I did. And I get praised.
The coming tide of rat flesh.
For that. Now I'm trying to get people to vote for me, not just on the Republican line, but also my wife, Nancy, who was the best thing that has ever happened to me, created the first ever independent Protect Animals line, which calls for no-kill shelters and putting animal abusers in jail. But the other thing that differentiates me from both of my adversaries is that I am opposed to the city of yes, which will destroy the residential neighborhoods. Both of them are for the city of yes. So when you vote for me...
What does that mean?
Sliwa, you're a loser. Care to comment? LMAO.
No, like genuinely, what is it? He hasn't elaborated in this debate at all on this concept of the city of yes. I would love for him to elaborate in some form or fashion about what the hell he means. Like, what does that at all mean? I think he's referring to Yimbys. I mean, maybe, but like genuinely, I have no idea.
Now the city of maybe. I could get behind that, perhaps.
Oh God,
I'm in favor of the city of no.
Whether on the Republican line or the Protect Animals line, turn your ballot over and vote no on all those initiative and referendums. Imagine, they've said, how can you, Curtis, a Republican, work with a Democratic majority in the council? Adrian Adams is in agreement with me. The Democratic city council people are in agreement with me. No to the city of yes, which will take your homes and provide you instead with lithium-ion battery warehouses next to your house, which are like mini Chernobyls.
Thank you.
The lithium-ion batteries are like miniature Chernobyls. You'll play right into the Ratman's hands.
Also, Ragnar Bumblefuck, I'm sorry you got clapped by Nightbot for posting a helpful link. I guess this is what it's a reference to. The City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, a zoning text amendment that addresses New York City's housing crisis by making possible to build a little more housing in every neighborhood. Why on earth would it be written and phrased this way? To build a little more housing in every neighborhood. Just a little more as a treat. New York City hasn't built enough housing because of overly restrictive zoning rules. Okay. It's a zoning text amendment that addresses this crisis by making possible to build a little more housing in every neighborhood. These updated zoning rules will provide New Yorkers with more housing choice. Okay. Accessory dwelling units like backyard cottages, garage conversions, and basement apartments are a proven tool to support homeowners. Okay. City of Yes allows ADUs in 1 and 2 family homes in all low-density districts with restrictions on certain types in certain areas to address certain concerns around flooding and neighborhood context. Okay. High-demand neighborhoods have lost affordable housing and become increasingly out of reach. Universal affordability preference allows buildings in medium and high-density districts to add at least 20% more housing if the additional homes are income restricted and affordable to households earning 60% of the area median income. Okay, like genuinely, I have no problem with any of this. Like, I'm not entirely okay. Yeah, no, I'm not entirely sure what is so objectionable about any of these. Like, yeah, let's change some zoning laws. Yeah, okay. The final version of the City of Yes for housing opportunity is expected to enable the creation of 82,000 new homes over the next 15 years. That is such a small number of homes that, like, I'm sorry, these policies are going to destroy New York City? What are you talking about? How? Like that, we have a problem that requires like hundreds of thousands of new units, not just like 82,000, and like 82,000 can be part of it, but like this is in no way going to actually break the bank or destroy the city. This is nuts. Okay, anyway, I'm glad I finally understand what he's talking about. Thank you very much, Ragnar Bubblefuck.
As long as we're talking about cities and 3-letter words, let me tell you about the city of Rat.
All right, I'm sorry. What's that about batteries, man?
No to the City of Yes, which will take your homes and provide you instead with lithium-ion battery warehouses next to your house, which are like mini Chernobyls. I'm the only candidate who is opposed to the City of Yes.
There's literally nothing in the zoning that turns housing into lithium-ion battery warehouses. What are you talking about?
Thank you.
I have a quick follow to that, Mr. Sliwa. How do you bring down costs if you don't build more housing?
Oh, it's very simple to build housing. You just look in New York City. We have so many dense areas where you no longer can use the commercial space. They used to be office space, and you just convert it into residential housing. You don't.
That costs money. It costs money to convert like office space into residential space, man. I like that it sounds easy for sure, but it costs money, and that's you don't have a plan to make it not cost money or to cover those costs. Like, oh boy. Also, Lesbian Hot Sauce, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, folks. We are working our way through this, but it is a dense package of whatever the hell this is. Welcome. You guys are going to be a little bit lost. To catch you up real quick, this man is Curtis Lewa. He's the Republican candidate for New York City's mayor, And I have an ongoing bit where anytime he says something crazy, I pretend that he's some kind of man who lives in the depths below New York City who fights
money
rat
when
people.
you know the rats, like I do.
We'll go down below the city and we'll find the most skilled ratmen we can find. If you can bargain with them right, you get their clever hands to build all kinds of marvelous contraptions. The technology they have down there will chill you to the very marrow of your being. But they can build a goddamn great condo.
Need to go into the outer
You're
boroughs.
opposing
You don't
policy
need to
to
use
build more
wetlands
housing.
and parklands, which
Okay.
they seek to do. If you build a new building, it takes 5 years. If you convert an
All right, Mr.
existing
Sliwa, thank you.
empty
We want to
building,
change the pace
it can
here a
be
little
done
bit.
in a year.
I want to change the pace and just get a sense of what you think about political leadership. We're curious about who you admire. Who is the best modern-day U.S. president? Mr. Cuomo?
Like, you can retrofit office spaces for residential purposes. It just is a very expensive project because they're not made to be livable spaces.
Modern day, well, I'm partial. I was Bill Clinton's Housing and Urban Development Secretary. We built affordable housing all across the United States.
The city of Yes Plan does loosen regulations on minimum distancing of industrial/commercial facilities. Yeah, but like the idea that like all 82,000 units are going to like spring up around like warehouses full of lithium-ion batteries, or like they're going to move existing structures next to like the city's going to appropriate like your house and then uproot it and move it next to a factory is just that's just not how it's going to work. Yeah. Like he's off the deep end.
States,
So Bill Clinton?
empowerment zones. I would say Bill Clinton.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani?
I would say FDR.
Mr. Sliwa?
Modern day?
Modern.
Well,
Man,
I'd say
his choice.
FDR also, if that's modern day.
Mr. Sliwa?
A man that ended up being loved by Democrats and Republicans alike, the greatest governor we've ever had in my lifetime, George Pataki. 3 terms, no chaos, no corruption.
I was asking.
And he actually beat
President.
the better
President.
Cuomo, your father.
Mr. Sliwa?
Well, as we all know, George Pataki was the real president of the rat wars. He was the shadow president. He served in the underside of the United States Missile Command for many years. Good man. Didn't deserve what happened to him in the Ratman Wars. We lost a lot of good men down there. 16 miles down. Buried and entombed forever under the massive rock slides and lava flows.
Modern day U.S. president.
Who's
who you thought the best modern
best president in our lifetime?
Yeah.
I would say the best president in our lifetime that I've experienced, I would go back to Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan. Okay.
Of course.
How about the best New York City mayor, Mr. Sliwa? Best New York City mayor, Mr. Sliwa.
Rudy Giuliani, who endorsed me last week.
Okay.
And I'd have a little bit of Michael Bloomberg thrown in because he liked
Mr.
to delegate
Mamdani?
responsibility.
I think the best New York City mayor of all time is Fiorello LaGuardia.
Mr. Cuomo.
Hey.
It was Bill de Blasio last debate.
No, I've always said Fiorello is the best mayor of all time.
Who's yours, Mr. Cuomo?
Is it of all time or modern time?
Best New York City mayor in Europe.
Of all time, it is Fiorello LaGuardia.
We agree.
Recently, I would say Mayor Dinkins and Mayor Bloomberg.
Okay. How about the political leader, dead or alive?
Wow, look at that. Andrew Cuomo endorsing a socialist mayor of New York City. That's crazy. He's been attacking Zohran Mamdani for exactly the same shit. Wow, it's incredible how inconsistent he is.
You most admire, Mr. Mamdani?
I would say I admire Bernie Sanders.
Oh, can Americans let me know what FDR stands for? Franklin Delano Roosevelt, president during World War II, and the guy who got the New Deal passed, which is maybe one of the most like influential pieces of legislation in, modern US history.
Mr. Cuomo?
My father.
Of course.
Mr. Sliwa?
I said it already, George Pataki, who was loved by Democrats and Republicans and the greatest mayor in our lifetime.
All right.
The greatest
Now,
governor in our
I just
lifetime.
have one more before Sally starts to ask you about schools. A show of hands. Who supports Kathy Hochul for re-election?
It's a decision that should be made after this general election.
So
Hey, that's right, man. That's right. You keep that playing chip. Okay? You keep that leverage because she's going to want that from you, bud.
no decision. Mr. Cuomo, you handpicked her as your lieutenant governor. No thought.
You have to know who's running.
Yeah. Okay. So.
And I would add that I do think that Kathy Hochul, our governor, has been doing a good job in not only
Do you
serving
support her
and
for
delivering,
re-election?
not only delivering for New Yorkers, but also standing up to Donald Trump.
Just what? Do you support her for re-election?
Then endorse her.
I'm focusing on November.
Why don't you endorse
and I
her?
appreciate her support,
All right,
and I
thanks,
appreciate
candidates.
her work.
But you
Thanks,
don't endorse her.
candidates.
How about a shout out
All
for
right,
Lisa
we're gonna
Stefanik
turn
to
to-
take out Kathy Hochul?
No,
So you have
okay.
Oh, God.
Republican
right.
Mayor Curtis,
All right.
a Republican Governor
Thank you, gentlemen.
Stefanik,
Thank you.
like Giuliani
You wanna
and
talk about
Pataki, who
schools?
saved this.
I thought FDR was not a good guy. No, he was not a good guy. But he was kind of compelled by the circumstances of the time, like a resurgent socialist movement in the United States, to adopt more progressive and publicly loved policies. It was essentially the New Deal, for those of you who are unaware, was essentially a gigantic compromise in order to prevent, a socialist uprising in the United States and to lock down capital in general, right? So for a lot of folks, like the New Deal basically killed a lot of the momentum of the socialist movement here in the United States by giving people access to good paying jobs where they could raise a family and buy a house and like live, right? And at the same time, that was not a position he wanted to take. He was forced to it. And this is also, a guy who put like Japanese people in internment camps. He did a lot of heinous shit at the same time. But a lot of people in America remember him as like the guy who, led the United States to, a majority of its victory in World War II and also for the New Deal. So a lot of people remember FDR pretty fondly. Yeah, no good guys in entire presidential lines, exactly.
We want to talk about schools. Sally?
Okay, thank you, David. Let's turn to education. There are a number of issues facing public schools. One that's been controversial in the campaign is the Gifted and Talented program, which offers accelerated instruction to elementary school children. Mr. Mamdani, you have said that you want to phase out the Gifted and Talented program, while Mr. Cuomo and Mr. Sliwa want to expand it. Mr. Sliwa, we will start with you. What is your plan for the program? You have 1 minute.
Gifted and talented.
Yes, Gifted and Talented.
I have two younger sons with Melinda Katz, the Queens DA. They both attempted to get into Gifted and Talented as 4-year-olds. They failed. It did not present a problem with their future education. We don't have enough slots. Right now, they're 1,900. We need to have at least 5,000 slots around the city.
Now, here's just a radical idea. I have some strong feelings about this. But what if we just gave all kids the Gifted and Talented program? What if we just gave all children the Gifted and Talented curriculum? Like, why not? Why not do that? What prevents you from doing that? Like, treat all children as gifted and talented. Like, the idea that like some kids should get access to a better curriculum than other kids, that always seems really fucking weird to me. And honestly, I'm gonna be honest here. It's a product of eugenics. Like the idea of you cordon off some kids into a track where they are considered less talented and less valuable and less good and other kids into like, oh, you're the smart, special, talented ones. Like it is just a way to create divisions within within children and how they perceive themselves, right? When you are communicating to children that they are not in the gifted and talented program, that actually has a profound effect. When you tell kids they're bad kids, they will act out the badness that they believe is expected of them, right? And so like just give all of them the accelerated better curriculum. It's just like you also have to like take into account who gets access to the gifted and talented program versus who doesn't get access to the gifted and talented program. Because oftentimes the kind of neurodivergence that gets kids into the gifted and talented program, or can help kids get into the gifted and talented programs, the same neurodivergence but in a non-white child can get them hard-lined into a special ed classroom where they just sit and they get taught, mat sat, pat sat until like, 10th grade. It's just a modern day veneer for eugenics programs. Like and like, does that seem like maybe hyperbolic? Sure, maybe, but like it is accurate to what happens and how it plays out. You create an expectation within teachers that students aren't capable of achieving. You create an expectation within teachers that like, well, a kid who looks this way is capable of achieving, but a kid who looks this way is not. And it just give all the children the gifted and talented curriculum. Like I just don't know. I just don't know. Matt sat, Pat sat. That's what I was saying. God. I don't know. I have strong feelings about this, and maybe now's not the time to air all of them. In my middle school, I kid you not, they divided all the kids into the smarter half and the dumber half, and you couldn't even eat lunch with kids in the other half. They brought out a huge curtain across the cafeteria to stop it. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Like it's nuts. Why even have the bad curriculum? Exactly. Because, well, and part of it is because there is a view of how education is supposed to work where it is you are training children to become workers. And if they are not capable of doing intellectual labor on the level that a gifted and talented program is operating on, then they just need to be trained in rote memorization and like the ability to do basic tasks, right? So like it's kind of basically like, well, here are all of the smart kids who are going to go to college and going to do great things, and here are all of the kids who are just going to be doing service jobs, and you don't need to bother educating them to like the fullest degree of our ability. Like that's kind of how the division works, right? And it's bullshit. It's bullshit that is built off the back of eugenics, and I hate it. And I think it really needs to stop. And we don't have to have schools like that. I mean, like Danny Boy to Great, you kind of nail it, right? It's kind of like you take a test and then, some kids are herded off into, the room where they are learning super special things. And then the other kids get herded off into a room and they're like, where a teacher's like, okay, kids, gonna teach you about mining today. The smallest of you are gonna die first. So you better listen up quick. And like that's it. Like that's kind of how it goes, right? I feel like I was failed as a child with autism. You are honestly, yeah, you probably were. Most kids with autism were failed by the education system because it's not designed to help autistic people succeed. Like that's not It's not the purpose of our educational system, or it has not been in the past. It could be. It doesn't have to be this way. But like it's yeah. We'll talk more about this on a new day, I think. But like it's pretty interesting. We also only seem to care about test taking and not education. Yeah, because we have ways of actually like facilitating learning in children based on like concepts like inquiry-based learning, where like children are allowed to ask questions about a different topic and then a teacher encourages their like exploration of said topic. Like we have methods that emphasize education. But a lot of what is prioritized is test taking, and test taking is also one of those, by and large, one of those products left over from more eugenics-based education, right? It is a way to, again, divide children into high achievers and low achievers and give them different treatment. And when in reality, that's not what we should be prioritizing when we're talking about education. Yeah. Well, and Void Critter, actually, a lot of modern education arises as a direct result of our residential school system, right? Like, a lot of the concepts you see in modern schooling today is a direct, like, descendant of the residential school system that was designed to, you know, essentially annihilate indigenous culture and to, like, turn people into compliant workers rather than, you know, people who were going to have critical thinking skills. And so it's a lot of that is still kind of unquestioningly incorporated into our, you know, modern day education system, and it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. Loving the new studio. Any plans on soundproofing? Is the sound pretty echoey? I imagine it is. It is a bit echoey. Damn. Yeah, I don't have a rug in here yet, or you know, it's a pretty empty room at this point. But we're gonna get some stuff put up. Sounds fine to me. Yeah, we'll work on it. I kind of like the echo. Makes it sound very impactful. Is it a comfy room for the streaming? It is indeed. But the rug we were gonna put down is too big for the room. Need to get two like small rugs, and then we're gonna get like a bookshelf right here, and that will help with sound somewhat, as well as a bookshelf over there and a couch. And like I think I'm also gonna get some drapes from IKEA to kind of hang up on the walls a little bit to dampen sound. I'm sorry, Shakespeare. All right, let's jump back into this. We went down a very big rabbit hole there.
They have not done at the Department of Education is make these tests available in Black and Hispanic communities. So, for instance, you have 77,000 children who are 4 years old. Only 10,000 have taken the test. Only 2,000 are accepted. Why not offer the test to all 77,000? And even if a gifted and talented class only has 3 or 4 in a minority.
But will the carpet match?
Yeah, because you know, I want it to look nice, Sake Tanuki. Come on. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Minority school, give these children an opportunity to excel too. That would make it fair for everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Cuomo, how does your...
Unironically, I kind of agree with Curtis Lewa here, weirdly enough.
Your plan differ from Mr. Sliwa's? You also have 1 minute.
First, I support mayoral control. I think it would be a terrible mistake to roll back mayoral control That's probably been the most dramatic educational reform in 40 years. We'd go back to the old system that had local school boards, which were corrupt, patronage mills, et cetera. So who runs the system is number one. I would expand gifted and talented programs, accessibility. I'd offer preparatory courses to any student, parent that wanted to take them. I'd double the number of specialized high schools from 9 to 18. And I would keep the SHSAT as it is.
Thank you. And Mr. Mamdani.
Can I add one thing? There's been no discussion about.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. And
SAT from 9 to 18, and I would keep the SHSAT.
Sorry, for a second there, I thought he spelled out SHAT, and I was like, what is the shat? I feel like I would have heard of that.
As it is.
Thank you. And Mr. Mamdani.
Can I add one thing? There's been no discussion about vocational high schools, which save so many young men and women. We need to expand vocational training for those.
Okay.
Even a ratman can be right once a day.
Yeah, the sun even shines on a rat's ass.
We're going to keep going here with Mr. Mamdani. Why should the gifted and talented program be phased out, in your opinion? You have a minute to answer.
So I want to be very clear. I have spoken solely of gifted and talented for kindergartners. I do not believe that kindergartners should be subject to a singular assessment. I have not spoken of any gifted and talented programs older than for kindergarten. I'm solely speaking about kindergarten. And I believe that we should be delivering the best education across the country here in this city. We will do that by following through on the proposals I've put forward to hire 1,000 more teachers every single year through our Community to Classroom program, one that will ensure that we're providing each student, whether they be in high school or someone who is an adult looking to become a teacher, with $12,000 in tuition subsidies so that they can start to fulfill the 7,000 to 9,000 additional teachers we need so that we can actually deliver on the Class Size Reduction Act, which I was proud to pass in Albany, that will ensure that children and teachers actually have a manageable ratio in that classroom so that they can learn. Because today, that learning is being rendered impossible by the number of kids in that same classroom. It's time to make sure that that number is lower.
Yeah. But you don't believe the mayor should run this system?
I've been critical of mayoral control because of the ways in which it's been used to take away the voice of parents, of educators, of students. And I think it's important that those same voices be a part of how we lead the system.
So are you for or against mayoral control?
I've been critical of it. I'm against mayoral control. And I think that there's an importance of developing something that actually enshrines all of those voices together.
Mr. Cuomo, you also tried to curtail it.
God, like, it's crazy. Like, Andrew Cuomo's, like, trying to do gotcha questions to Zohran Mamdani, and Zohran's just like, yeah, man, I can easily answer that. Here's like a 5-second response. Let's go.
When Mayor de Blasio was mayor. But we can go.
Did you hear what she said?
No.
I was saying you proposed a curtailment of mayoral control when Mayor de Blasio was mayor during
There's been multiple modifications of mayoral control over the years.
Some proposed curtailment at your hand. So if you are such a champion of it tonight,
No, I never proposed reversing mayoral control.
No, shortening the duration of time he would have control of schools.
Yes, for renewal. The renewal
Mr. Mamdani,
period.
how much control of schools, Mr. Mamdani, how much control of schools would you be giving up? Is it just a sharing arrangement? I know you want to share with the districts and with parents, or would you be giving up full control? And is that an accountability problem if the buck doesn't stop with you?
I think the mayor needs to retain the accountability so that New Yorkers know exactly who they can come to when they have critiques. And I think we also have to develop a system where we don't have what we saw just recently, where you have hours and hours of parents and teachers and students testifying only to be overruled without any consideration by the panel on
Thank you. Mr. Mamdani, I have to move on. Switching now, it's a question for all three of you, switching to students with learning challenges. Parents of students with dyslexia, ADHD, and autism are very well aware the fact that the school system in New York City is not doing enough to meet their children's educational needs. How will you help these parents and students? We know that Mayor Adams has expanded evaluations specifically for children with dyslexia. It was an issue close to his heart, but what would you do more broadly, Mr. Mamdani?
You know, I think some of the initiatives that Mayor Adams has launched, especially with this chancellor, have been showing positive signs. especially for literacy and for preparedness, especially as we're in a national crisis on reading and mathematical comprehension. And I think those are programs that should be furthered, should be invested in, all while also ensuring that we're giving teachers greater flexibility in the curriculum that they're actually teaching. Because what I've heard from many of those teachers is that too often the curriculum that's being procured in the $10 billion a year in DOE contracts is one that has little relation to the classroom.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Sliwa, you have 30 seconds.
Yes. We have $41,000 that we're spending on each student now. By fourth grade, 2/3 of these children cannot read, write, or do math at grade level. We should be ashamed of ourselves for that. 100,000 less students than we had last year. 1/3 are truants. We have 200 schools with 200 students or less, and Michael Mulgrew determines which schools stay open. Eric Adams is not exhibiting mayoral control. The mayor should run the Board of Education, the old Board of Education that is now the Department of Education. The bureaucracy. You have 13 deputy chancellors. You have 50 department heads that suck up all the money, and teachers are still reaching into their pockets to pay for badly needed supplies for the children in the class. The money should be going to the teachers and the children and young adults, and it's not.
Mr. Cuomo, what is your specific plan to deal with the challenges of students who have learning differences?
We are losing young families. When the child becomes of school age, they leave the city, they go to the suburbs, they go to New Jersey. They're not going to sacrifice their child on what they think is the secondary education system. The core competency, reading and math, below 50% is a disgrace. The gifted and talented programs gives people hope. I do believe Mayor Adams has made progress on the evaluations and services for children who require special needs and assistance, but obviously we have to do more.
So we have another question about improving schools. And in the last year, the schools enrolled more than 36,000 migrant students, many learning English for the first time. From class size to bilingual teachers, that puts a big strain in the system. Mr. Cuomo, what can you do to help migrant students, but also the staff? You have 30 seconds.
Well, first, I think it was wrong of the state to put so many migrants in New York City. New York City had the overwhelming majority of migrants.
But they're already here.
I just... Can we just play back that clip? I need to...
New York City had the state to... Well, first, I think it was wrong of the state to put so many migrants in New York City.
Guys, New York City literally has a gigantic statue outside of it saying saying that, like, welcome to immigrants. I'm sorry, you're running to be mayor of New York City and you think it's a mistake? You think immigrants are a mistake? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, this man is weak, and this man is incapable of serving as the mayor of New York City. Like, if nothing else has completely tanked this man's chances of being mayor, this should be it. I'm going to be fascinated to see, like, post-debate polling. Because, you know, Mamdani was already leading Cuomo by a solid, like, 23 points or something prior to this. Like, might go up to like 30
There's
or 40.
So much immigrant hate. What happened to there? What make this country great? Give me your poor, you're tired and weary, the downtrodden and beaten.
Right? My God. My God.
Now the rats were here from the Ice Age.
Some say they've been there the entire time. Some say they've been working there. Others say they've been brought here or popped out of the ground fully formed like some kind of deific contagion to punish us for our hubris. Me, I just think hate incarnate made them down there. Formed them out of darkness itself. Oh, God.
New York City had the overwhelming majority of migrants.
But they're already here.
Close to about 80%. The state should have put them all across the state. Nassau, Suffolk, upstate, so other...
What do you mean the state should have put them places? When they migrate here, they get to decide where they live, man.
Governments could have also...
Well, they were bused here from Texas, right?
And we have a situation
but if
right
they're
now,
bused
they're
from
here.
Texas, you could have brought some to Nassau, 20 miles,
Yeah, but they're here right now,
Westchester.
and we're asking for the cover.
Yeah, just ship them around like they're goddamn prisoners.
Yes, well, that's how the problem was created.
Okay, we understand.
The state put them here. The state gave the city the bill. It has now increased the challenge in our education system. The state is going to have to help financially.
So you didn't answer the question, Mr. Mamdani, is your chance.
You know, when I spoke about our community to classroom program, the importance of it is not just bringing in 1,000 more teachers every year.
It's so wild to see Andrew Cuomo fumble this hard, you know? Like, I'm glad he is, but like, damn, I don't enjoy it. Patrick Lucas, thank you for gifting a membership over in YouTube chat. Very much appreciated.
Year, it's also that we would bring in a number of more bilingual educators, because what we've heard from a number of adults who have taught in other countries, now live in New York City, is the process by which they get their certification approved to teach here is one that is onerous and one that is actually pricing many of them out. That's why this is a program that will directly address that, to increase that bilingual capacity in our school system so that we can teach every single child, no matter when they got here, the public education
Mr.
they
Mamdani,
deserve.
this certification has been offered and it hasn't been successful. So how can you make more teachers to be, like they want to do this?
Part of what I've heard is that the tuition costs as part of the same certification exams are onerous for many of these adults looking to switch careers. That's why this program is built upon providing $12,000 in tuition assistance that would lead to 1,000 more teachers every year.
I mean, I think that makes sense. Like, it's hard to go back to school to learn an additional language. Like, that is a costly endeavor.
So salaries will be a good...
We have not just migrant children, we have the children of the homeless, over 120,000. We haven't yet discussed charter schools, parochial schools that are closing. Normally, parochial schools would have been able to take some of these children. We need to expand the number of charter schools that are doing...
No, you don't. You just need better public schools. Like I hate these plans. Hate them a lot.
An amazing job, especially in the inner cities. And why not make that available to migrant children and to the homeless children who are coming from shelters all across the city who need the special teaching skills that have lifted children in the charter schools? We need to get...
Like, no to charter schools, but also no to parochial schools, man. Like, what? No. I just... Those are both really bad ideas for very different reasons.
Give choice, because that's our most precious resource, our children.
So to now move on into the sanctuary.
I agree on the charter schools.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. So allow me now to enter into the sanctuary city situation, and let's talk about also undocumented immigrants. 26 Federal Plaza has become a flagship in federal immigration crackdown. We reported that asylum seekers are showing up for like those routine appointments, not facing any criminal challenges, and they end up being deported. So by the show of hands, we would like to know if you believe that any of you could do something to stop this. Okay. So Mr. Cuomo, you have a minute to explain us what would you do?
The law is the law, and I would have.
Also, no to patriarchal schools. They might turn our kids gay for Achilles.
We can't we can't afford for our children to grow weak. We can't afford for them to know the Achilles heel. If they come equipped with too big of a weakness, the rat men could learn of it and exploit it for their own gain.
An attorney assigned to every person who is undergoing any review by the federal government or any legal proceeding, and put the full weight of the city government behind it, and make sure they are legally protected.
Mr. Sliwa, what's your plan?
Look, going after the criminals, that's the job of Immigration and Naturalization Service, ICE. But when they have to perform under a quota, because I speak to many of the men and women who serve this country, it's putting too much pressure to go outside of courthouses, to go Home Depot shape-ups, or in the backs of restaurants and hospitality businesses, which have hired these migrants, and they are essential workers now. I can tell you, I have 3 sons. None of them are going to do that work. Some Americans will, but most won't. We need to protect the migrants who are workers, who are essential workers, and use ICE to go after the drug dealers, the gangbangers, the sexual predators, and those who are sex trafficking and involved in narco-terrorism.
Mr. Mamdani.
Do you guys have any idea, like, what it takes for this man to be left of the Trump administration's deployment of ICE? It's fucking nuts that this guy is like, yeah, I've spoken with ICE officers, and they're going too far. They should be focusing on like actual criminals. Like that's wild. Like even this guy's like, yeah, whoa, ICE is pretty fucked up.
You know, I'd be proud to be the first immigrant mayor of this city in generations. And it's at 26 Federal Plaza that I've seen what used to be moments when New Yorkers would be getting their citizenship turn into moments of tragedy, where judges are asking New Yorkers who are there for a routine immigration check-in whether they're prepared to leave in the very same clothes that they arrived to that courthouse. I agree that we need more legal representation. I also think we need to actually be able to stand up to Donald Trump, because I heard from Pastor in East Flatbush, Pastor Galbraith, who told me how he accompanied a member of his congregation to 26 Federal Plaza. He sat there as a judge was determining her fate. They managed to convince the judge to replace the deportation order with a TPS order, but they knew that ICE would not care about that change, and they had to sprint her out of the building, smuggling her into the elevator in order to get her back to Brooklyn.
Thank you.
Candidates want to talk about New York City's economy and change the pace a little bit. Everyone supports growing New York City's economy. The mayor is our chief salesman to the business world. So we want to mix it up, test your persuasive power. So we're calling it an elevator pitch. And we'll start with you, Mr. Mamdani. In this scenario, imagine you're talking to the CEO of a big tech company deciding to move its headquarters to New York City or to Dallas. The CEO is concerned New York just raised its corporate taxes and employees will pay more for everything. Look into the camera and make your pitch to that CEO to come here and not there. Do it in 30 seconds.
New York City has something that Dallas or no other city across this country could actually offer. And that is the quality of life. That is the arts and the culture. That is the people that make the city so special. And I, as the mayor of this city, will deliver that quality of life, will deliver the safety that is the cornerstone of an affordability agenda, and will ensure that companies choose to come to this city and also choose to stay in this city. Because so much of what drives the tech sector is a hunger for innovation, a unrepenting desire to actually innovate, and those are the very things that are going to characterize my city government in this.
But what do you say to the CEO about the corporate taxes and also the staggering costs for the workers?
We are going to make this city more affordable so that workers who want to work at those companies can actually be able to do so. And we're going to ensure that this city continues to be one where we see businesses opening and also staying open.
All right, thank you. Sally?
Mr. Cuomo, something of a reverse scenario for you. The CEO of a similar company with 1,000 good jobs tells you she's very close to moving her headquarters out of New York City. She cites everything from taxes to the crushing cost of...
Oh, she's so close to doing it. She's so close. She's this far away. And you know, if you do one more tax on her, she's gonna move it all. She's gonna move it all right out of that
It's
city.
honestly insane that the mass ICE kidnappings are a backdrop in this debate, just a single side question.
Right? Like even like the potential military occupation of the city by the National Guard or by the outright US military itself is like just ambiguous, not that existentially serious question.
Living for her employees in New York City. How do you convince that CEO to stay? Please look into the camera and make your elevator pitch. You have 30 seconds.
We know that the other companies in New York.
Curtis, no, Grandpa, it's not your time yet.
I know the personal experience anecdotes play well on polling, but I dream of a day where they are eschewed in favor of stats.
Oh my god. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Oh my god, this entire thing has been absolutely unreal to see. Like this entire thing is wild to me. Like every moment of this debate, I've just been like gobsmacked by a new event that I was just like not expecting.
Cuomo.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry.
The question is to me in this camera.
Yes, the question is how you would convince the CEO of a company with 1,000 good jobs who's looking to move out of New York City because of the high cost of living for her employees and taxes, how you would convince her to stay in New York City.
In 15 seconds?
30.
Okay.
30 seconds.
Okay. I get it. I understand your frustration. I understand that the far left has been raising taxes and making
I'm sorry, the far left has been raising taxes where? Who is Eric Adams the far left? Is is Kathy Hochul far left? Like who's been raising taxes that is far left? Who's doing that? Name names, motherfucker.
Businesses feel like the enemy. We get it. That's gone. The DSA, the socialist orientation, we're not socialists.
Ah, yes, the dastardly DSA has been raising your taxes the entire time.
Didn't work in Venezuela, didn't work in Cuba, didn't work here. We know that we have to work with business.
DSA, the government of Venezuela or Cuba, same thing. They're the same. If you're a dipshit, you don't know anything about what you're talking about, I guess.
We want to be your partner. We want to have taxes that help us grow our city, but are competitive for you.
We're at time.
And we want to partner to grow your business and our city together.
Thank you. Mr. Sliwa, let's talk about business, because let's assume the big tech company.
It's me. I've been raising taxes.
Company that we pitched to Mr. Mamdani earlier has decided to move to New York, and it's 1,000 good paying jobs.
You thought it was the DSA, but it was DO.
Just the president's the president's chair swings around. It's fucking Theo.
The CEO wants to be based in Astoria, Queens, but there's a loud pushback of residents who don't want the noise and the traffic. How can you convince the residents to accept the new neighbor? You're speaking to a very powerful community. How can you convince them?
These hypothetical questions are really fucking funny. This is like the sorry, this is completely off topic, but it's reminding me of the hypothetical Adam Friedland asked to Michael Knowles. If anyone knows what I'm talking about there. Do we have it? Do I have it right here? Please. I think it's right here. No, it's not that. Fuck. No, I need the short. Give me the short, man. Yes, here it is. I think it's this one.
Thought experiment.
Yeah.
You're
For the
walking down the
experiment.
street, you see
Yes.
two guys having sex with each other. Fully in the nude. Actually, they were both wearing Jordans.
It's in Uganda.
Do you intervene and say, tell them to stop having sex?
Yeah, actually. Not in the street. If it were in
What do
their
you say?
private
What do
room,
you
I'd
say to them?
Hey, fellas, please stop it.
Okay, and they keep
That's-
having sex after you say that.
And then I call the police and I say, get those guys.
The police
out
are
of the
too
street.
far. Okay.
They're too
you
far.
You see a 6-year-old walking down the other side of the street.
Yeah.
6-year-old coming towards you, right?
Yeah.
So what are you going to do?
To
Physical intervention?
I guess I'd.
Are you gonna punch
No,
them?
I would probably divert the 6-year-old.
The 6-year-old is like, I have an appointment. I cannot do this.
Yeah.
And so the 6-year-old's like, the 6-year-old jukes you Barry Sanders style.
Yeah.
Okay. 6-year-old's continuing.
Wow, yeah.
You have about 5 seconds now.
I have to.
You have to dive on the man having sex.
You know what? I would probably take my jacket off and throw it on the man.
Jacket blocked. Jacket on the floor.
By the homosexuals?
Yeah. So you have 3 seconds now.
Okay. Yeah.
3 seconds. The kid has a very important appointment.
I've got. And can I sort of walk alongside the kid to kind of block it?
You're too skinny. You're not gay.
I'm
actually,
not,
yeah. Your body's not going to block 2 incredibly jacked gay guys only wearing Jordan 1. Okay. You're seeing that they're going at it. I mean, it's kind of like the most athleticism and tenacity on display
really
you've ever
impressive.
seen.
If not for the child there, I might
In
marvel.
fact, you're like watching them having sex. You're like, in fact, like they have to be gay, right? Like it's their weight class. They can't have sex with a woman because they'd kill them, right? These 2 Adonises.
Yes. What do
I don't know what to do.
At that point, I can either tackle
I'm
the
a
6-year-old.
liberal. I'm going to tell the 6-year-old that this is their sexual
This is
education.
beautiful.
So tell me what you do if you see these 2 hunks.
Well, I apparently can't stop him. And he sees it, and so what do I say? I say, that is Achilles and Patroclus, and this is a lesson in ancient Greece.
So you do sexual education 7-year-old
I do
style.
historical
You do seven-year-old
Historical,
sexual.
yes,
You
not
do
sexual.
You do
I would-
drag
I would-
queen
I'm not saying
story
I
hour
would
at the
not
library.
lie. I would not lie to him. I would just
This
take
is
a
how
partial
the blue
truth.
Pill, this is how the blue pill. He took the blue pill, everyone.
Just. The Adam Friedland show is just. I don't know. You gotta see it to believe it. Anyway, Wade, just incorporating some Achilles and Patroclus lore alongside how these hypotheticals are coming across to me. There we go. Linked it back to previous content we talked about. Made sense.
Saw that with Amazon. Amazon wanted to come in, and AOC led the charge, and local elected officials to say no to Amazon. That was a big mistake. I would say this. Our companies are being recruited away by the day. We have young people who are going to school here who could fill their needs in these high-tech industries who also are being lured away. We need to cut their income taxes for 5 years. Tell them if you go to school here, graduate here, no income taxes for 5 years. It's an income tax holiday. And the most important thing, we have to be able to assure...
What? What? Just an income tax holiday. Let's go.
Thank you.
The executives that this will be a city where we don't lock up toothpaste any longer, but lock up the criminals who make it intolerable to have a good quality of life.
Thank you. We need to move on to a subject that is.
Democratic Socialists of America that stopped Amazon and cost us 25,000 jobs. So
Thank
it's
you,
real
Mr.
life.
Cuomo. We need to move on to a crisis
God.
that is very important to a lot of voters, and that is people struggling with mental health problems. Roughly 500 times a day, someone calls 911 about an emotionally disturbed person. And in a limited number of those cases, when the person is not believed to be violent, social workers are dispatched instead of police. Mr. Mamdani, you want to do that on a much larger scale. So we want to know, how will this work? When will you send police versus social workers? You have 1 minute.
You know, we have a program here in New York City called Be Heard. that is attempting to do this kind of work. But we've had a mayor who has ensured that it's been unsuccessful, to the extent that even when there was an assessment of about 60% of calls that could have been addressed by Be Heard instead of the NYPD, Be Heard was not actually responsive to it. And that's because we haven't had the political will to deliver on what is a crisis that affects so many New Yorkers, which is the mental health crisis. What my plan will do, an innovative plan of the Department of Community Safety, will take what has worked elsewhere in the country, a program in Eugene, Oregon, where they took 24,000 911 mental health calls out of the police department. They were able to respond to all but 311 without police assistance. When there is a concern for safety or of violence, absolutely, you would have the police there. But what we are doing today is actually ensuring that every single call is going to the police and not allowing them to do the work that they signed up to do.
How will you determine whether there is a concern for safety or violence? What is the line between the calls in which police will be dispatched and the calls to which social workers will be dispatched?
The line is also going to be one focused on violence and the threat of violence. And I also trust the operators who will be receiving those calls to make that determination, as they do every day today for so many emergency services.
And just to
exactly, like how will you personally, the mayor, decide? Like, the mayor doesn't personally decide those calls. He doesn't have the training for that. But 911 operators do. Like, that's literally their job, to figure out what is happening. Do they need to send the fire department? Do they need to send EMS? Like, what? They make those determinations all the time, every day, when talking to folks. And, like, giving them another tool to draw on, that's only going to benefit the services that are provided to people who are in crisis.
really quick points, please. There has been a lot of discussion that you would send social workers to domestic violence calls, which police are concerned about. So you're saying no, okay. And then the other question is, how can you be sure that a situation that does not sound violent when someone calls 911 does not become violent in the moment? Would police be assigned as backup?
I think what you do is you actually follow.
Well, also, like, we encounter those situations all the time. Like, I don't know, when I had to call 911 a couple years ago, like, for like a medical emergency, an ambulance did show up, but the first people who showed up were cops. And, like, there wasn't the need for cops to show up there. You know, like, the idea, like, oh, well, you need cops to show up to everything. Like, no, you don't, actually.
The experts that...
Also, for the record, the cops just stood around and did a diddly squat for like 10 minutes waiting for an ambulance.
Have shown us this can work when you're willing to ensure that you're trusting the mental health experts who have been doing this work elsewhere in the country, where they call for the police when they need the police, but their initial impulse when there's no violence in that call is to actually address the mental health at the heart of it.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa, you have encountered plenty of these types of situations in your decades of work with the Guardian Angels. So do you see this approach working? You're not a police officer, but you've helped out in situations.
Zohran. Boy, another fantasy that's not reality.
I love that we're gonna rely on the guy who's not a police officer and who has responded to situations, and it's like, okay, well, like, I don't know, maybe talk to someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about. Seems kind of like it's not that far-fetched or a fantasy to expect dispatchers and operators to be able to operate and dispatch.
Eugene, Oregon. Have you ever been to Eugene? I've been to Eugene. Come on, this is New York City. We have so many emotionally disturbed persons that are in need of help. I will tell you this, Andrew, you closed the mental health beds that were taking care of them. 40,000 when you came into office, down to 4,000 because of your cuts, which forced these people to live in the streets, in the parks, and the subways. These people need to be removed. They need mental health care. We need to make our shelters safe. I've been in 1/3 of the 300 shelters run by the Department of Homeless Services. It's Darwinian there, survival of the fittest. If we can make our shelter system safe, we can get men and women who are homeless in there, especially veterans who we're not giving any attention to, who we put out in Ward's Island at 10 o'clock at night, released during the day, don't give any training, have them roam about, and obviously, when you have nothing to do, you end up getting into trouble.
Okay.
This is a disastrous, homeless, and emotionally disturbed plan that we have in New York City. And I'm the mayor that can change it because I deal with them every day in the streets, in the parks, and the subway.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo, do you think that the NYPD handles these calls for emotionally disturbed people in distress well? Is there room for something in the middle?
Yeah, I think the Assemblyman deals in theory. There's an advantage when you actually have experience. I've run homeless programs. I ran the homeless programs for the federal government. I worked with cities all across the nation. When you get a call on a telephone about a mentally ill person who may be violent, it is a very dangerous situation. And I think you should have a mental health worker accompanied with a police officer.
Okay, but like also, sometimes you don't need that. Like, if you get a call, right? For example, you get a call about someone who's, like, suicidal and has a knife and is in crisis. Like, yeah, send a police officer. But, like, if you have a call about someone who's, like, saying some really disturbing or scary stuff, you don't necessarily need, like, a police officer dispatched immediately, right? Like, that... you don't always need a cop on hand, actually.
Because these can be explosive situations. I have been.
Like, I'm sorry, but like, there's a part of this where I'm like, you know, people call, or you know, the city or the state sends out like inspectors, right, to like inspect a home. You don't need to send a police officer with like the guy who's gonna check your electric meter. You don't need a police officer with the guy who's gonna like, you know, check your water meter or whatever. You know, you don't need that because, like, yeah, they might be going into a dangerous situation, checking out your house, you know, what might happen in there. But, like, you don't need a cop to go with every single person who's going to interact with a member of the public. This is just nuts. Yeah, assign a police officer to every DoorDash driver. Exactly, scoop my gloop.
In situations that seemed apparently calm and fine, and then erupted into violence very quickly, and it got very dangerous very quickly. So I would have a social worker with a police officer and get the people off the streets. That's the humane thing, and get them the care they need.
Another solution. What if we made every pizza delivery driver an honorary cop? What if we did that? Then they could deliver pizzas and bust crime. Did you ever think about that? What if we just made everyone a cop? Just everyone's a cop. You can arrest someone else at gunpoint. It's totally fine. You know, then we have the maximum number of cops. Did you ever think about that? What if we just had the maximum number of cops? We paid everyone a living salary and, gave everyone medical benefits, and you could just arrest anyone at will. You know, it's I'm just saying maybe we need to think of some outside the box solutions. Can we arrest other cops? Absolutely.
Need not institutionalize 40,000 people again. We have supportive housing now.
That would end in disaster. Yeah, you're right. The children cops would band together against adult cops.
Which is what we use, and forensic beds for people who need them.
Now, let me get this straight. A police officer is there first. He has to wait for the arrival of a mental health care worker.
No, I would send them as a team.
As a team. But that's not realistic. You're dealing with fantasy also.
All right.
The police officers are going to be the first one on the scene, and they're always going to have to deal with it first and foremost.
Mr. Cuomo says that he has experience running homeless programs. What he has experience doing is cutting funding for the very programs that prevented homelessness here in New York City. As the governor, he cut funding.
Outside the pizza box thinking, exactly, Mithril.
For the Advantage program, which was putting New Yorkers who had otherwise been in shelters, otherwise been homeless.
Can't forget the apple orchard cops. They'd be looking for bad apples, exactly. You guys get me.
Into apartments. I met one of those New Yorkers.
Mr. Cuomo, brief
she told me how that
please.
pushed her out on the
Thank you,
street.
Mr. Mamdani. Brief response, Mr.
He's
Cuomo.
talking about a program 14 years ago that was a pilot program that had a work requirement. It was very controversial. It was $65 million.
You're talking about Advantage, just so we know what you're talking about?
It was 14 years ago, $65 million. I added billions to the homeless budget. Funded the homeless budget larger than any governor in history.
Okay.
He
okay,
cut
thank
that
you. We want to talk
program.
about.
He
all right.
cut that
Mr.
program.
Mamdani,
Homelessness skyrocketed
Mr.
after doing it.
Mamdani,
It
we
did
have
not.
aired
It
this
was 14 years ago.
All right.
It was during the Bloomberg administration. And yes, okay.
Okay. I want to ask you about climate change.
Hey Jack, would you consider taking a step back in time and doing a video on Vermin Supreme?
You know, I would, but like, I would love to do. I've talked about this at length. I would love to do well-researched historical bits about like labor organizing and like different political figures in the U.S. But also that would require more time. And unfortunately, covering all of the events that are happening under a Trump administration is taking like all of my energy and time. But I would love to do that at some point because Vermin Supreme is a pretty interesting guy.
New York City confronts the impact of climate change. One issue already on the desk of the next mayor is Local Law 97. It's passed in 2019. The law requires large buildings to gradually reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. That may require very expensive upgrades to buildings, which some landlords and co-op owners say they just simply can't afford. We're wondering how each of you would enforce the law. You have 30 seconds. Mr. Cuomo.
Local Law 97, I support. Implementing the law is going to be the key because it has to be done in a way that isn't so disruptive to businesses and residences that they just give up and pay the fine and don't even try to comply, which is what is going to happen now. It will be cheaper for them to pay the fine than comply. And that obviously will accomplish nothing. So, yes, I support the law. Yes, we have to implement it. But we have to implement it in a way that is feasible.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Sliwa?
Local 97 will destroy those people who have invested in co-ops and condos. There's 100,000. It's forcing them to electrify. Now, you, Andrew Cuomo, took Indian Point offline, 25% of our electrical capacity with no replacement, which has caused skyrocketing.
Oh no, not the inconvenience.
Yeah, you can't look. You can't inconvenience people in New York City. You can't do that. No one would ever stand for the slightest inconvenience in New York City. God, you leave co-ops alone. These people don't like co-ops. They're capitalists. They want it to be privately owned. They want workers to be governed by miniature tyrants because they believe people are stupid and weak and can't possibly participate in democracy. You know, it's one of the reasons why capitalism is not compatible with, like, democracy.
Electricity bills, and now we're going to force condo and co-op owners to electrify. Maintenance fees will go up 30%. These people will be leaving their condos and co-ops. They need relief. When I'm mayor, I slow that process down. We need our co-op owners and condo owners to stay here in New York City and not flee.
Indian Point? Yeah. Indian Point was started before me. It was a very dangerous situation. We have nuclear facilities upstate, and my proposal on what I did is run cables from the nuclear facilities upstate to bring the power to downstate. Indian Point had 20 million people in the kill zone.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Mamdani, Local Law 97, how would you enforce the law as mayor?
I support the law, and I would also make it easier for condo and co-op owners to comply with the law, because what I've heard from so many is that it's cheaper to pay the fine than to actually get into compliance. And I think the city has a role here in procurement at a large scale of so much of what is necessary in these infrastructure investments. We've seen it be done in the Clean Energy Challenge within NYCHA. It's time to do it right here in New York City to assist those condo and co-op owners in meeting the standards we desperately need to hit.
Okay, gentlemen, New York City loves its parades, and the mayor is often front and center. You have all said that you want to be mayor.
Local 97 will cause chickens to leave their co-op.
Guys, I'm dying here. Oh my God, we're so close to being done with this. But like, holy moly, like I'm struggling. I'm straggling.
For all New Yorkers. So will you march in all the parades that mayors have traditionally marched in, or are there any that you would boycott? Mr.
Oh my God, what is this question? Now, of course, the most pressing issue on all of our minds. What is your parade participation gonna look like if you're mayor? You know, the thing that people really give a shit about when it comes to what they expect from their mayor. It's the top of everyone. It's the tip of everyone's tongue, the top of everyone's mind. When will the mayor participate in the next parade?
Sliwa?
I think a mayor has a responsibility, whenever possible, to march in parades, to celebrate whatever that parade is performing as. I've been a Grand Marshal of the Pulaski Day Parade. I was proud to
Are
celebrate
there
my
any that you
Polish
would
heritage.
boycott, though? I just need to move this along.
Excuse me?
Would you boycott any of the city's parades?
No, I would not boycott any parades.
Mr.
It's the mayor's
Cuomo, would you
responsibility
boycott?
to be available to all racial,
No, I
ethnic, and
wouldn't.
religious groups.
No, I wouldn't unless they discriminated.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani?
There are many parades that I would not be attending because I'd be focusing on the work of leading this city.
Excellent, excellent, excellent answer. There you go. Yeah, you know, sometimes I might miss a parade because I got work to do. I got important mayor shit to do.
Which parades?
A number of them. I've already missed a number of those parades because I've been trying
could you tell
to
us?
speak
Share
to as
with
many
our
New Yorkers
audience
as
here.
possible.
Okay.
I don't have the list of all the parades I've missed.
Wow, that's a
All right.
lot.
Are there...
Oh damn, Curtis, you're getting Mamdani on the parade question. I just can't. How is this fucking real? Come on. Oh man, look at this chuckle nut. Doesn't have any parade lists. Doesn't keep a list of all the parades he's not going to because he's too busy doing work to benefit people. God.
Mayor should be going to all parades.
Let me ask you.
Because we know that according to the ancient pact made with the earth spirits below, if the mayor of New York City doesn't go to every parade, the sigil will be broken and the earth spirits below will come up and consume the
Mamdani L.
land creatures. You have to attend the parades.
Rare Mamdani L. I don't know. I think it's fine to not go to parades, but I also just don't like parades. You know, like I just they're loud, and I would really rather be doing anything else. Oh God.
Do this. Are there any parades that don't exist that you think should? Mr. Mamdani?
What?
I haven't thought.
What? What? What is this kidding? What is this? Oh, I know you're kidding, Nathan Nielsen. But like, what? Okay, what do you have? No, do I'm sorry. Like, this broke my question. This broke my brain. This broke my question brain. What was asked? Did you guys not catch that?
Parades that don't.
Wow, that's a
All right.
lot.
Are there,
The mayor
let me
should
ask
be
you
going to
this.
all parades.
Let me ask you this. Are there any parades that don't exist that you think should?
What hypothetical parades do you think should exist? Is one of the most strange questions I've ever heard in my life. Like what, like I don't know, the Moon Men parade. Why don't we have a parade to honor the Moon Men? Why don't we have a parade to, like, I don't know, pay tribute to the cast of Alien? Why don't we have a parade in honor of The Thing from the movie The Thing? You know, like, just what kind of, like, question is this?
Mr. Mamdani?
I haven't thought much about parades, to be honest with you.
Mr. Cuomo?
I literally have used none of my brain to think about parades I would want.
I have not thought. I don't even know what parade doesn't exist, frankly.
Could be for anything. Mr. Sliwa?
Every parade has the right to exist in New York City. I would ask.
All parades matter. All parades matter. all parades matter. Like, what the hell?
The Parade of the Rat Men.
The Parade of the Rat Men. I just... There want Mamdani's chances. Yeah, no kidding. Doodads kissing. Just, I'm speechless.
David, thank you.
Mr. Mamdani, would you protect the Christopher Columbus statues that exist here in the city?
I would lay down my life for those statues. I would take 12 bullets for them. Like what? It's not on the it's not on the list of my priorities.
I'm telling you, my focus is on affordability. I'm not thinking about
Well, you're not
statues.
answering the question.
Yeah, thank you.
You aren't answering the question. I'm constantly thinking about statues and parades. All right, when you're dealing with a parade or a statue, it's really important to be able to discern whether or not it's a bunch of ratmen or a singular ratman in disguise. I've been ambushed too many times to count by a parade or a statue. God.
All parades have a right to exist, as holiday parades.
I just... What the fuck, man? What the fuck?
He gave the finger to the Columbus Day statue.
That issue's come up.
I don't know. Grow the fuck up. Grow the fuck up. Christopher Columbus sucked. His crew literally wrote about how he was giving children away as sex slaves. Fuck off. Yeah, we should all give Christopher Columbus the finger. Dude sucked so hard he was stripped of his titles by Spanish royalty because of how he treated indigenous people. And do you know how hard you have to suck and how terrible you have to treat indigenous people for the royalty of Spain to be like, nah, you're fucked up. We're taking your titles. Do you have any idea how, like, inhumanely cruel you have to be? Well, he did it. Fuck Christopher Columbus.
That's what we call a disgraciado.
Listen, we're in the last couple of minutes, and we thought we'd have some questions. We thought we'd have some questions that maybe give a glimpse into your life, your personality, away from the political podium. What's your go-to breakfast order at the bodega?
What?
Mr. Sliwa?
Oh, eggs and cheese on a roll. No salt, please.
Mr. Cuomo?
You just do eggs and cheese? I mean, all right. Not even, you don't have the bacon, egg, and cheese? That's crazy.
Same thing, no salt also.
Mr. Mamdani.
I'm sorry, you're getting, like, if you have cheese and eggs, you're gonna have salt in there. Like, what are you talking about?
Egg and cheese on a roll with jalapenos.
Yum.
Dude, come on, guys. Gotta throw some bacon in there.
Have you ever purchased anything in a cannabis shop? And if so, what did you buy? Mr. Mamdani?
I have. I have purchased marijuana at a legal cannabis shop.
Okay. Mr. Cuomo?
No.
Mr. Sliwa?
When I was shot 5 times, I've had Crohn's disease, I did use medical marijuana, yes.
Okay. In a dream scenario, we know it's not possible, but the Mets are playing Game 7 of the World Series.
That's right. Zohran wouldn't have ordered bacon. That's my bad. That's my bad.
Admittedly, Chris Columbus did direct the Home Alone movies, as well as Ms. Doubtfire.
Well, yeah, Chris Columbus is a little bit different. Chris Columbus, not to be confused with Christopher Columbus. Very true, Sake Tanuki. A necessary correction.
On the same night as the Knicks are playing Game 7 of the NBA Championship, and you can only go to one. Which one will it be, Mr. Sliwa?
What?
Again, which baseball team?
This is the Mets, Game 7, Knicks, Game 7.
See, this is why I could never be a politician. I would just be like, I don't give a fuck about this question.
I'm not going to the Mets game. I'm a Yankee fan. True baseball fans either like one or the other. I'm going to the Knicks game. That's my team, the Knicks.
Mr. Cuomo?
I'm going to go half and half. I can make it back and forth.
All right. And Mr. Mamdani?
This is what New Yorkers are sick of. Just pick a team.
What's
Come
your
on.
answer?
I'd be there for the Knicks.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of ground covered. We'll leave it on that light note. Thank you, candidates, for a spirited debate. We thank you as well. We hope you got a lot out of it, New York City viewers, New York City voters. The New York City Campaign Finance Board, we thank heartily, and we urge you to check out their website. NYC.
Is Andrew lying? Do you think he never smoked weed? I don't think. Yeah, Andrew Cuomo seems. I don't know. He seems like he's an alcohol man. I don't think he's a weed man. That was wild. Yeah, obviously Zohran Mamdani emerged as the winner from this debate, like by just an absolute landslide. Just like completely decimated his competition. It was crazy, but also just like the ways in which Sliwa and Cuomo failed throughout that entire thing were so utterly baffling to me that I can't even comprehend. I don't know how any serious person could watch this and walk away thinking Andrew Cuomo is someone who's capable of leading, or Curtis Sliwa is capable of leading, or someone who could have watched that and been like, well, yeah, Zohran Mamdani isn't capable of leading. Like, if you watched this, like, you should be able to identify that Zohran Mamdani mopped the floor with these two losers. And yeah, I guess racism and Islamophobia will do it, Lady Raincloud, but like, you know, the polling indicates like...
Remember we started this segment with Sliwa claiming he won the debate, actual clown.
Oh yeah, can we bring that back just to bring it full circle? Do I still have that up? Oh god, do I still have it up? I don't think I do. Damn.
Thought experiment.
Nope, that's the Adam Friedland short. Damn. Wait, was it this? This? Oh, fuck. Nah, I don't have it anymore. Damn. But yeah, no, it was literally... Actually, wait, I know where to find it. Yashar Ali. You got me. You got me. Hell yeah. I knew I remembered who posted it. Here we go. Bringing it full circle.
Everybody agrees Curtis Sliwa won that debate tonight.
Yeah, I actually agree with Curtis on that. It is.
I agree, by the way. Now it's time, Andrew Cuomo. You're one and done. You lost the primary. You lost the debate to me. Make room for Zohran Mamdani versus Curtis Sliwa in the next debate. Let the people pick the winner. And you know after tonight, it's gonna be me.
He's like a fucking joke of a man. It's so fucking funny, having watched it at the beginning and watching it at the end, just how big of a clown. Like, holy moly. Just absolutely wild. I just can't. Oh, fuck. It is deeply funny to me, though, that Curtis Sliwa is taking advantage of any opportunity to shit on Andrew Cuomo, because even that guy recognizes Cuomo is the weak link here. Just as an FYI, the latest polling from Fox News from, doesn't include today, in today's debate. Zohran Mamdani is up by 52%. He's up, compared to Andrew Cuomo, he's up by 24%. He is 24% more than Andrew Cuomo. I guarantee you, he is not, like, he's not sitting there worried that his debate performance is, like, gonna bring him down. He is so far ahead of Andrew Cuomo, it's ridiculous. This is a Fox News poll. And the fact that Zohran Mamdani broke 50% at all is crazy. It's just crazy. And, you know, Curtis, like, compared to the last time, from the last time Fox News did their polling, Cuomo has lost a point and Curtis Lewa has gained 3. Like, it's I just, these people are just performing. Like, Zohran Mamdani should have this in the bag 100%. But the reason that Cuomo is still in the race is because he's being bankrolled by billionaires. It's billionaire slop, you know? What you're seeing, the performances you're seeing from Cuomo are just bought. They're bought and paid for by his biggest donors. And, like, I don't know. I'm pretty happy about what's happening here. Okay? Yeah, this is an adult versus children, and it shows in the polling, you know? I really hope he wins because we need to send a message to the DNC that he's the new face of the Dems. I agree. It should be a landslide. And folks, if you would like to be a part of radicalizing your local Dems and, like, turning your branch of the DSA into an effective branch like the New York, the New York DSA, you can. We've got a great way to do it here in our community. So if you're interested in doing either of those things, !Discord in any of the chats, you'll get a link to our Discord community, and then you can message Gamergy over on Discord, or you can message Dragonfly. Gamergy will help set you up with the DSA. Dragonfly will help set you up with your local Dems, and radicalize your local Dems and make your local DSA more effective. Do both, folks. Do both, because we need folks in both to really move this entire project forward. Okay? We also have channels for DSA organizing and Dem organizing on the local level. I suggest you use them, especially if you're excited to get involved, because, folks, we want to make things better. Like, I don't want you guys to just be learning this or, like, laughing at this as, like, some kind of infotainment and then not do anything with that information. You know, in my ideal world, you guys learn and then you go out and you apply that knowledge and change your communities for the better. That's what I'm hoping we all do. And I hope you guys will join me in that endeavor. Whew. And if you've been enjoying this segment, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things that help the channel. And I will see you all next time, folks. Heck yeah. Does Omar Fateh have a decent shot? Yes, he does. And he has an even more decent shot if you guys sign up to do some virtual phone banking. And there is actually a really great endeavor happening in the near future. So, folks, let's fucking go. Here you go. I'll post the link here. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. There you go. There we go. Nailed it. That being said, folks, we've been going for almost 9 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. You know it. We actually have a button that lets you know what to do. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn Hell yeah. Thank you so much, folks. And also, if you have enjoyed the show, consider supporting it with subs, donos, memberships, super chats. You guys make this show possible, and I really fucking appreciate each and every one of you who support the show. Oh man, I am gonna go make, I guess, some early morning breakfast and then pass out. Tomorrow, do we get Rudyard? Tomorrow we should get Rudyard, yes. With that said, good night, y'all. Get good sleep, get good food, drink plenty of water, do the things. I will see you all on another time. Good night.
Put it there, boy, and we'll show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do. Well, I'm going to tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. People in this world are getting organized. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. I said, all you fascists bound to lose. Yes, sir. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. There's people of every nation marching side by side, marching across the fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose.